Simon Maverick presents The Wolf King by Lauren Palphreyman. Read by Zara Hampton Brown and Shane East. Chapter 1. Dogfights are barbaric. They say the fighters in the ring revel in violence. They say the wolf inside them is always looking for a release, even on nights like tonight, when the moon is not full and they look like men. And don't they deserve violence for what they have done to our lands? Yet how many will die, and for what? I shift on the wooden chair, tugging at the high collar of my gown, then pushing an errant strand of red hair out of my face. It's hot in here. Too hot. Claustrophobic. When I stepped out of the carriage 2 days ago, the rugged landscape of the borderlands called to something deep inside of me, even though I have never been this far north before. Thinking of what lies beyond these stone walls makes me want to rip off this dress and escape this castle. I want to tear through the untamed grass and feel the wild dandelions between my toes. I want to smell the pine trees and hear the wind howling through the mountains. Instead, I take a sip of water and clasp my hands tightly in my lap. I try not to flinch at the crack of bone that resounds through the great hall as one of the males is thrown across the floor. Blood splatters the flagstones by my silk slippers. Lord Sebastian, sitting on the other side of my father, looks at me, something cruel and hungry in his gaze as he observes my discomfort. I wonder if he's thinking about tomorrow night, our wedding night. The thought makes me feel even sicker than the fight.
"Your daughter doesn't approve, Your Highness,"
he says to my father, only partially misreading the distaste that must be showing on my face.
"She is a woman,"
my father replies simply. I bristle. Of course that is all my father sees when he looks at me. It doesn't matter how many lords I have sweet-talked on his behalf, or how many balls I have attended to serve as a pretty distraction while he makes his plans for the war. It doesn't matter that I agreed to this marriage to strengthen his kingdom.
"Of course,"
Sebastian nods, leaning back in his seat as though he doesn't notice the crown atop my father's neat white hair.
"These creatures are unpleasant to behold for those of the fairer sex, though surely she gains enjoyment from them killing one another. The wolf clans have ravaged our lands for centuries. They murder and brutalize and steal. To any woman traveling alone, unlucky enough to encounter one, they bring about fates even worse than death."
He arches an eyebrow.
"If you know what I mean. I do,"
says my father. Sebastian sips his ale.
"Though, I suppose your women do not encounter many wolves down south, thanks to my armies guarding the border. An honorable duty in service of our great kingdom."
My father doesn't deign to look at the Lord.
"And one that comes with its rewards. Oh, indeed."
Sebastian's eyes darken. I try not to recoil. I will my body to be a statue, a vessel for the soul within. I allow my mind to glide across those wild mountains, even though I can never go there myself, even though I will always be a prisoner to castle walls and a woman's body. A prisoner, or a prize. That is all I have ever been. I will be both when I am wed to the Lord, in exchange for his continued allegiance to my father.
If she has some sentiment for the creatures, however, she does not. Still, she should know that not only is this beastly aggression in their nature, there is glory in fighting too," says Sebastian. "People throughout the borderlands learn the names of the top fighters, and those who win their matches tonight will be moved to the more spacious kennels and fed a good supper. Concubines will tend to them too, to help them release their wolf in different ways."
He drums his fingers against his cup.
"As distasteful as that may be. Indeed,"
says my father. I watch the muscular, shirtless forms in the ring, snarling and bloody. There is certainly cause to be wary around wolves. And yet, as I look at the murderous eyes of the crowd, the coin passing hands, and the way my father's lip quirks as one of the warriors is pummeled to the ground, I wonder if all men are monsters deep down. I glance at my betrothed. He isn't muscular, or rugged, or nearly as tall as the monsters in the ring. His dark hair is tied neatly at the nape of his neck, not wild like those north of the border wear theirs. But there is something cruel in the angles of his face, and the way his dark eyes keep running up and down my body. I have been around monsters my whole life, and I can recognize the one that lurks beneath his pale skin. I think I would prefer someone who looked like a monster to one who was adept at hiding it. One of the wolves tears out the other's throat. He grins, and crimson spills down his chin. Nausea rises within me, but Lord Sebastian merely smiles and claps, as though he is watching a theatrical performance.
Good show! Good show!
He clicks his fingers at a couple of stewards.
Escort him to the kennels and clean this up. Then bring the next ones in.
The stewards balk at the task at hand, but lead the bloody wolf away as the great hall echoes with noise. People exchange coin, make new bets, and refill their cups. I can't stop looking at the body, though. It's so still. It looks so heavy. It makes my body feel heavy, too. Perhaps he was a monster. Perhaps he had a wolf beneath his skin that came out when the moon was full. Right now, he just looks like a man. A dead man. A man who will never run through those howling mountains again. 2 stewards cross the hall, grab his arms, and drag him across the stone floor as though he is a piece of meat. I take a sip of water to steady my trembling hands. At my side, Lord Sebastian and my father enter into a conversation about army numbers on the northern border. I'm putting my beaker back down on the table when silence falls. It is followed by an excited murmur as 2 more males, 2 more wolves, enter the ring. My attention is first taken by the one in front. He is young, too young for this kind of violence, wolf or not. He must be 16 at most, 4 years my junior. His coppery hair sticks up in tufts, as if he's been frantically running his hands through it. There is fear and sadness etched into his expression, yet his jaw is set. It's as if he knows there is no hope and has resigned himself to his fate. Something in that expression feels familiar. It fills me with anger that I don't dare to summon for my own situation. When I turn my gaze to his opponent, I see why he knows that hope is lost.
It took 5 men to bring the big one in,
Lord Sebastian tells my father.
He killed 3 of them. He doesn't talk much, but we think he's one of the alphas, possibly from the Highfell clan. Quite a specimen, isn't he?
The larger male is the epitome of the wild and rugged mountains where he must have come from. He is tall, with a strong jawline, and his muscular body looks like it is carved from rock. His unkempt hair is dirty blonde, almost the colour of straw, and it's shorn closely to his head at the sides, in a style I have never seen in the South. He stands, still and expressionless, and the crowd howls and screeches like the wind around him.
Indeed.
My father runs a hand over his neat white beard.
And what was he doing this far south? Who knows with these creatures?
The alpha looks at me, and those eyes, they're the dark green of the forest, and they brim with hatred. No one has looked at me like that before. My mouth dries as we stare at one another. And yet, my soul stirs.
It won't be much of a fight,
my father says, as if he is discussing the weather, not the fates of 2 living beings.
No.
Sebastian smiles cruelly.
We thought we'd break him in tonight. We have something a little more exciting planned for him at the celebrations tomorrow night.
The alpha stares at me, his jawline hard. He is still as stone, but there is violence in his eyes. I will myself to be that statue again, to be that vessel for my soul, and I look right back at him, even though my heartbeat skitters.
Well,
says Sebastian, clicking his fingers at the wolves in a manner that could be deemed brave or foolish. if it weren't for the armed guard standing around the ring.
Begin.
A muscle feathers in the alpha's jaw. Nausea rises in me as the young man's face drains of colour. He's going to die, and everyone, he, the alpha, the crowd, knows it. He doesn't break eye contact with the man who towers before him. He is brave, then. Courage, I will him, remembering that my mother said the same to me once. Have courage, little one. The alpha's big fist clenches at his side. It could be my imagination, but I think the younger opponent dips his head, as if in submission. A growl vibrates in the alpha's throat, and in it I feel the ripple of hatred and rage that he is about to unleash. It claims me, too. Hatred so thick and bitter I can taste it. Hatred at this towering giant for what he is about to do. He roars, loud and wild, a war cry that ricochets off the stone walls of the hall. The fight is over in minutes. It is bloody and violent, and I hear the crack of bone at some point, along with howls of pain from the younger man. The alpha holds him down on the ground, a hand curled around his neck. He raises a fist to deal the death blow, pausing with it in midair as if savouring the kill. The young one looks into my eyes, rather than at the monster on top of him. And I cannot bear it. This is not right. Stop! I jump to my feet. The alpha stills. The crowd quiets. Sebastian looks at me, eyes narrowed, while a muscle tightens in my father's jaw. My heart is pounding in my chest, yet I do not sit back down. This is not sport! I force my voice to sound steady, even though my knees are shaking. This is murder! The air in the hall thickens. The crowd turn their anger, their bloodlust from the wolves to me. The alpha's shoulders rise and fall hard. My breathing quickens. I shouldn't have said anything. I am a woman, a statue. It is not my place. Yet I do not sit down.
Putting down an animal is hardly murder,
says Sebastian, a bite to his tone.
Or does my betrothed have a thing for beasts? Do you know that they take their women like dogs? I have heard that some women— That's enough!
My father's command rumbles across the hall. Sebastian dips his head to the king.
I did not mean to offend, Your Highness. Aurora is tired. She will excuse herself and go to bed,
says my father. I have disappointed him, and shame heats my cheeks. But I don't move. Neither does the alpha. His arm is still raised, his gaze trained on his victim as he awaits the conclusion of our conversation. The boy's wide eyes hold mine. Tears and blood stain his cheeks. Let him live! My mouth is as dry as bone. Sebastian is barely containing his rage. He clearly does not like to be challenged in front of his people.
What use is he to me alive, my love?
He is young, fit. Put him to work in the stables. I want to disappear, but I force myself to look at him, to smile. A wedding gift to me, my lord. Sebastian appears to consider. He stands and takes my hands. His fingers are cold and curl around mine like a vice. I push down the disgust that is rising inside me at his touch. He smiles back.
Very well, my love. A wedding gift.
He leans close, bringing his lips to my ear.
You know, if you have a fondness for these creatures and wish to be taken like a common mutt, that can be arranged tomorrow night after the ceremony. Who knows? Perhaps I will throw you into the kennels afterward. Perhaps I will even let this alpha have a go with you, seeing as you have denied him his kill.
Every muscle in my body hardens, as the monster I knew was lurking inside him makes his presence known to me. He releases me, and turns to his people.
The fight is over,
he says, and the monster slips back beneath his skin.
A gift to my betrothed, who is as gentle-hearted as she is beautiful.
The muscles in the alpha's shoulders are knotted and hard. Hot, raw anger radiates from him. It's as if the wolf inside him is furious that he doesn't get to kill someone. He drops his arm to his side. I'm breathing fast. My dress is too tight, and the air too hot. The Alpha stands and turns away from the crowd. He lets a couple of guards cuff him.
"Put them back in their kennels,"
says Sebastian.
"The winner can go to the nicer ones. It's only fair, and he will need his rest for what we have planned for tomorrow. Put the loser back with the rest. If he survives the night, we will find a job for him as my betrothed wishes. These creatures prey on the weak, though, so I doubt there will be much left of him by morning."
A couple of armed guards lead the Alpha away through the oak doors at the end of the hall, while a steward hurries forward to drag his opponent off the floor.
My betrothed, like many women from the south, hasn't the stomach for this sport. And why should she, when she is such a beautiful flower? She will be taking her leave now, before the next fight. She needs to prepare for tomorrow night.
His eyes harden, and my heart thuds frantically against the cage I keep it in. I dip my head regardless, and steadying my trembling hands, I curtsy. Without a backward glance, I hurry across the ring. I try to ignore how my skirts trail in the blood as I head through the doors. Just ahead, the two fighters from the ring are being escorted away. The Alpha is almost at the end of the corridor. Behind him, the young wolf is drooping over the shoulder of the steward, his breathing ragged. He is not in good shape. If someone does not tend to his wounds, he won't be working in the stables anytime soon. And if what Sebastian says is true about wolves preying on the weak— Wait! I internally curse the shake in my voice. I should not be afraid. This is to be my home. The Alpha stills, and the torchlight from the corridor flickers across his hard profile. Though he's 20 feet or so away from me, his body heat washes over me. His scent does too. Sweat and blood and the mountains. My heart races, but I turn my attention to the injured boy. Take the young one to the nice kennel. The inhuman word catches in my throat. I know these men are not human, even though they look it. I know that, being from the south, I have not had to face constant attacks from the wolves like the north have. Perhaps if I had, I wouldn't judge. The way the Alpha fought in the ring proves the wolves have little mercy within them. Still, it feels wrong. Ahead, the muscles in the Alpha's arms tense. He looks as if he's going to turn around. But then the guards push him through the next set of doors, and he's escorted away. I let loose a breath. The steward who is propping up the boy turns to me, his thick eyebrows knitting together.
"The Lord said,
I am to be your lady, and I am the daughter of your king." I stand straighter. I have played pretend all of my life. I have smiled when my heart was breaking. I have laughed when I have been disgusted. I have swallowed my rage when a lord has been handsy with me on the dance floor at a ball. I can play the part of the formidable lady of this castle. I raise my chin. Put him in the nice kennels and make sure he has a decent supper. I skirt past the two of them and make my way through the labyrinth of stone corridors to my chambers in the northern wing. There are a couple of handmaids waiting for me, and I allow them to dress me for bed in a long-sleeved white nightdress that reaches my ankles. I dismiss them, walking past the four-poster bed to stare out of the window at the rugged mountains in the north. The sky is lit by a crescent moon. A growing restlessness writhes inside me as the trees sway in the distance and the wind batters the walls of the stone castle. What I said to the steward was true. Tomorrow, I will be the lady of this castle. Yet I have no power. I never have. I have no power to take my leave of this place, to breathe in the scent of heather and fern, to bathe in bubbling brooks, or drink in local taverns. I have no power to speak to whom I choose, or form friendships, or to fall in love. And I have no power to save the young wolf who will surely meet his end. If not tonight, then tomorrow, when he is deemed not fit to work, and put back into the bad kennels. I grit my teeth, then I grab a cloak from my wardrobe and throw it on. Powerless as I am, I cannot do nothing. The memory of my mother's voice chases away the fear. They will make you feel as if you have no choice, she told me before she died.
But there is always a choice. Have courage, little one.
Perhaps I have the power to do one small thing before I am wed to the Lord and left here to rot, even if getting caught could mean losing my life, even if it may put me in close proximity to that monstrous alpha. I put up my hood to hide my recognizable red hair. Then I grab a satchel and slip out of my room. I am going to the kennels. Chapter 2. The castle is quiet, most of its inhabitants sleeping or at the dogfight, so I reach the staircase leading down to the kennels undetected. As I walk onward, the air gets colder and damper. It's as if I am heading into the jaws of a great beast, the darkness below a hungry mouth waiting to swallow me. When I'm faced with the two guards flanking the heavy iron door at the bottom, I adjust my hood to make sure my hair is hidden. I pray to the sun goddess that they do not recognize me. Beneath my cloak, the weight of my satchel is heavy against my thigh. It's full of the items I stole from the apothecary: fabric for bandages, alcohol, willow bark, and water. Items that reveal my intent to help the enemy.
"All right, love,"
says one of the guards.
"What are you doing down here?"
I still my nerves. I remember what Sebastian said about how the wolves are rewarded for their wins. "I've been sent from the brothel," I say, making my voice sound as husky as I can. The guard who spoke snickers and opens the door. He passes me a key.
"It's silver,"
he says as I take it.
"Burns if it comes in contact with their skin. But if they try anything, give us a knock, and we'll come put them down."
The other guard looks at me with disgust when I slip inside. I am disgusted too. Disgusted at the thought of a woman coming down here and providing such a service to these creatures. Disgusted that he believed I am one of those women. When they lock me in, I am faced with a long corridor, a damp stone wall adorned with flickering torches on one side, and tall iron bars on the other. The air is musky with mildew and sweat and blood, and my breath mists in front of my face. There is no one within the cell on my right, but ahead, I can hear a man snarling something under his breath, followed by whimpers. Pulling my cloak close to me, I make my way down the corridor. Someone growls from the shadows on my right, and I hurry onto the next cell, where the wolf who won the fight that took place before the alphas is leaning against the bars, a grin on his bloody face. As I pass the next cell, a male with dark, tangled hair walks alongside me.
"Hello, sweetheart. I've got something in here for you."
He grabs his crotch through his green kilt.
"Do you want to come see?"
I look away, quickening my pace. I reach the final two cells. The alpha is sitting against the wall with his arms resting on his raised knees. He's snarling something through the bars at the shuddering form huddled on the floor in the middle of the final cell. My jaw sets. Hasn't he tormented the boy enough? He shuts up as I approach, and I feel his full attention on me, as, hands shaking, I slip the key into the lock.
"You shouldn't be here, Princess,"
says the alpha as the lock clicks and I slip into the cell. His voice is as gruff as gravel, and it's thick with the accent of those north of the border. My face is concealed by my hood, so I don't know if he has recognized me by some other means. Perhaps that is what he calls all women. I kneel on the straw by the young wolf, then shrug off my cloak so I can access my supplies. The male in the green kilt whistles as my nightgown is revealed. A low growl reverberates in the alpha's throat, and he quietens. I ignore them both as I slip off the satchel. I am no stranger to healing. My mother was ill for a lot of my childhood, and she often had bruises and scrapes. But this young male looks particularly bad. His face is bloody, and he's writhing in pain. Shh! I push the coppery hair off his sticky forehead. It's okay. What's hurting? Tell me what's wrong. I feel the alpha's eyes on me.
"I dislocated his arm,"
he says. Be quiet! I snap. I wet a rag and start to wipe the blood from the young male's face. Surprisingly, the bruising beneath it is not as bad as I expected. The cut across his eyebrow looks like it is already healed, and his nose is crooked, but barely swollen.
Bring him over here so I can deal with him.
The boy winces. I turn to glare at the alpha. Haven't you done enough? He stands up and leans against the bars between the two cells, dangling his big arms through the gaps. It's cold in here, and even though he is dressed in nothing but a kilt, his body heat washes over me. My pulse quickens. If he stretched, he could almost touch my hair. His expression gives nothing away as he watches me.
You're brave to come here,
he says. On my knees and in my nightgown, he seems even more imposing than he did when he was causing havoc in the ring, even with the bars between us. My jaw sets. I faced worse monsters than you. I'm not sure if it's a trick of the torchlight flickering across his face, but I think the corner of his lip twitches.
Bring the lad to me,
he says.
and let's see how brave you really are.
I turn away from him and lift my leather flask to the boy's mouth. He takes a small sip of water before grimacing and laying his head back on the dirt. He's clutching one of his arms, and it looks red and swollen. I run my hand softly over his elbow, and he groans. If I bandage it up tightly before it starts to heal and create a sling, it might help. First, I pull the willow bark from my satchel. For the pain, I say.
They said you were a beauty, but I didn't know you were a redhead,
says the alpha. What has that got to do with anything?
Not a hair colour you tend to see south of the border. Perhaps you have ancestors in the Northlands.
I don't. I put the willow bark in the boy's mouth, and he chews, looking up at me with bloodshot eyes.
My people say those with red hair have fire in their souls,
says the alpha. I glare over my shoulder. My mouth dries at the intensity in his gaze, and I swallow. I don't. I turn back to the shuddering boy.
Stop your whining,
says the alpha. Something wild and angry grows inside me, and before I can tame it, I find myself on my feet, whirling to face him. How dare you speak to him? At my full height, my eyes align with his shoulders, and I have to tilt back my head to glare up at him. Look at him. He's just a boy, and you did that to him. You're a bully, and a monster, and a bloody horrible brute. This time, I'm sure the corner of his lip quirks.
No fire in your soul, huh?
He's just a child, and you were going to kill him. Are you pleased with yourself? Have you no shame? All the humour drains from his face, and his expression darkens.
It was your betrothed that put me in that ring.
So you bear no accountability for your actions? Is that what you're saying? A low growl reverberates in his throat.
I had no choice.
There is always a choice, I snarl back. It may not be an easy choice, but it is a choice nonetheless. His breathing is hard, and he swallows, as if pushing down whatever emotion my words have provoked.
What would you know about choices, princess?
Enough. He drags his teeth over his bottom lip.
I wonder if you'll be so brave when there are no bars to separate us.
There will always be bars to separate us.
Will there?
My heartbeat quickens at his tone, at the implication in it, and from the curl of his lips, I wonder if he can hear it. He turns his attention to the boy as though he is done with me.
Get over here,
he snarls. No, the boy whimpers.
Stop being such a bloody great wuss.
I told you to leave him alone, I snap.
And I told him to get over here.
The alpha's eyes narrow on the boy.
And it's the second time he's disobeyed me in just as many days.
Why on earth would he obey you? He sighs as though I've asked the most exasperating question in the world.
What is he wearing?
What? He nods at the boy, and I look down at him, at his pale, slender chest, then the red tartan kilt he wears.
And what am I wearing?
he asks. I turn back to the Alpha, noting his kilt, made from red tartan. My gaze inadvertently drops to his calves, which are as thick as tree trunks. I swallow hard.
They're the same, aye?
He says. So?
So, you destroy our lands, steal from us, do your experiments on us, kill us, imprison us, and still you don't know a damn thing about us.
He shakes his head and sighs.
We're from the same clan. He's one of mine. The wee shite's called Orion.
He glares at the boy.
And if he doesn't get his arse over here, then he won't be coming with me when I leave.
Why would he? I frown. What do you mean, when you leave? I fold my arms and look pointedly at the cell he is confined within. I hardly think you're going anywhere anytime soon. He shifts, folding his corded forearms through the bars.
No.
No.
Why do you think I'm here, Princess?
He looks pointedly around his dank cell.
For the accommodation.
You're here because you're an enemy of the kingdom, and you're a prisoner, and a wolf, and... I add, somewhat shrilly, unsure of why he's getting under my skin so much. Because you killed 3 men and almost killed this poor boy. He shrugs a big shoulder.
Be that as it may, I don't plan on staying for long.
I grit my teeth, my breathing faster than it should be. I don't know what is wrong with me. I am a master of my emotions. I have been all of my life. I have pushed them down far enough that most of the time, I forget they are even there. Why is this prisoner, this wolf, provoking this wildness inside me? So what? You actually think you're going to escape?
Aye.
If you're so certain, why on earth would you tell me? That's not very smart, is it?
What are you going to do, Princess? Tell your betrothed?
He shakes his head.
I don't think so. Because that would mean telling him you came down here. And I don't think you'll want him to know about that, will you?
My blood turns cold, and the Alpha smiles wickedly.
Now you have a choice, Princess. Bring the lad to me so I can fix his arm. Then you can make him a sling. Or leave him here to suffer.
That's why you want him to come to you.
His shoulder is dislocated.
He points at the whimpering form on the ground. His hand is close enough that I feel a waft of air at the movement.
Look at how his arm is jutting out at that angle. If I don't pop it back into the joint, he'll lose use of it until he can see a healer up north. And that'll slow me down. Bring him to me so I can fix it. And be quick about it.
He speaks like a man who is used to people doing as he tells them, yet he is in no position to be barking orders at me. You were going to kill him, I say.
And you stopped me, and now I'm going to save him. But only if you do as I say.
I furrow my brow. If this is a trick to try and get the key from me or something, you should know that it's silver, and there are armed guards outside anyway.
Aye, I figured as much. It's no trick, and I don't need you to get me out of the kennels.
He says the word with the same distaste as I did earlier. I look into his eyes, almost evergreen in the darkness. Again, I feel that strange tug on my soul, and for some strange reason, I believe him. I sigh, and as if sensing my submission to his will, he inclines his head.
Bring the lad to me.
I take a deep breath, then I crouch down. Ryan, I say softly, you need to get up so we can help you. He groans. I don't want to. You have a choice, I tell him. But if you choose not to get up, you'll likely die. I wish I'd never come here. He glares over my shoulder.
Aye, I wish you hadn't too,
says the Alpha darkly.
But here you are, so stop acting like an insolent pup and do as you're told.
Ryan's sharp jaw sets, and he looks as if he's about to throw a temper tantrum. But then he sits, and I see the Alpha is right. His shoulder is swollen, and his arm is out of place, It must hurt. I help him up, and he drags his feet across the dirty floor as I lead him across the cell.
Good lass,
says the Alpha. Something heaps inside me. Who does he think he is, speaking to me like that? He is a prisoner, someone from the wolf clans no less, and I'm daughter of the king. I glare at him, but he has already turned his attention to Ryan. He turns the boy around, then pulls him backwards into the bars, hooking a large arm across his chest. He grabs his good shoulder to hold him steady. Ryan whimpers, his breathing growing rapid, as the Alpha takes hold of his other forearm and runs his hand down it. The Alpha's eyes flick to mine.
Why do the guards think you're here?
I force myself to meet his gaze, even though I feel suddenly warm. I told them I was from the brothel. He smirks and my cheeks flame.
That should work.
He makes a sudden movement. "Fuck!" roars Ryan. The horrible wolf in the next cell chuckles. The Alpha grins too.
Ah, be quiet, you big wuss.
He musses Ryan's hair as the boy mutters obscenities under his breath. He shoves him gently toward me.
You'll need to make a sling for it.
I know, I snap. I lead Ryan to the wall and sit him down, grabbing the fabric from my satchel and crouching before him. His face is bright red, and his breathing is shuddery as I slide the bandage beneath his forearm, then bring the top end around the back of his neck.
You don't like being told what to do,
observes the Alpha. No one likes to be told what to do.
Some people like it.
I can hear the smirk in his tone, and I look up at him, confused. He shakes his head.
Never mind.
He watches me in silence as I tie the two ends of the bandage together above Ryan's collarbone. I'm just finishing up when the main iron door screeches open. I still, panic writhing inside my stomach as I imagine what Sebastian will do to me if he catches me here. A woman's sultry laughter seeps through the darkness, and I let loose a breath. "Who's been a good boy?" she coos, as if speaking to a dog, and I tense. "Who's a good boy and deserves his treat?" The horrible wolf who whistled at me chuckles. "I've been a good boy," he leers. "You can come in here, sweetheart." "Oh, yes." Her sweet rose-scented perfume permeates the dank air as her footsteps get closer. "And what about you? They say you're an alpha. Is that true? I've always wanted to bed an alpha." I look over my shoulder. A pretty woman with long blonde hair leans against the bars of the Alpha's cell. Her lips are painted bright red, and her cheeks are rosy. Her dark cloak hangs over one shoulder and reveals that she's not wearing anything underneath. She flutters her eyelashes, but the Alpha keeps his back to her. "No," she coos. "Are you sure? How about now?" She drops her cloak, revealing her naked body. I tense, my eyes widening. I have never seen anyone unclothed before. A muscle feathers in the Alpha's jaw, and his gaze remains on me. "Very well, pet," she pouts. "I suppose you'll just have to watch." She unlocks the door to the next cell and saunters inside, hips swaying. "That's it, sweetheart," leers the horrible wolf, looking her up and down. "Get over here. I've got something for you." He pushes her to her knees, and my heartbeat starts pounding too fast, too hard, as she smiles up at him. What is she doing? Why is she... The Alpha before me shifts to the side, partially blocking them from view.
It's time to leave, Princess.
His low voice doesn't cover the wet sucking sound that comes seconds later, and the horrible things the wolf is snarling under his breath in the next cell. All the warmth drains from my body, and I'm frozen. Is she... with her mouth?
Princess.
There is a command in the Alpha's tone. I'm distracted by the blur of movement in the shadows of the cell beyond, as the wolf flips the woman over so she's on her hands and knees, and mounts her from behind.
If you wish to be taken like a common mutt, that can be arranged tomorrow night after the ceremony.
Sebastian's threat floods my mind, and my heart beats faster, a trapped bird unable to escape its cage. The man grunts, thrusting harder, his face twisted and ugly. The woman's hair swishes in front of her face as her whole body jerks. Her hands slide through the dirt, and her knees scrape against the cold, hard ground. She must be in pain, and the sounds she's making. Dots dance in front of my eyes. Tomorrow night this will happen to me. The shadows tighten around me, bind me. I can't move. I can't breathe. I am trapped, a prisoner. I'm always a prisoner. I cannot escape this.
Who knows? Perhaps I will throw you into the kennels afterwards.
The woman's moans become louder, high-pitched.
That's it,
snarls the wolf.
Take it, you dirty little bitch.
Yes, she cries back. Yes!
Perhaps I will even let this alpha have a go with you, seeing as you have denied him his kill.
My throat tightens. I can't swallow. I can't breathe. I clutch my chest. The darkness swims around me. The air is liquid, and I'm drowning in it.
Princess!
The alpha barks.
Look at me.
His rough voice cuts through the swirling whirlpool that is sucking me under, strong and demanding obedience. Slowly, I turn my head.
That's it. Keep your eyes on me.
He's crouching down so he's almost at my level, big hands curling around the bars between us. I don't know when he moved.
Deep breaths.
I do as he says, and some of the tightening of my chest loosens.
That's it. Breathe in, breathe out.
The raging waters become lapping waves as his voice washes over me.
Breathe in, breathe out.
Everything feels far away. Horrible sounds echo around the cells, but I keep my gaze fixed on the face in front of mine. I keep breathing. His expression is unreadable.
That's it. Easy now.
His voice is surprisingly gentle.
Good lass.
I snap back into my body.
Are you okay?
Fine, I say, my tone clipped, my voice hoarse, because I'm not, and he knows it, and now I am weak. I avert my gaze, but something pulls it back again. I'm fine. He studies my face, and I study his. He is younger than I first thought. Beyond the warrior physique, the layers of grime and unkempt hair, there is brightness in his eyes and a youthful glow to his skin. I think he may be in his mid-20s at most. The noises behind him get louder and faster.
You'd best be taking your leave now, Princess. The lad's okay. You did a brave thing coming here.
I turn to Ryan, who is watching me with a strange expression. The horrible wolf roars. Ryan's nose wrinkles. I wish I'd never fucking come here, he mutters again. I take a deep breath, then stuff the spare bandages and the water flask back in my satchel. I throw on my cloak, pulling the hood over my head. It takes me 2 attempts to do up the fastening due to my trembling fingers. I hurry out of the cell and lock it behind me. The alpha stalks across his cell as I pass, his eyes dark. I'm only a few paces away when he says something. I halt. What? For a moment, all I can hear is the horrible panting sound from the next cell.
He won't touch you,
says the alpha, his voice barely audible. Who?
Sebastian. He won't touch you.
His tone is so dark, so certain. I turn to face him, raising my head to meet his gaze. He is to be my husband, I say softly. Again, I am reminded of the rugged mountains when I look at him. His stance is dominant, powerful, and his face could be carved from rock. His eyes, though, those eyes, Something that looks like remorse or regret passes over them.
No,
He says, his voice equally quiet.
no, he isn't.
Does his plan for escape involve murdering Sebastian? Something inside tells me I should feel something about that. Sadness, gladness, anything. I feel nothing. I wonder if my body, this vessel that I trap my soul within, is slowly turning to stone. A statue for men like Sebastian to look at that has no purpose, no desire, no feeling. And yet, as the Alpha stares at me, something stirs. I swallow hard, then I look away, averting my eyes from the horrible wolf and the naked woman, and hurry to the main iron doors. I feel Alpha's eyes on my back as I am let out of the kennels. Chapter 3. I am to be wed tomorrow, and I cannot sleep. I lie in bed, the covers pulled up to my chin, and listen to the wind howling outside of the window. Shadows dance across the ceiling, and there is a bite to the air now there are only embers in the grate. I was trained for this. I was trained to be beautiful and silent and obedient. I forged a prison for my wild and angry soul, and I waited for the day to come when I was to be wed. A small part of me dreamed that one day I would fall in love like the princesses in my mother's stories, that one day I would be free. But I always knew there would be no happy ending for me. So I waited, and I dreaded. And now it is here. Tomorrow, I will wed a man who makes wolves fight as if they are dogs, who threaten to take me like a mutt, whose leery eyes make my skin crawl. A man who I do not know, I do not love. He won't touch you. The Alpha's promise resounds in my mind. I should tell someone what he said. I should tell someone he means to escape. I should tell someone he made a threat to the Lord, to my betrothed. He is a wolf, an enemy. Yet I lie here in the darkness, listening to the wind howling outside the castle, and I remain as silent as I was trained. It was an idle threat anyway. There is no way that he can escape. We are both prisoner to these walls. Still, I glance at the silver letter opener on the bedside table before sleep finally takes me. Sometimes I dream I am a statue in the palace gardens. People wander around me, commenting on my shape, my form. Her eyes look almost alive, they say, when the light hits them. And all the while, I'm trapped inside myself, screaming. But my lungs are stone, and my lips are hard, and my mouth tastes like old cemeteries. So no one hears me. No one cares. Other times, I'm back in that church, and I'm so scared I think I'm going to pass out. I don't cry, though. Father doesn't like it when I cry. And the priest is in front of me with his crop. I didn't sin, I protest.
Oh, child, all women sin. Your mother was a sinner, and you are a sinner too. Do you want the sun goddess to be angry? No? Good. Turn around.
Other times, I'm running. I'm running through the forest as fast as I can. The wind is in my hair, and twigs snap beneath my bare feet. I am free, but I am afraid, because something is chasing me, and I fear what will happen if it catches me. My mother's voice ricochets off the trees as I burst into the moonlight. Wake up, Aurora! Wake up! My eyes jolt open. Rain hammers against the walls, and the fire in the grate is completely out. As my vision adjusts to the darkness, I realize what woke me. There is faint shouting coming from somewhere within the castle. I frown, my breath misting in front of my face. Outside, something howls. The wind? The door to my chambers bursts open, and I sit upright, grasping the bedsheets. What is the meaning? The words die in my throat. The horrible dark-haired male from the kennels prowls into the room. He's still wearing the green kilt from earlier, but now he wears a linen shirt and boots as well. He smells acrid, like sweat mixed with something else unpleasant. His gaze hones in on me, and there's something predatory in it.
Hello, sweetheart.
Visions of his face, twisted and red, as he mounted the woman in the cells, flashed before my eyes. 2 other men flank him, wearing the same green tartan. The bald one is tall and muscular, with a dark beard and a serious expression. The other has rat-like features and mousy brown hair that hangs to his chin. Blood drips from their daggers onto the flagstones. My heart stills. Time slows down. One of them, the muscular one, closes the door behind him.
"You were right about her, Magnus," says the rat-like one. "She's quite a beauty."
He sniffs the air and grins.
So sweet and innocent too."
Aye.
Magnus's thin lips curl into a twisted smile.
Not for long, though.
I scramble from the 4-poster bed and almost trip over my covers. I grab the letter opener from my bedside table and brandish it before me. Even though it is made of silver, it is a pathetic means to defend myself against 3 bloodthirsty wolves. They know it, too. The rat-like one snickers as Magnus stalks closer. "Leave now!" My voice is shaking. "And Lord Sebastian will let you live."
"Your lord is a bit busy right now," says Magnus. "It's just us and you. I thought we could take the time to get to know each other better. What do you say?"
I want to clutch my arms over my body as he looks me up, but I do not want to lower the small blade. My nightdress is too thin, and the rat-like one leers at my breasts. My nipples are hard due to the cold. "Get out!" I hiss. Magnus chuckles.
"Come on, sweetheart. There's no need to be like—"
The door to my room swings open.
Out!
A low growl comes from the doorway. The 3 males stiffen. The alpha stands there. He's wearing a crumpled white linen shirt and high boots, as well as his red tartan kilt. His face looks like it is carved from thunder and stone.
Out!
Magnus swallows, before a smile twists back onto his face and he turns.
"It's just a bit of fun."
No!
Says the alpha. The alpha is bigger than the other 3 wolves, and there's something in his eyes that promises death. Magnus seems to realize that, and shakes his head.
"Come on, lads. Time to get the fuck out of here."
He grins and gives me a mock bow.
"Until we meet again, Your Highness."
The alpha shuts the door behind them. My mouth is dry, and my head is whirling. Is he my savior, or does he have something even worse in mind?
Are you hurt?
He asks. I hold up the letter opener and curse my trembling hand.
I'm sorry about them. Their whole clan.
His green eyes darken.
They'll pay for it later.
You need to leave.
Aye, I do.
He swallows, and his gaze moves from the wardrobe to the crescent moon through the window. As the silence extends between us, I hear more shouting in the castle.
Do you have a warm cloak?
Why?
It's cold outside.
I don't see why that is of any relevance to me, I say, my voice higher in pitch than I'd like it to be. A flicker of regret crosses his face.
Aye, you do.
A humorless laugh escapes my lips and I step back. You can't possibly think I'm going with you.
You are, Princess.
You won't hurt me, I say. He sighs.
Ah, that's where you're wrong. I won't kill you, and I won't lay a finger on you in the way those bastards were threatening. But you're coming with me, and if I have to overpower you in order to make that happen, I can't promise that won't hurt.
I narrow my eyes, tilting my chin up. I helped you earlier.
Aye, you did. And I appreciate that, Princess. I really do. It doesn't change the fact that I'm taking you with me.
When he steps forward, I brandish the letter opener before me. Stay back! The blade is laughably small in relation to his huge build, but he raises his hands placatingly.
Please, calm down.
Emotions that have lain dormant inside me for years awaken. How dare you tell me to calm down? Every time my father, or the priest, or my brother dismissed me for daring to show emotion flashes before my eyes and feeds the wildness growing inside me. You come into my chambers in the middle of the night. I slice the blade through the air, thinking you can steal me from my bed. I cut the space between us, and you act as if I am overreacting. I jab the letter opener at his stomach, and he grabs my wrist. I still. His hand is calloused and strong as it wraps around the bone. Get off me, I hiss. He bends my wrist, and the tiny blade hits the stone floor and clatters. Crouching down, he picks it up. He winces when the silver comes into contact with his skin.
You can have this back when you behave yourself.
When he pockets it, I kick his chest. He grabs my ankle, putting a hand on my lower back to steady me. Our eyes meet, and my breath hitches at the intensity of his expression. What do you want with me? I ask.
I think you can help me end this war.
I shake my head. Kidnapping me will only worsen it. You're going to get yourself killed, you fool.
If that is the price I must pay to save my people, I will gladly pay it. So what will it be, Princess? Will you grab your cloak and walk out of this room with me? Or am I going to throw you over my shoulder? You have a choice. It's not a very good one.
He mimics my words from earlier, a grim smile on his face.
But it's a choice, nonetheless.
You bastard. I shake my head. You can't possibly think you'll get all the way out of the castle. I can hear shouting and the thunder of hooves in the grounds below. See? They're coming for you. I jack my head toward the window, and a strand of red hair catches in my mouth. If you go now, you have a chance to... Before I know what's happening, he's on his feet, and I'm over his shoulder. I shriek, punching his back. Are you insane? I snarl. They'll skin you alive for... He throws open my wardrobe, and the words die in my throat at the inopportune moment for my threat. In the current circumstance, guilt should not flood so powerfully through my chest at the sight of the wolf coat that hangs there. Nor should I want, desperately, to tell him that it was there when I arrived. The wolves have been attacking my people for centuries, yet I can't bring myself to agree with some of Sebastian's more barbaric practices. He stills, the muscles in his back tightening. Then he grabs a different fur and heads out of my chambers. I punch him between his shoulder blades again, but I do not put my full force into it. Perhaps it's because his mood has darkened and I'm afraid. Or perhaps it's because a small part of me is glad I'm being taken away from my fate with Sebastian, despite how frightening this wolf may be. You won't get away with this, I growl regardless.
I will. Now be quiet.
Where are you taking me?
Home.
Chapter 4. Shouts fill the castle, and torchlight flickers as I'm carried through a labyrinth of stone corridors. I struggle against my captor, but his thick arm only tightens around my waist. I do not know where I'd run to even if I did escape him. Sebastian? My father? Would that be any better? Would it be worse? Trapped as I am, something wild seems to have knocked loose inside me. It rattles around in my chest, and I do not feel the hopelessness I should be feeling. The anger I have caged since my mother died surges hot and free through my veins. I am not stone. I am not a statue. I am fire. And somehow it has taken this man, this beast, to make me see it. I pound against the alpha's back. Get off me, you bloody horrible brute! My hair catches in my mouth. I kick my bare feet and hit nothing but air. Get off me! You'll die for this, you horrible... I cut myself off as we turn a corner. There are 2 guards lying in a pool of blood. The alpha steps over the bodies, and I'm forced to stare down at their lifeless faces as he continues onward. The reality of my situation slams fully into me. These men are dangerous. They're killers. They're wolves. Of course being taken away from my homeland by the enemies of my people is worse than staying. Of course it is. And yet... The Alpha cuts through one of the servants' passageways, almost as if he knows where he is going, even if I am lost, and a scream from a lady-in-waiting pierces my ears. She catches my eye as we pass, then runs in the opposite direction, her dark hair falling free from her cap. The Alpha won't make it out of here. They'll imprison him until the full moon, then skin him alive. The thing that's knocked loose in my chest becomes frantic. My heart pounds wildly in my chest. She's gone to get help, you horrible brute! I hiss at him. There are guards stationed only a couple of minutes away.
Aye,
He says, his voice low. He quickens his pace, half running down the servants' staircase.
thank you.
I cling onto his shoulders, my fingers digging into his muscles, my body jolting against his back. I wasn't trying to help you, I say shrilly. Although I wonder, as I say it, if that is entirely true. The Alpha goes left, then right, bursting into a wider corridor. I recognize the mural of warriors slaughtering wolves on the wall. It shows our victory in the Battle of the Beasts a century ago, and it is close to the western entrance hall. He is almost free of this place. I am almost...
Halt!
A male voice cuts through the quiet. The Alpha stills. 2 guards block the corridor ahead. They have the sigil of the Southlands, a sun, painted onto their shields. My father's men.
Is that the princess?
One says incredulously. The other chuckles.
Oh, I don't envy you, dog. Do you know what they do to your kind up here?
The rattle of swords signals 3 more guards stepping into the corridor behind us. I breathe in sharply.
Don't kill it,
says one of them, a burly-looking man with the silver star of the Borderlands on his breastplate.
Lord Sebastian will want to spend some time with this one.
The Alpha's body stiffens.
I'm going to need to put you down for this, Princess.
He says softly. My breath hitches as he slides me down his front and places me on the flagstones. The guards are charging, but everything feels still. His eyes bore into mine, and they are as green and alive as the forest. Don't run, he seems to be telling me. Don't run. He pushes me aside. I flatten myself against a mural as he dodges the swing of a sword. He grabs his attacker's head and twists. A sickly crack fills the hall before he hurls the body into the next soldier, who skids into the wall. He roars and charges. Blood and muscle and steel blur in front of me as he takes on 3 men at once. He is a force of nature. He swings and blocks and dodges each lethal blow that comes his way. He impales one soldier on his own sword, then rams another into the far wall, smashing his head against the stone with such force that the chandelier above trembles. My body trembles as though the decision that's rattling inside my body is a tangible, living thing. I should run, but I don't want to stay in this castle. There are 2 paths ahead of me, and I am lost. I do not know which one to take. The Alpha picks up a sword from the floor. He thrusts it through the chin of another guard, causing blood to spill from his mouth. The horror of it forces me to face what the Alpha is. A killer. I flee down the corridor to my right, my bare feet slapping against the cold ground. My hair flies loose behind me, and my long nightdress bunches at my ankles. I'm breathing fast, and my heart is pounding. I run wildly, frantically. This place is new to me, and though it is supposed to be my home, it is cold and unfamiliar. I am lost in a labyrinth of stone, and there is a beast in here, and I do not know the way out.
Princess, wait.
I turn. The Alpha stands in the corridor behind me. His shirt is slick with sweat, and his biceps strain against his sleeves. He walks slowly, carefully toward me. He's like a predator, trying not to scare his prey.
Princess, do you really...
He tenses when he reaches me, as if he hears something I cannot, then hooks an arm around my waist. My breathing sharpens as he draws me into a shadowy alcove. He pulls my back flush against his chest. I am aware of every ridge of his torso, and the quick pounding of his heartbeat. His breaths are hot and uneven by my ear. His scent floods my nostrils, heat and sweat and the mountains. It overwhelms me. I still, even as my blood pounds through my body and my heartbeat hammers in my ears. A scream builds in my chest, and he clamps his hand over my mouth.
Find her, Lord Sebastian snaps. Find her now. She is my betrothed, and I will not have her taken from me. If they touch her, if they defile her, she is of no value to me. Do you understand?
I feel the slight growl building in the Alpha's chest. For a moment, we are both breathing fast as Sebastian rants just a few feet away about the importance of my purity. Slowly, the Alpha drops his hand from my mouth. It's as if he's daring me to scream.
I need her with her virtue intact. Do you understand? Says Sebastian. Find her! Find her! Yes, my lord.
The voices fade away. I breathe out slowly. For a moment, neither of us move. The Alpha drops his arm and I step away. His face is as dark as thunder as he stares down the corridor.
Do you really want to stay?
He asks. What difference does it make? I am a prisoner either way.
Aye.
He runs a hand over the back of his neck.
And I can't promise you it won't be dangerous up in the Northlands. My people don't much care for humans. But I promise you that I'll protect you.
He swallows.
And I'll give you the choice. Run now, and I won't follow. Come with me, and no one will touch you. I swear it on the moon goddess.
He holds out his hand for me to take. I am trembling as the decision builds in my chest. My soul is rattling against its prison, wild and screaming. The Alpha's gaze is unwavering. It's as though there is no doubt in his mind what I will do. What do you want with me? I ask. He drags his teeth over his bottom lip, as if deciding whether to tell me.
Sebastian has something of ours. We want it back.
I let out a bitter laugh. You want to hold me ransom? You think he will make a trade?
Aye,
he says. And there it is, my choice. The two paths that lie before me. A choice between two men. Two killers. Two monsters. Only it is not much of a choice at all, is it? Again, I am nothing more than a prize, an object to be passed between men. A burst of hysteria builds up inside me and spills out of my mouth in a manic giggle. There it is, I say. That's what this is all about. Well, you heard what the Lord said. If I am defiled, then I am of no value to anyone.
That's not why I'll keep you safe.
I stare at his open palm. Then I look down the corridor in the direction that Lord Sebastian went.
I heard what he said to you.
Says the Alpha, his voice quiet.
At the dogfight.
When I meet his eyes, there is a surprising amount of anger contained within them.
I will keep you safe. Then I will set you free. I swear it.
I do not know if it is that word, free, that makes my heart beat faster, or whether it is the look on his face. Even though I am a statue, and statues don't move, my fingers twitch at my sides.
I swear it, Princess,
he says. And somewhere beyond the adrenaline that's pumping through me, a thought begins to form. If I can gather intelligence on the wolves, perhaps I can finally prove to my father that I am more than just a prize to be won. And if I help my father win his war, he will have no use for Sebastian. Perhaps I can escape my fate on my own terms. What does Sebastian have that belongs to you? I ask. There's a click behind me, and the Alpha looks over my shoulder.
Step back, my lady.
A guard grabs my arm and pushes me behind him, his musket trained on the Alpha.
They're silver bullets, so don't do anything stupid. Hands behind your head.
Slowly, the Alpha raises his hands and clasps them behind his neck.
On your knees, dog.
Wait!
I start. It's okay, my lady. He'll be punished. I can take it from here.
The decision, the choice, that has been rattling around in my chest since I laid eyes on the Alpha, erupts out of me. I grab a torch from the wall and smack the guard in the head with it. I expect him to fall down to the ground, unconscious, like the guards did in stories my mother would tell me as a child. Instead, he grunts, then turns to me. The mild confusion on his face quickly turns to anger. I stagger back, dropping the torch.
What's going on?
He says, his face reddening.
Have you lain with him? She who lies with a beast.
The Alpha darts forward and breaks the man's neck, then shoves him aside. He holds out his hand. I suck in a deep breath. I'm doing this to help my kingdom, I tell myself. Not because, even with blood on his shirt cuffs and dirt on his face, and one of my guards dead at his feet, he's looking at me with kindness. No one looks at me with kindness. I place my hand in his. His palm is warm and rough as his fingers curl around mine, sealing my fate. It is only then that a flicker of confusion crosses his face. Perhaps I imagined it, because a moment later he gives me a small smile.
Come,
he says.
More will be on their way.
Together, we bolt down the corridor, into the western entrance hall. The door is already open, and the night spills onto the checkered floor tiles. I smell the pine trees of the forest, and the rain-drenched grass. The cold breeze tickles my skin, so fresh I can taste it. The wind howls, or perhaps it is the wolves that await. Alongside the beast, I break out of the labyrinth. Chapter 5. Twigs and stones dig into the soles of my feet as we run into the copse of trees that lead to the western gate. The wind whips my hair into my face, and rain is falling between the branches, seeping through the thin material of my nightgown. The sound of howling and the clash of steel follow us, coming from the outdoor kennel somewhere behind us. The night is thick with the woody scent of fire. I should be alarmed, yet all my senses are trained on the Alpha's hand, clasped around mine. I feel the ungodly strength in his fingers, and the calluses that make his hand so very different to my mother's, the only hand I have ever clasped before this one. Heat seems to spread from the place where our skin touches, and it travels up my arm. I took his hand willingly. I don't know what that means, but he will not let go. I am certain of it. He let me make my choice, but now it is made. I have a feeling there is no going back. A sweet burst of panic surges through me. Am I really going to do this? The Alpha turns and swings me off my feet and into his arms. I yelp and reflexively hook my arms around his neck. His eyes latch onto mine, bright even in the darkness.
No time for second thoughts now, Princess,
he says, rain running over his full lips. Put me down, you brute!
No.
He continues onward, through the nursery of ash trees. Over his shoulder, thick smoke curls into the moonlight from the courtyard. More howls fill the night. And it hits me. This is not an escape attempt. This is a siege. You planned this, I say under my breath.
Aye.
The blood in my veins turns to ice. I may not want to marry Sebastian, but these are my people being attacked by wolves, and I am willingly leaving with one of them. And he is a killer. They all are. Put me down!
You don't want me to do that.
The small gem of truth in what he says makes my insides twist. You have no idea what I want.
What do you want?
A strange jolt of adrenaline, of something, floods my system. I don't have an answer. No one has ever asked me that before. And why should they? It doesn't matter what I want. Statues do not want, or feel, or need. The Alpha's eyebrows dip in question, or confusion. I want you to put me down. His gaze moves to the western gate that looms ahead, and the corner of his lip tugs up.
No, you don't.
You said I had a choice. Raindrops roll into my mouth.
Aye, and you made it. And as you can't seem to tell me truthfully what it is that you want right now, I will take that as your final decision.
The western gate is open, though it should not be, and a group of men in kilts wait on horses in the shadow of the dark, whispering trees beyond. They glance in our direction, and the Alpha's arms tighten around me as he stalks toward them. I open my mouth.
I'm not leaving you, Princess, and that's the end of the matter.
There's a dark finality to his tone. This is a man who is used to having the last word. You're a monster, I mutter, though I don't quite mean it. He's a killer, maybe, but I'm not sure he's a monster.
Aye.
He says just as half-heartedly.
So you'd better do as you're told.
A hot flash of fury ignites inside me. I want to tear into this man, this wolf, who thinks he can pick me up whenever he pleases. I want to pummel my fists against his chest and shriek until my throat is raw. The force of this feeling, so unfamiliar, scares me into keeping it at bay. I push it into the cage in my mind and lock it away. When we clear the gate, Magnus is waiting atop a horse and my blood cools.
Got yourself a wee snack for the road?
He says.
She's under my protection.
The Alpha stalks past him toward a grey mare near the front of the group.
Easy there, Dawn.
He says when the horse whinnies. Everyone is staring at me, and I must look bedraggled and pathetic. Put me down, I say through gritted teeth. The Alpha slides me to the ground. My nightdress is turning translucent in the rain, and I cross my arms over my chest. His expression softens, and he throws the fur cloak over my shoulders, pulling it in around my collarbone.
Can you ride, Princess?
He asks. I can. My mother taught me when I was a child. Being on horseback made me feel free. Perhaps that is why my father forbade me to ride after her death. Keeping this information to myself may be helpful if I need to escape. It is best, I have found, to let people underestimate me. So I shake my head. He lifts me onto the beast. A couple of the men stare at me, but when he growls, they make themselves busy by adjusting their packs or checking their weapons. When I'm settled, the Alpha's gaze darts around the shadowy group of 8, and his brow creases.
Where's Ryan?
I scan the shadowy male faces and see the boy with the dislocated arm isn't there.
The wee lad.
A burly man with red hair and a thick beard shakes his head.
Not seen him.
Fuck's sake.
The Alpha curses. For the first time tonight, he looks worried. He darts a look over his shoulder at the western gate, then up at me. He flexes his fingers by his sides.
Fuck.
He mutters. A moment later, the boy half runs, half stumbles through the gate, and some of the tension in the Alpha's expression softens. Ryan's coppery hair is plastered to his forehead, and he's clasping the hand of a brunette girl around his age. She's wearing the uniform of the kitchen maids, and has an angry scar across her cheek. My eyes narrow in distaste at the brand on her neck, one of Sebastian's ways of identifying the wolves he has working for him in the castle.
Ah, seeing to matters of the heart, I see,
says the red-haired guy.
Or cock,
says another, with an arched eyebrow. A few of the men chuckle.
Shut up, dickhead,
snarls Ryan, glaring up at him. It does not escape my notice that he is no longer wearing the sling. Wolves really do heal quickly, then.
Oi!
Says the Alpha, slapping the back of his head.
Get on your horse and stop pissing about.
His tone is stern, but there's a glint of amusement in his eyes. In a swift movement, he mounts the horse behind me. The heat of his body seeps through the thick furs I am wearing and makes my skin hum. He reaches for the reins, caging me within his arms.
Ready, Princess.
His voice is a rough breath on my cheek, and I shiver. The bare branches of the trees ahead reach for one another over the overgrown road like forlorn lovers. To my right, the mountains are jagged and wild and alive, so unlike the flat terrain of the south that submits to the feet that tread upon it. The Alpha asked me what I wanted, and I couldn't answer. Now, a word beats fast with my pulse. Freedom. I want to be free from my fate. If I do this, if I can gather intelligence that will help my father win his war, I may be able to free myself from Sebastian. Yes, I say, and some of the tension loosens in my chest.
Let's go,
says the Alpha. The thunder of hooves competes with my heartbeat as we ride into the forest. The man with the red hair appears beside us. His eyes glint with amusement, even in the darkness, as he raises an eyebrow at the Alpha.
Don't mean to overstep,
he says,
but who's the lass?
Chapter 6.
That's none of your concern,
says the Alpha over the sound of hooves. He's leaning into me as we put space between us and the castle, and I feel his hard body against my back. Trees loom up on either side of us.
It will be our concern if the bastards come after us,
says the red-haired man.
I happen to like my balls attached to my body.
I don't know why,
replies the Alpha.
You hardly ever use them.
The musky smell of horse floods my nose, mixing with the scent of damp earth. I cling onto a ridge at the front of the saddle, knuckles wet and white, my thighs gripping the beast for dear life as it jolts forward. The spindly winter-worn branches overhead provide little shelter from the wind and the rain, yet I'm not cold. I do not know whether it is the body behind me that keeps me warm, emanating heat even though he is only wearing a sodden shirt, or the fur he wrapped around me. Or perhaps it's the speed of my heartbeat, pumping blood laced with adrenaline through my veins. Whatever it is, I think it is also keeping the fear I should be feeling at bay too. Because I'm being kidnapped by the enemy, and I don't even care. In fact, with each tree we put between us and the castle, another knot in my chest seems to untangle. There will be time for fear and panic, I'm sure. Now I feel as if I'm flying through the darkness. I'm a prisoner, but I'm free. And I wonder how both of these things can be true at the same time, yet no, they are. The red-haired man glances at me again.
She's a beauty for sure. That doesn't mean you can just swipe the lass. What's the king going to say?
What makes you think I didn't take her on the king's orders?
Says the Alpha, and I stiffen.
Not your king.
He adds in a whisper against my cheek. I frown, confused. There is only one king, unless you count the false king my brother is fighting a war against over on the continent. And surely the wolves are too unruly, too disorganized to be fighting for him.
Because I happen to know what the king ordered us to take from the castle. And I know it wasn't a bonny lass in her nightgown.
He meets my eyes.
Who are you? And don't let that big oaf frighten you.
I'm not afraid, I say. My voice is quiet. It is drowned by the hooves pounding the forest floor, and the wind rustling the branches, but the wolf's eyes latch onto mine curiously. It must be true what they say about wolves having hearing stronger than the gods intended. I shiver.
She's none of your concern.
The Alpha's tone is firm.
She's the princess, Fergus.
Magnus drawls behind us. A smile spreads on Fergus's face, too big to be genuine.
Tell me he's joking. Tell me you didn't kidnap the daughter of the king, because I know you're not that much of a hot-headed fool.
The Alpha shrugs behind me. His body feels relaxed, despite the jolting of the horse and his hard muscles.
For the love of the goddess,
roars Fergus.
Put her down.
It's a bit late for that,
says the Alpha.
They'll have our hides for this,
says Fergus. They'll have your hides if they catch you anyway, I mutter under my breath. I feel the soft laugh in the Alpha's chest. Fergus looks sharply at him.
This is madness,
says Fergus, exasperated.
They'll come after us.
Aye, probably.
What were you thinking?
I was thinking that seeing as we can't find what it is we're looking for, the princess can be used as leverage to get it.
Oh, aye. Because it seems to me it's not just young Ryan who's making reckless decisions based on his cock tonight.
My heart thumps a little faster at the impropriety of what he's suggesting. The Alpha promised that no one would touch me. I assumed that meant him too. The Alpha says nothing.
See sense, roars Fergus. Put her back. We'll drop her off at the nearest village if you're worried about the lass, but...
A low growl sounds in the Alpha's chest.
She's coming with us, and that's final.
Fergus gives him a long, hard look before glancing at me. An unreadable expression crosses his face, a mixture of exasperation and something else. Sorrow, perhaps? He shakes his head.
She's a human, he says softly. She's not.
I'm bringing her to the king. I won't hear any more about it.
The Alpha's body jerks as he digs his heels into the horse, and we speed ahead of the pack, leaving Fergus and the conversation behind. There's a shift in his mood. His corded forearms are strained, and a dark cloud seems to hang over us. Self-preservation should persuade me to stay quiet. And yet... My father is the king, I say.
He's your king. He's not ours.
We always thought the wolves were too wild and unruly to unite behind anyone. The history books say the clans have been at war with one another, as well as us, for hundreds of years. I didn't know you had one, I say.
Do you know a lot about wolves, Princess?
If you were anything to go by, I know they are lacking in manners. He chuckles darkly.
Oh, aye. Anything else?
I know you do as you please. Killing, stealing, invading the Southlands. I think about what Sebastian said, about how wolves take their women. I remember what Magnus did to that woman in the cell. My cheeks flame. Doing other beastly things.
It seems you have the measure of us, Princess. We're all animals up here, running rampant around the mountains, howling at the moon, eating princesses for breakfast.
I tense, and he laughs. I don't know whether or not he is joking. The church says wolves hunt our kind when the moon is full. What's more, there are many stories of borderlands men being sent north to protect our lands, and only their bones being found months later. Do you eat people? He laughs again.
Hush. We've got a long ride ahead of us.
That doesn't sound promising, and yet I cannot quite stop myself from wanting to provoke him anyway. Did you hit your head when you were in that fighting ring?
Huh?
I gestured to the right, remembering that the mountains were on that side of us before we entered the trees. The north is that way, you fool.
You know, not many people speak to me like that.
Not many people kidnap me and hold me hostage.
I'm not people.
His lips are close to my ear, and his warm breath tickles my cheek.
I'm an animal, remember?
I shiver, something stirring deep inside me. I open my mouth to retort, but he shushes me.
We're heading west for a few miles. If we go north right away, we'll hit the border wall. Now shush. We've a long ride, and you're giving me a headache.
We ride throughout the night. The steady sound of the hooves and the low murmur of conversation from the walls behind us adds a soft lull to the crisp air. My head keeps rolling on my neck as I fight sleep. My body was tense and alert when we started this journey. Now, I do not have the strength to keep myself upright. I sink back into the Alpha's chest, as improper as that might be. He's so warm against the chill in the air. When we clear the forest, though, my eyes jolt open and I sit upright, a wave of wakefulness surging through my body. The sun is rising, painting the sky pink, and the rain has stopped. We've reached the high stone wall that separates the country of the wolves from the rest of the kingdom, and part of it has been brought down. Through it, there's an expanse of rugged terrain that stretches as far as the eye can see. I could see the distant north from my chambers in Sebastian's castle, but up close, the scenery is even more breathtaking. The grass is a green more vivid than I have ever seen, interspersed with fern and heather that rustles in the breeze. Small lakes filled with dark water reflect the sunrise, and the shape of the land. It looks almost unnatural for land to be shaped this way. Hills and mountains burst up from the earth as though they are alive. The ones in the distance touch the clouds, and is that snow upon some of the sharp peaks? The air smells like grass and rain, and it's so crisp I can taste it.
We ride to Loch Yalach, then we rest the horses.
The Alpha's voice cuts through the silence. He digs his heels into the mare, and we're flying, leaping over the crumbling pile of rock. I gasp as we clear the border wall, and I feel the Alpha smile behind me as we leave my homeland behind.
Welcome to the Northlands, Princess,
he whispers. Chapter 7. I was a sickly child. The high priest said my weak temperament came from my mother. Bad blood, he'd said. It was thought I would die of the same illness that took her. Before that haze of death and burning herbs, and the blurry insides of the room I didn't leave for months, I remember my mother taking me to the countryside in the south. It was just her and her lady-in-waiting, and me. I must have only been about 4, but I still remember the fields of golden crops and the rolling hills, scattered with farms and small villages, and the cabin in the woodland by a great blue lake that we stopped at. I suppose our early memories shape us in some ways, and I wonder if that small taste of adventure stirred something inside me all those years ago. Something I buried within me. Something that set me on a path that would one day lead me here, sitting on the back of a large grey horse, caged within the arms of the enemy, surrounded by wolves. My captors talk among themselves as we ride for what feels like hours. The sun rises high into the sky, and we don't stop, though I am weary, and the horses are slower. I wonder if the wolves are worried they are being pursued. They should be. Sebastian and my father will have sent people to retrieve me by now, not because they care that I have been kidnapped, but because both men need me to secure their future alliance, and because both need me untouched. I don't know how I will feel if they find us. I do know my captors will meet certain death. If the Alpha is worried, he doesn't show it. He remains silent, but he feels at ease behind me, his body pressed against my back, my thighs held within his. It is highly inappropriate for us to be this close, for him to be this familiar with me. Every time the thought occurs to me and I stiffen, trying to put some space between us, he nudges me back again. After a while, whether it's the lull of his warmth, or the ache in my bones, or the fact I am distracted by the surrounding terrain, I stop bothering. I find myself thinking about my memory of the southern countryside once more. The scenery back then, which filled me with such awe at the time, was so soft compared to what we pass as we ride deeper into the Northlands. The grass I played in with my mother was trimmed, the sunlight was warm and kind, and the hills were curved and gentle. Even the lake, which seemed to me like it stretched on forever, was blue and soft and still. Here, the landscape is alive. It is rugged and harsh and dangerous. The mountains jut out of the earth in stiff, jagged peaks, and the grass on the sides of the rocky road is so long it tickles my feet. Above, the sky is filled with rolling grey clouds that cast shadows on the land as the wind howls. Even the air has a harsh bite to it. There is nothing gentle here. Before long, it seems, the sun is setting again, and I remember my mother's lady-in-waiting telling me stories about how the gods and goddesses of the night staked their claim on the Northlands before they went to rest, making the days shorter and the nights longer, so the creatures that revered them had more time for worship. A shiver ripples through me as the shadows lengthen. The Alpha's arm momentarily tightens around my waist as if he senses it. Soon, the sky is a dusky blue, and we're stopping at the edge of a great loch surrounded by mountains. The water is so black it looks bottomless, and it churns in the wind.
"A word,"
calls Fergus, gesturing to a copse of evergreens by the shore as he gets off his horse. The alpha sighs, his breath tickling my cheek.
Aye, in a minute.
He dismounts the horse, and the coldness wraps around me in his absence.
Need a hand, Princess?
I don't answer him as I glance down at the earth. I'm aching, and I'm not wearing shoes. I do not want to seem weak, though. I take a deep breath, then shift my leg over the beast. Before I can jump off, the alpha grabs me by the waist and lifts me down. When my feet touch the ground, my legs crumple, and the alpha hooks an arm around my front and pulls me into him. Damn it!
Steady, Princess,
he says.
I suppose you're not used to riding. Never mind. I've got you.
He scoops me up into his arms while the other men dismount around us. What are you doing? I snap. Those nearest to us avert their eyes, some grabbing flasks from their packs to fill at the loch, others gathering branches to make a fire on the bank. Stop manhandling me. I'm quite capable of walking by myself.
Aye, I'm sure you are. But as I'm already carrying you, I may as well put you down by this nice tree over here.
He gently places me by a tall evergreen away from the group, where the sweet scent of pine is thick in the air. The earth is hard and cold. When he stands and whistles at Ryan, I pull my knees to my chest beneath the fur cloak. The alpha crouches in front of me, and a wave of his heat washes over me once more. The warmth must be a wolf thing, because he is only wearing a damp shirt over his kilt.
Back in the castle, I told you that if you ran, I wouldn't chase you. I need you to know that is no longer the case.
In the dusk, his eyes are the colour of the deepest part of the forest.
If you run, I will catch you. We're not in the south any longer. Understood?
We're in the middle of nowhere. I have no idea where I am. Where does he think I would run to? I give him a look. I'm not a fool.
No, I'm sure you're not.
He glances at my hair, which must look like a tangled mess right now.
You do have fire in your soul, though. So be good, okay? I'll be back in a moment.
He stands before I can retort and whistles again. Ryan walks over, tailed by the girl he rescued from the castle.
Get the princess some food and water, and keep an eye on her. This is important, so no pissing about.
Ryan lifts his chin, chest puffing out slightly as he solemnly nods.
Aye, I will take care of her.
The alpha glances at me, the corner of his lip slightly lifting, before he stalks across the camp to Fergus. Ryan hurries to his horse, gathering supplies from his pack, while the girl merely stares at me warily. I avert my gaze from the brand on her neck. Hello, I say. I'm Aurora.
I know who you are.
Hostility radiates from her. I understand why. I am betrothed to the monster who must have captured her. Even though our people are at war, I do not want her to think me a monster too. What is your name? I ask. That's none of your concern. Something hardens inside me. I was trying to be nice. Before I can respond, Ryan is back, passing me a stale loaf of bread and a leather flask filled with water. All I can think about is easing the gnawing ache of hunger that's been building in my stomach all day. Thank you, I say, gulping down the ice-cold water. I stare at the bread for a moment before deciding there is no ladylike way to eat it. I tear into it, washing it down with another swig from the flask. When I'm done, the girl is still eyeing me warily. Ryan, however, seems relaxed beside her. How is your arm? I ask him. Slowly and stiffly, he stretches it out, clenching his fist a couple of times.
It'll be all right. I'll be fighting again in no time.
Even in the growing darkness, I see the flush in his cheeks.
Thank you for what you did for me.
You don't need to thank me. I'm sorry you were in that position. When his female friend whispers something in his ear and tugs on his good arm, he nods, then glances at me.
We'll be over here if you need anything.
They go and sit a few feet away.
She's all right, Becky, I hear him murmur to her. She's not like the others.
The men sit around the fire, drinking an amber liquid that I think is alcohol. They're far enough away that I can't hear their conversation, though I can see the looks they throw at me every now and again, some hostile, others curious, others predatory. By the water, the conversation between the Alpha and Fergus seems heated. Fergus gestures wildly, and the Alpha's face is like stone. When the red-haired man points at me, I avert my gaze. I am clearly unwelcome here. I do not know how long I sit here, the conversation and laughter becoming more raucous around the fire. The Alpha has stepped into the trees with Fergus, and Ryan and Becky are now deep in conversation. Every part of me aches, yet I am alert as a rabbit surrounded by wolves. I feel horribly alone. When I accidentally catch Magnus's eyes, a slow grin spreads across his face, and he says something to the rat-like man who sits beside him. I quickly look away, pulling my knees closer to my chest. They both get up and saunter over, and my pulse begins to race. I can smell the alcohol on the air, and see the intent in their eyes, even in the near darkness. Ryan jumps to his feet.
Magnus, sit down, lad, says the rat-like one with a grin, brushing him aside. This doesn't concern ye. Hello, sweetheart, says Magnus as he prowls forward. It's cold out here. Perhaps you can keep us warm.
My insides twist. You're disgusting, I say, pushing my back closer to the tree, grasping along the ground for something, anything I can use as a weapon.
No, that's not very nice, slurs Magnus. They're only being friendly. I can think of much better uses for that pretty little mouth than insulting us.
My fingers close around a rock as he gets closer. My pulse is racing as I stumble to my feet.
Leave her alone,
says Ryan. The rat pushes him back. There's a crunch as the Alpha steps on a twig beside me, and his warmth wraps around me.
If you're cold, Magnus, there's some whiskey in my pack that'll warm you up,
says the Alpha.
I suggest you go and drink it before you and I have a problem.
His tone is easy, but the sleeves of his shirt strain against the muscles in his arms, and his jaw is a hard line. A hush falls over the camp. The air is tense, as if the rest of the wolves sense that blood might soon be spilled. But then Magnus cracks a grin.
Hear that, lads? More drink for everyone.
He slaps the Alpha's arm before sauntering off to collect his prize. The Alpha watches him go before sitting down by the tree. When my breathing has steadied, I sit down beside him, my fingers still curled around the rock. His profile is stern as he watches the others. He doesn't speak. He doesn't reassure me. I suppose there is no point. He has probably realized the same thing I have. I am in danger here. I have made a terrible mistake. Dread curls in the pit of my stomach as I stare at the group of wolves. The night becomes darker, and the conversation becomes quieter. Gradually, snores add to the crackle of the fire and the lull of the wind. Though my eyelids are heavy, and though the Alpha sits beside me, I do not dare close them, not even for a moment. When the last of the wolves has fallen asleep, the Alpha stands. Up, he mouths, gesturing with his head. He holds out his hand. I frown, but cautiously I take it. I wince when the sharp stones dig into my already sore feet. The Alpha's eyebrows dip. He puts a finger over his full lips, then scoops me up again. This time, I do not protest for fear of waking the others. He takes me to his horse, tied to a tree a short way from the sleeping pack, and puts me in the saddle before mounting behind me. Before I can ask him what's going on, we're riding away from the others. I look over my shoulder. Only Ryan stirs, but when the Alpha pushes his finger to his lips, he nods and settles back down beside Becky. Where are we going? I ask when the camp is a small dot on the other side of the loch.
We'll be making the rest of the journey back alone.
He whispers roughly against my cheek.
I won't have them threatening you.
You can't just tell them to leave me alone, I say. I thought you were supposed to be the big bad alpha. He lets loose a quiet laugh.
Aye, I suppose I am. But what did you notice about their kilts?
I think of the different patterns the 8 men were wearing. Some blue, some green, and only Ryan's red like the alphas. You're from different clans, I say. You're not their alpha.
No, I'm not. And while some respect my status, others less so.
Like Magnus, I say bitterly.
Aye.
He agrees darkly.
And if he were to directly challenge me, I couldn't let it stand. But when I'd killed that despicable prick, it would really damage what we're trying to do here in bringing the clans together. It's for the best that we make our own way.
He pauses.
Because I really want to kill that despicable prick.
Something warms in me at that, though I realise it's not very ladylike to revel in the idea of someone being killed. Where are we going? I ask, my chest feeling a little looser. His arm tightens around my waist.
I'm taking you to the Wolf King.
A spark of panic ignites inside me. Curiosity pulses through me too. Who is the Wolf King?
You'll see.
And what? You're just going to hold me for ransom for something you think Sebastian has stolen from you?
Aye.
What do you think he has? I sigh, and my breath mists in the darkness before me. What exactly is going on? Chapter 8.
Do you know the story of the Elder Wolf?
The Alpha asks. Away from the camp, the night is black as pitch. I can barely see, but I can hear the wind stirring the water of the loch we ride beside, and smell the rain-drenched evergreen trees and the masculine scent of the man behind me. The first wolf, I say. Yes, everyone knows about that. He lets the silence extend, waiting for me to fill it. He conspired with the moon and betrayed the sun and the first men, I say. He was cursed to roam the earth on 4 legs and live in a manner as beastly as his actions were. The word beastly slips out. It is the word the high priest always uses when he tells this story. With the Alpha as my only audience, alone together in an unfamiliar kingdom, I wonder if I should have been more careful with my word choice.
Aye. I suppose you would tell it that way in the Southlands.
He merely sounds pensive.
It's true. We were cursed. But that's not quite the way the story goes.
He shifts behind me on the horse, and his thigh brushes against mine. I sit straighter. Even if I bring valuable information to my father when I am free, he will disown me if he ever finds out I'm sitting with a wolf's arm resting on my lap. The Alpha gently nudges me back again.
The Elder Wolf lived here long before the first men arrived.
He says,
when all kinds of ancient, dangerous creatures roamed the earth. The moon, or Yalach, as we call her, would watch him as he endured. Impressed by his strength and his will to survive, she fell in love with him. Now, some say the moon herself was a wolf, while others say the wolves were merely her favoured ones. But whichever is true, she would send her creatures to protect him.
The Alpha's voice is low and soothing, and I find some of the stiffness in my limbs softening as the darkness wraps around us.
He began to leave her gifts and offerings to thank her, and so began a secret courtship that lasted many years. They fell deeply and irrevocably in love.
No one has told me a story since my mother passed, and I relax against his chest.
When the first men invaded the Northlands, the Elder Wolf was gravely injured. The moon left her post in the sky to come to him, though it was forbidden. She shared her wild and dangerous power with him, and he was able to transform, to heal and to seek vengeance on those who had tried to kill him.
I hear the smile in his voice.
It was a blessing.
A blessing? You said you were cursed.
Aye, we were. But the ability to transform into a wolf was not the curse.
So what was the curse? It is fascinating to hear this story from the Alpha's perspective. In the South, our religious texts tell us the power to shift was the punishment for the elder wolf's betrayal, and the story ends there. In the North, it seems, there is a whole other chapter.
The elder wolf embraced his new power.
He continues.
You see, it felt as if the wolf was part of him all along, and perhaps it was. Perhaps that was why he and the moon were drawn to one another in the first place. Unfortunately, the story doesn't end there, because the sun is a jealous and vengeful goddess.
I flinch. If I am honest with myself, I have had blasphemous thoughts about the goddess of the Southlands, usually while being made to repent for my sins by the high priest. But to voice those thoughts aloud...
When the sun found out, she set out to punish them both. The moon was banished. She was given to the god of night to be locked within his prison in the sky. And the elder wolf, well, the wolf inside him was caged, only ever able to break free of his chains when the moon was the closest, and her power could reach him.
On the night of a full moon? The wind rustling through the trees almost swallows my words.
Aye.
My eyebrows knit as I piece together what he's telling me, and why he's telling me. You're saying the elder wolf was once able to change whenever he wanted, I say. That the curse wasn't that he had to transform into a wolf, but that the power was taken away from him.
Aye.
The Alpha's voice comes out low and dark.
But the sun had underestimated the power of the moon's love, so distraught to have been parted from him, to see him suffer from her prison in the sky. She ripped out her own heart. She cast it down to the earth so he could keep it, and he could always be close to her power.
I frown. And he found it?
He did. It landed in the centre of Glen Yalach, high up in the Northlands, and created the valley itself. And when he found it, he kept it close, until one day the sun led the first men to him. Though he fought bravely, though he protected the heart that had been entrusted to him, there were too many of them. He was slaughtered, and the moon's heart was stolen.
You think it's real?
Aye, we do. Of course, the story is steeped in myth, but there is evidence throughout history of a relic that has passed between hands. A type of rock, we think.
He swallows.
And there is evidence it holds the power for us to shift whenever we choose, to be free.
His longing for freedom stirs something inside me as I finally understand. You think Sebastian has it. That's why you planned the siege at his castle. That's why you took me. That's what you want to trade me for.
Aye,
He says, his voice dark as shadow and laced with intent.
we're searching for the Kriya na Yalach, the heart of the moon, because with it, we'll have the power to shift when we want. With it, we'll have the power to win this war.
Chapter 9. We'll have the power to win this war. We ride onward. The night is quiet, except for the sound of the horses' hooves and the whisper of the wind in the trees. It emphasizes how alone we are out here, how alone I am, with a man who is plotting against my father. His chest rises and falls steadily against my back. What makes you so sure Sebastian has what you're looking for? I ask. I sense him deciding whether or not to answer.
I have my sources.
You have spies in Sebastian's castle, you mean? I recall his certainty that he was going to escape when I tended to Ryan's wounds. They let you out of the kennels, I presume?
Aye, and they confirm what someone from the Lowfell clan has been telling us.
His tone darkens, and I get the impression that whoever this someone is, the Alpha doesn't care too much for them. But you didn't find it.
It wasn't where we thought it would be.
I think of the carnage we left behind at Sebastian's castle, the dead guards in the entrance hall, the flames in the courtyard, The shouting and the cries of death. Your siege was pointless then. His arm tightens around my waist.
I wouldn't say that.
My heart thuds faster as I realize I may be out of my depth. I have no doubt Sebastian will wage war to get me back. I am his property, and I have been stolen from him. He will not let that go unanswered. But he does not care whether I live or die. Not really. And the Alpha is naive if he thinks Sebastian will trade this powerful relic for me. I am worth nothing. I wonder what will happen to me when the wolves finally figure that out. We stop in a clearing by the bank of the loch, and the Alpha dismounts. It's so dark, all I can make out is his shadowy form. The air is thick with the scent of pine and grass, and water moves and ripples somewhere behind him.
We're resting here until morning. Come,
He says. I fold my arms. You do realize both Sebastian and my father will send their armies north to find me. They'll ride day and night to capture my kidnapper. It won't end well for you if they do. It won't end well for me either.
people really don't talk to me that way.
Yes, you said.
They call this place Glenmarv, the Valley of Death.
Says the Alpha.
It was a battleground centuries ago. They say the souls of the wolves who died here haunt the valley, seeking vengeance. If you listen carefully, you can hear them howling.
My insides tighten when I hear hollow wails in the distance. I snap my head toward him, alarmed. He grins.
Just the wind. A silly superstition, but Sebastian believes it. He won't send his men here. We're safe until morning. Come.
This time, when he puts his hands around my waist and lowers me to the ground, I don't fight him. I am a princess, and he stole me from my bed and brought me here. He should be serving me. That's what I tell myself anyway. I am fed up of feeling weak. If we were in the palace, and I was dressed up in one of my favourite dresses at one of the balls, things would be quite different, I'm sure. I wince when my feet touch the sodden earth. The Alpha's big hands tighten around my hips, the heat seeping through my nightdress. My cheeks flush. Men are not supposed to stand this close to me, especially big Alpha warrior men who are plotting against my father.
Yaloch.
He curses under his breath.
Your feet.
Above, the clouds shift, illuminating the valley in the moonlit loch. My gaze is fixed on the Alpha. He's looking at my bare feet, and a flicker of something, shame perhaps, crosses his face.
You're hurt.
He swallows, shaking his head.
Forgive me, Princess. I forget sometimes how fragile humans are.
Fragile? I slap his wrists and he finally releases me. We may not all be big oafs like you, but that doesn't make us fragile. One of my soles hurts from running barefoot out of the Borderlands castle. I must have cut it on a stone or twig when we escaped. I want to take a look, but not with the Alpha looming over me.
Let me see.
He steps forward. I'll be fine. It's just a cut. His nostrils flare.
You're not fine. I can smell blood.
Firstly, that's horrifying, I tell him, folding my arms. And secondly, if it bothers you so much, then next time you come crashing into a lady's bedchambers, let her get dressed before you kidnap her. His face falls.
I should have done that. I'm sorry. I truly am.
The sight of a big, bloodthirsty warrior sheepishly apologizing causes a strange feeling of power to surge through me. Until he steps forward.
Now, if you'll just let me take a look.
No.
Let me see.
If you come any closer, I will take my leave of you. He stills, and I think I've won, but the corner of his lip twitches. Slowly, he raises his hands.
Okay.
His tone is placating, at odds with his large physique.
Okay. At least sit down. I'll water the horse, light us a fire. Okay?
He leads the horse down to the loch. I shiver and pull my furs closer. It is never this cold in the king's city. There's a copse of fir trees nearby, so while he's fussing with the horse, I select some dry twigs and branches and a flint rock. By the time he returns with a flask, I'm sitting and warming my hands by a small fire. The crackle of flames adds to the sound of the wind and the water. He looks at me curiously.
I didn't think you'd know how to do that,
he says. I tuck my knees beneath my chin, basking in the heat that washes over my face. Do you know a lot about princesses, Wolf?
It seems not.
He sits down beside me and nods at the flames.
Did your father teach you?
He sounds skeptical, and he's right to be. The only thing my father taught me was how to act like a lady, so that he could parade me around in front of suitors. My mother. I chew my bottom lip. I'm unused to people asking me questions about myself, and it feels strange. She was from the Snowlands, originally.
Ah, well, I hear it's pretty cold over there.
Yes. I pull the cloak closer around me. The clue is in the name. The alpha laughs, a soft, surprised sound.
Aye, that it is.
He hands me his flask.
If you won't let me tend to it, at least clean your cut. I don't want to have to take you to the healer when we get to the castle.
I pick up on the darkness in his tone. You don't like healers? I wash the blood off my soul. There's barely a scratch there, and I've always healed quickly. It should be fine in a couple of days.
This particular healer is an obnoxious prick who I'd rather we avoid.
The shadows curl around us, and my breath mists in front of my face. I nod at his pack. Shouldn't you be putting up the tent?
The tent?
I thought we were staying until morning. Where am I going to sleep? A slow smile spreads across his face.
You can check for a four-posted bed in there if you like, Princess, but I'm pretty sure I forgot to pack it.
You want me to sleep on the floor?
Aye.
Where are you going to sleep? His eyebrows dip in confusion before he nods at the ground. You're going to lie down beside me as if you were my husband.
Well, not exactly like that, no.
There's a wicked glint in his eye, and I flush.
Now, behave yourself and lie down. You'll catch your death of cold if I move away.
He lies on his back, clasping his hands behind his head.
I know, it's scandalous. I won't tell anyone if you don't.
When he winks, I huff and lie on my side, turning away from him. The grass is surprisingly soft. I'm not sure if it's because the mountains block the wind, or if it's the alpha's strange body heat. But some of the stiffness in my body eases. What is your name? I ask suddenly.
Callum.
His voice is soft and lilts slightly, as though he's surprised I asked. Callum?
Aye.
He sounds amused.
Is there something wrong with my name?
No, I glance at him over my shoulder. I take in his hard jaw covered in stubble, his wild hair, and his large biceps bulging against his sleeves. I expected you to have a more brutish name. The name Callum makes me think of a mischievous young boy. He chuckles.
Believe it or not, I was a mischievous wee lad once.
His eyes glint playfully in the firelight, and I can almost imagine it. It warms something inside me, and I look away before he catches me smiling. It's nice to meet you, Callum.
Your name is Aurora,
he says, and I bristle. Nobody calls me that, and it's far too familiar for a wolf who has stolen me from my bed. I'm Princess Aurora. He merely chuckles. Before long, all I can hear is the crackle of the fire and Callum's breathing. I don't know how I'm going to sleep under these conditions. I've been taken by the wolves. Tomorrow, I'll be presented to the mysterious Wolf King, and right now, I'm lying beside a man who is not my husband. I gasp as the realization of where I should be right now crushes over me. Callum stiffens.
Princess.
I roll onto my back. I was supposed to marry Sebastian tonight. I should be his wife right now. Callum turns his head to the side.
Aye.
A warmth builds inside me. I don't hide the slow smile that spreads across my face as I turn my gaze to the infinite sky. I feel Callum's eyes on me for a moment longer, before he too looks toward the stars.
I told you he wouldn't touch you,
he says. Chapter 10. I'm warm, hot even. My eyelids are heavy, and when I open them, pink sunlight floods my vision. Strange dreams of large wolves and moonlit woods ebb away, leaving me confused. I'm not in my bed. Grass tickles my cheek, and the air is crisp. My nightdress is damp with dew, and a chorus of birds and wind and rippling water resounds around me. There's another sound too. Low, steady breathing. Something heavy presses down on my waist. My eyes widen as it all comes back to me. The Alpha, the siege, and being taken from my homeland. What's more, Callum has me tucked against his chest. He must have pulled me to him while he slept. I must have let him. Goddess! I try to shuffle away, but a soft snarl vibrates in his throat. My pulse quickens as I push at his heavy forearm. This time, his growl is low and dangerous. His fingers are splayed across my torso, holding me to him. My breath hitches. I have never been this close to a man before. I glance over my shoulder. Despite his threatening sounds, his eyes are closed, and his face is soft with sleep. I slap his arm. Get off me, you big oaf! Get off! He groans, then rolls onto his back.
Good morning to you too, Princess.
His voice is rough as he opens his eyes. My cheeks are flaming, but he doesn't seem embarrassed. I wonder if he's used to waking up beside women he has just met. He's handsome, I suppose, in a bloodthirsty warrior kind of way. I sit up, pulling my fur cloak closer to me to shield me from the cold. I focus on the mountains that surround us, instead of the crease on the side of Callum's face, where the grass has left a mark, or the soft smile playing on his lips. As well as illuminating the rugged scenery, the dawn exposes me. Usually, in the morning, I would bathe, and my hair would be brushed and styled on top of my head. I'd be presented with pretty dresses, and ladies in waiting would fuss over me, cinching in my waist and concealing my flaws. I would sit in front of the mirror for hours sometimes, tinting my lips and hiding the shadows beneath my eyes. I was supposed to be perfect before anyone saw me. Away from all that oppressive finery, I feel naked. My mouth tastes bad, and my eyelids are puffy, and my muscles ache. I know my skin will be unnaturally pale. Callum is watching me. Does he have no manners at all? Does he not know how rude it is to stare at a woman when she has just woken up? My throat tightens. I need to get away from him. I scramble to my feet and wince as I march away from our little camp.
Going somewhere, Princess?
For all he knows, I could be running away. If he knew I could ride, perhaps he wouldn't sound so amused. I'm going to wash. I clamber down the rocks to the loch. You wolves may be content to fester in your own filth, but I am not. I tiptoe to the water's edge. The loch stretches on for miles in either direction, the rippling surface reflecting the mountains and the pink sky above. Just ahead is a small island, covered with evergreen trees. Shallow waves lap the smooth stones by my filthy feet. The morning air fills my lungs, and as I exhale, the anxiety leaves my body. I'm out of my depth, and I just woke up beside an alpha in the Northlands. But I have never seen such a beautiful landscape. It's so wild and peaceful and free.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, Princess,
says Callum.
The water's pretty.
I shriek as I step into the shallow water. The icy temperature jolts through my body and I shudder.
Cold.
finishes Callum. He's rolled onto his stomach to watch me. There's a wide grin on his face. I'd rather be a little cold, I begin, trying to hide the violent chatter of my teeth, than caked in dirt. Although you clearly don't feel the same.
I don't feel the cold, remember, Princess. Isn't that why you were snuggling up to me all night?
I was not.
You know, I could get completely naked right now and jump into the loch and the temperature would have no effect on me whatsoever.
He continues, as though I haven't spoken.
In fact, you're right. I am caked in dirt. I think that's exactly what I'll do.
Don't you dare! I demand as he gets up and tugs his filthy shirt out of his kilt.
My dirtiness is clearly offending you, Princess.
The only thing that is offending me, Callum, is your complete lack of decorum. Something unreadable passes over his eyes, though he continues to smirk. Now, why don't you make yourself useful and sort us some breakfast? He laughs at that, loudly and unabashedly.
Ha ha ha! Very well, Your Highness. Don't take too long. The water's cold and it'll be noon before we arrive at the castle. That's a long time to be shivering. Although I'll happily warm you up again after.
His teasing tone provokes something that sounds almost like a growl from me. It seems to delight Callum. Go away, I say.
If you're not out in 5 minutes, I'll be coming in after you.
Despite how much he is antagonizing me, I find the corner of my lip twitching once he has disappeared. He is clearly in good spirits this morning, and for some reason, that fills me with warmth. Until I realize why he is so happy. By noon, he'll have done his job and delivered me to the castle, and I'll be at the mercy of the Wolf King. Chapter 11. I take my time washing myself. For the first time in my life, I relieve myself behind a tree. I spend a few minutes drinking in the view, too, standing on the shore and watching my breath plume in front of my face as the sun slowly rises above the loch. Back in the castle at the King's City, I only ever saw the sunrise through my murky bolted window. The servants would already be bustling through the courtyard below, and the ladies in waiting would be fussing around me. I can't remember a time when I have been in the presence of such vast, unending silence. I breathe in, then out. Small waves lap the pebbles by my feet. By the time I make my way back up the rocks, at least 15 minutes must have passed, and I'm shivering. The bottom of my nightdress is sodden, and strands of my hair stick to my wet face. I feel better, though, fresher. The cold seems to have shocked some of the dread right out of me. Callum, to my surprise, has relit the fire, even though he was in a hurry for us to set off. He sits in front of it with his thick forearms resting on his raised knees. He seems totally at ease, eating a piece of bread. He'd said he was going to come into the water after me. I'm about to ask him what kind of alpha makes false threats, when he lazily turns his head. He looks me up and down, seemingly taking in the goose flesh on my exposed ankles and the chattering of my teeth. He smirks. The point he is making couldn't be clearer. I didn't listen to him, and now I'm suffering for it.
Cold, Princess?
If you were a gentleman...
Not a gentleman.
He grins.
Wolf.
I shiver, and I'm not sure if it's the temperature or the look in his eyes. You're a sadist. That's what you are. My stomach growls, and he pats the ground beside him. I hesitate for a moment before sitting. He breaks off half of his piece of bread and passes it to me. It's stale and hard, but it eases the pang in my stomach. I thought we were in a hurry, I say when I'm finished. He shrugs, leaning back on his hands.
The king can wait.
You would leave your king waiting? I'm nervous enough about this meeting without us showing up late. Does Callum not realize that his king may instantly realize I am of no value? He shrugs, and my insides twist. When he looks at me, his face softens.
I told you. I won't let anyone harm you.
My jaw clenches, and I stare into the flames. If your king decides to execute me, there's not a lot you can do, Callum.
Look at me, Princess.
His tone is dark and commanding, and it stirs something inside me.
I don't break my promises.
I look away and rub my cold feet. How does one become the Wolf King anyway? I thought you had alphas, not kings. He tears off a chunk of his bread and chews.
We do. The alphas lead their clans, and the king is the alpha of the alphas, I suppose.
He swallows his mouthful.
It hasn't been easy, getting the alphas to fall into line. Not all have, not yet anyway. We're not known for submitting to others. But we were losing this war with your people. Something had to be done. We had to unite behind someone.
I clasp my hands together tightly. I got a taste of the violence of wolves at the dogfight and the siege. Whoever has got these men, this man, to submit to him, must be frightening indeed. What is he like? I ask. Callum shrugs.
He's all right, I suppose.
His tone is warm, and that, more than anything, eases the panic a little. I've always thought myself to be a good judge of people, and despite his lack of decorum, I do not think Callum is a bad man. I do not think he would support someone who was. Although, sometimes good men can be deceived. I thought you didn't feel the cold, I say, noting how close his legs are to the fire.
I don't, but the warmth still feels nice.
Why don't you feel the cold? He cocks his head to the side.
Why do you ask questions as though they're accusations?
When I merely glare at him, he shrugs.
It's my wolf blood.
He pops the last chunk of bread into his mouth, and I watch as he chews, then swallows. I can't help but remember what he said earlier. Do you really eat people? His eyes widen. He looks me up and down, and I feel naked under his scrutiny.
As much as I'd enjoy feasting on you, Princess, I will refrain.
He says. I get the impression he's telling a joke. Okay, well, good. He grins as he gets up.
We should go.
He holds out one of his big hands. I take it and let him pull me to my feet. He pours the remaining water in the flask over the fire, dousing the flames, before stamping on it a few times. We walk to the horse, which is tethered by a fir tree.
Wait there a moment,
He says, before heading down to the loch to refill the flask. The sun has risen now, and the sky is a bright morning shade of blue. The mountains around us are unspoiled, and there are different shades of green everywhere. To our left, the sun glints off the surface of the loch. The air smells like pine and wood smoke. It's so different to the dirty smells of the city. I breathe it in deeply.
You're allowed to be impressed, Princess,
Says Callum gently as he comes up behind me. It's beautiful, I admit.
Aye,
He says softly.
it is.
When I turn to face him, he's looking at me. He averts his gaze.
Come on.
He says, his voice a little rough. He hoists me up on the horse, then mounts behind me. Soon, we're back on the road and on our way to the castle. Chapter 12. The wind picks up around us as we ride out of the valley. It is as wild and untamed as the feelings that whirl around in my stomach. Even the mountains seem to move as the gust blows through the grass and the trees. But the mountains remain whole, and so must I. I can't let anyone see I am afraid of the fate that awaits me when we reach the Wolf King. After a few hours of riding, due to my insistence, we take a break to eat some more bread and hard cheese, much to Callum's exasperation. If I'm honest, I'm not hungry. Every hour we ride brings us closer to the wolves, and a part of me wants to delay what is coming, to prepare myself. We're just about to set off again, and Callum is packing up the horse, when the sky opens. I gasp. I have never seen rain like this, so wild and loud and wet. It even makes the rain I've experienced over the past couple of days seem tame. It runs down my face, my lips, making my hair stick to my cheeks and seeping through my furs. It rains in the King City too, of course, but there, it's nothing more than moisture in the air and patters on the cobblestones, a moment's reprieve from the heat from the sun goddess. And even then, if I am ever caught out in it, one of the king's guard will put a parasol over my head and usher me indoors as if I will break if the water touches me. Dolls are not supposed to get wet, after all. It frustrated me at the time, but I wonder now if they were right. I think I am breaking. The stone statue I dream about is cracking beneath the raindrops. Before I realize what I'm doing, I'm turning my face toward the sky and stretching out my arms, welcoming the feeling of cold water on my skin. I laugh. I am here, and I am human, and I am alive. Her footstep causes the laughter to die in my throat, as the realization of where I am and who I'm with crashes through me. Slowly, I turn to face him. I've always thought of rain as an equalizer of men. It doesn't matter if you're dressed in rags or finery. The rain will soak you and make you look smaller all the same. It is different with Callum. It is like the rain strengthens him. Water rolls off his kilt, and his tree trunk calves are muddy. His shirt sticks to his muscles and emphasizes how big they are. I look up at his face, fearing the disgust I'm sure I'll see in his eyes, and wondering if he'll scold me or backhand me, like my father would if he'd witnessed such a scene. He is looking at me as though I am the strangest, most wonderful thing he has ever seen. There's a broad smile on his face, and it's that, more than anything, that makes me realize how dangerous this man, this wolf, is. This is someone who has no need to conceal his emotions, because who would dare judge him or take advantage of him because of them? He looks like if he decided to punch the ground, he would cause an earthquake. Heart thumping, I drag my gaze away.
I'm glad the rain pleases you, Princess,
He says.
There's plenty more of that where we're heading. Now, come, we'd better be on our way.
An hour later, I am no longer laughing, nor pleased. The rain has stopped, and I am bedraggled and miserable. You need to find me some suitable clothes to change into when we arrive, I say. You can't present me to your king like this.
You can change into one of my shirts and...
Something suitable, Callum. He sighs. He sounds resigned.
Aye.
Well, good. Some of the nerves in my stomach steady. If I was back home, I'd spend the entire day preparing for something like this. Bathing, braiding my hair, selecting the perfect dress, one that would convey whatever message my father was trying to send. I'd be demure and sweet, or fun and flirty, or a tempting prize to be won. I would be more confident about meeting the Wolf King if I had access to my finery and my costumes. But at least if I can change out of my nightdress, I can make myself somewhat presentable. We fall silent for a while, and the wind begins to calm as we take an overgrown road through the grass and fern. The sounds of bird calls that I've not heard before and running water surround us. The sun is higher now. It does little to warm the Northland's air, but I close my eyes for a moment and bask in the light regardless. When I open them, I notice how it turns the vein-like streams coming down the mountains silver. A strange sense of peace settles over me. I find myself sinking back into the man behind me. Even if I bring my father valuable information about the wolves and their king, he'll still find something to punish me for when I get home. What does it matter if I relax for a while, even if I am sitting inappropriately close to a man who is not my betrothed? I glance down. Callum's thighs are huge, and they rub against mine through his red tartan. A rumour I heard the ladies-in-waiting whispering back at the palace comes back to me, about how wolves wear no undergarments beneath their kilts. I stiffen. If that is true, he is sitting way too close to me.
It's going to be all right, you know.
Callum says, misreading my tension. I can't exactly ask him about his undergarments, so I decide to follow his track of conversation. You don't know that.
I told you I'll protect you. I'll take care of my own.
I'm about to tell him I'm not his, and as such, that means very little to me. But an image of muscle and blood, and the sickening sound of cracking bone flashes behind my eyelids. You didn't take care of Ryan, I say quietly. His knuckles whiten as he clenches the reins on my lap. I tense. It was the wrong thing to say. Although it is a valid fear of mine. Because how can he tell me he will take care of me, the daughter of his enemy, when he was going to kill a young man from his own pack? I don't think he's going to respond. I hear him swallow.
No.
His voice is rough.
No, I didn't. I should have dislocated his arm back at the castle when I saw him loading up his horse.
Your regret is you should have hurt him earlier.
Aye. I let him disobey me because I knew about the lass he wanted to save. I was too soft on the lad.
Dislocating someone's arm is hardly taking care of them, nor being soft.
It's better than killing them for your betrothed's amusement.
His tone is harsher than I've ever heard it, and cool shame floods my system. It's not as if I have a say in who I marry.
No? I thought you said there was always a choice, Princess.
I grit my teeth. Yes, and the choice was to marry Sebastian and survive, or refuse him, rendering myself useless to my father. I made my choice to survive, and I would make it again.
Aye, and I made my choice too,
says Callum, his tone a little softer.
I chose to rough up the lad in the ring so you'd take pity on him and spare him.
My breath mists in front of my face as I breathe out slowly. You couldn't possibly know I would do that.
I didn't,
he says.
Not for certain. But I could smell your fear and hear your heartbeat. I could sense your repulsion at the men sitting beside you, and I could feel you didn't want to be there in that hall. And yet, you didn't show it. And when your eyes met mine, I could see the steel in them. I could see the determination and the strength and the fire in your soul. Most people would have looked away from me if I'd looked at them the way I looked at you. But you didn't. And I felt the hatred in that gaze. You hated everyone in that room, and you hated me. Goddess, you hated me. You hated me for what I was about to do to the lad.
He lets loose a half laugh that sounds almost like a growl.
No, I didn't know for certain, but I was pretty sure.
Something tightens, then loosens inside me. I'm not sure why his words are having such an effect on me. Perhaps because he is right. Perhaps because, in a room crowded with people, he was the only one who noticed me. I cannot remember a time when anyone else has ever really looked.
I noticed something else about the way you were looking at me, Princess.
His voice is lighter, almost teasing. My eyebrows knit together. What?
You thought I was handsome.
His voice is alight with amusement now. I can hear the stupid grin on his face. I did not! My face flushes as I elbow him in the side. He roars with laughter. I'm surprised he doesn't upset the horse. She's probably used to carrying around big brutes like him, poor thing. I'm about to ask if that's true when we reach the crest of a hill, revealing the valley below. A rugged castle made of stone stands in the distance. It's beside a loch with water so black it looks bottomless. Beyond, there is a backdrop of mountains and a forest that stretches into the distance. My stomach clenches.
There she is,
says Callum.
Castle Madach Ali. No doubt the rest of our party will have alerted the king that we're on our way. Are you ready, Princess?
I swallow, steadying my writhing nerves. I will myself to be stone. No, steel. I nod. Yes. Callum tightens his arm around my waist in what I think is supposed to be a reassuring gesture. He takes the reins with both hands, digs his heels into the horse, and we gallop down the hill toward the castle. Chapter 13. The castle courtyard is full of wolves. They look like men and women, but I know what lurks beneath their skin. It's obvious in the way they dress and wear their hair wild and loose, shouting at one another across the stone yard in accents as thick as the grime that coats them. The air is loud and smelly and wild as the wind whips my hair into my face. Ahead, the castle waits for me, like a dangerous beast, with walls made of crumbling grey stone. It's tall and angular in appearance, with a turret that casts a long shadow over the courtyard. As we ride to the heavy wooden doors ahead, a couple of men who are noisily sparring drop their swords to stare at me. It's as if they can sense what lurks beneath my skin as well. I am the daughter of their enemy king. What would they do to me if they knew? My heart beats faster. Callum hooks his arm around my waist and pulls me closer to him. His body is warm, and I can feel his heart beating steadily against my back. It is a stark contrast to the chaos around us.
I was a wee lad the first time I came here.
His voice is a rough whisper that tickles my ear, and I wonder why he is telling me this now, when there are clearly more important things to be concerned about.
It was the first time I'd ever been to the south.
I swallow, focusing on Callum rather than the couple of women carrying dead rabbits, who have stopped their conversation to turn their attention toward me. This isn't the south, I say quietly.
It is when you're from Highfell.
His tone is light and conversational, and I wonder if he is trying to distract me from the other wolves that are now casting their gazes in our direction. He pulls gently on the reins of the horse, and we come to a stop not far from the castle doors.
It's the real north up there. Harsh and wild, with nights so dark you can barely see in front of your face. When my father brought me down here, he told me all southerners were soft, but our clans were at war with one another. And that first time I came here, I was afraid.
He shifts behind me, then dismounts the horse. I stiffen, gripping the ridge on the saddle as the cold air seeps through my furs to my nightdress. Even though most of the wolves are openly staring at us, his gaze doesn't move from mine. There's something so still in it that it eases the panic rising in my chest.
But no harm came to me.
He smiles softly.
And no harm will come to you, not while I'm at your side. Okay?
He holds out a big hand. I swallow and raise my chin, pushing the fear deep down. I can't let these people think I am weak. I swing my leg over the horse, then tentatively, I take his hand. His fingers are rough and calloused, and they close around mine. He helps me slide down the horse, one of his hands clasping my waist. I wince when my feet touch the stone, and his jaw tightens as that hint of shame crosses his expression once more. I expect him to scoop me off my feet again. He seems to be in the habit of doing so, and a pathetic part of me wants him to. I ache and my soul's hurt, and I'm tired and dirty. I want to bury my face in his chest so I cannot see everyone looking at me. I want to pretend I'm not here. He squeezes my hand before looking over my shoulder at the 20 or so wolves who are clearly watching us.
Don't you have work to be doing?
His voice is light, but there's no mistaking the authority in his tone.
If you have enough time for idle gossip in the middle of the day, I'm sure Mrs. MacDonald would welcome your help peeling potatoes in the kitchens.
The smaller man who was sparring gives an exaggerated shudder. His accent is so thick I can only pick up the words kill and dragon, but there are a few titters in the crowd, and Callum grins. I get the impression that whoever Mrs. MacDonald is, she's not very popular. Whether that's the case or not, the tension seems to break, and the people in the courtyard go back to their business. Though a few eye Callum and me curiously. Some of the unfriendly looks seem to be directed at Callum as well as me, though he either doesn't notice or doesn't care. Peeling tatties! A female voice comes from somewhere behind Callum's large physique. You could have told them I had some horse shite for them to sweep up. I wouldn't mind the afternoon off. Callum's grin widens.
Aye? Got plans, have you?
Oh, a nice dram of whiskey, soak in the bath. I've not had chance for one in a week.
I can tell.
Callum turns, revealing the girl standing behind him. She looks around my age, slightly taller than me, with long brown hair that's tied in a loose ponytail with a red tartan ribbon. She's pretty, even with dirt smearing her cheek, and the fact that she's dressed like a man in breeches and a linen shirt slick with sweat. Callum may be teasing her, but I can tell she hasn't bathed in a while as well. She's giving off a strong smell of horses. She narrows her eyes at Callum, though the corner of her lip twitches. Cheeky bastard. You survived?
Sorry to disappoint.
They embrace. He pulls her close, and her arm grips the back of his neck as she burrows her head into his shoulder. I was worried about you, Callum, she mumbles. So worried. And I feel like someone has just punched me in the gut. My blood pumps cold, and it is stupid for my body to be reacting this way, because he is a wolf and an enemy. And of course he has a woman back home, because despite all his faults, he is strong and brave and kind. I swallow and try to calm my racing pulse. Callum stiffens, then turns to look at me as they release one another, his expression confused, as though he senses the raw emotion surging through me. The girl's eyebrows knit together as well. Her eyes narrow on my bare feet, on the damp fur cloak, and the dirty nightdress beneath. She gives Callum a hard look, and his jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. Who's this, then? She asks, putting her hands on her hips.
This is Rory,
Says Callum, and there's a shift in his tone. It's almost as if he's daring her to challenge him.
She was one of Sebastian's prisoners.
I frown, wondering why he isn't being truthful to his wife, or lover, or whoever she is to him, even though I suppose it is not quite a lie. She's not one of us, says the girl. Callum's eyebrows raise.
Does that matter?
I suppose it depends on who exactly she is, and what you hope to achieve by bringing her here. She gives him another appraising look, then brushes him aside. Are you okay, lass? Surprise blooms in my chest at the question. Yes, I'm fine. She arches an eyebrow as if she doesn't believe me. Aye? Well, if any of these louts give you any trouble, you come find me. I work in the stables. She gestures to an archway leading out from the courtyard. I'm sure I'll be fine. I stand straighter. I don't want to come across as weak and powerless. I chose to come here, however ill-advised that may be. I don't want to be a victim. I am a princess. She says, taking the reins of Callum's horse. For the love of Yellow, get her something decent to wear.
You realise I'm your alpha, right?
He says, eyes glinting playfully. Aye? She sighs dramatically. And that's why I spend my days sweeping up after you. She pats the horse's neck, gives Callum a fond look, then leads the horse away. Come on, Dawn.
Fee,
He calls after her. Aye?
are the others back yet?
Her brow furrows. No, I thought they'd be arriving with you. He frowns as she leaves, clearly troubled. He offers me a half smile.
Probably hungover.
He puts his hand on my lower back to nudge me toward the castle. I stiffen at the inappropriateness of it. His woman friend is still in sight. His eyebrows knit together, but he drops his hand.
Come on,
He says.
let's get you into some fresh clothes before we meet with the king.
I straighten my back, hold my head high, and walk toward the castle, trying my hardest not to limp when my muscles are screaming and stones dig into my feet. Callum doesn't say anything, and thank the goddess he doesn't pick me up either. He leans over me to push open the heavy oak doors, and we step into an echoey entrance hall. I catch a glimpse of a dark mezzanine, draped with green tartan, and a large oil painting of a great black wolf, before Callum nudges me through a door into a long corridor. Out of sight of the other wolves, my body sags. "Why did you tell your wife I was a prisoner?" I ask. Callum's brow furrows.
My wife? What are you?
Suddenly, he throws his head back and roars with laughter. It makes me jump as the sound echoes around the cold space.
Fiona? She's not my wife. Yarrach, don't let her hear you saying that. She'd not be best pleased with you.
Something that feels traitorously like relief blooms in my chest. I swallow, pushing it down. "Oh, you're inappropriate with all women, then." He laughs.
I gave her a hug, Princess. She's my oldest friend. But wife? No. Whatever gave you...
He halts and looks at me searchingly, his head tilting to the side. His smile broadens. "What?" I fold my arms across my chest.
So that's what that was all about.
"What are you talking about?"
You know, Princess, that as a wolf, I have exceptionally good senses.
His eyes glint in the torchlight. Then he starts moving again.
You were jealous.
He says. Chapter 14. I was not jealous. I march ahead of Callum. My bare feet slap painfully against the flagstones. I have no idea where I'm going, but I need to get away from the aura of amusement he is emitting and the wide grin on his face. I was caught by surprise when he hugged that woman, that's all. He's a wolf, an enemy. I was not jealous he might have someone back home. I'm so flustered that as I turn a corner, I barge into a servant. She yelps, and her basket of potatoes spills onto the floor. "Oh, goddess," I say. "Which way you're going?" She sniffs the air, and her lips curl into a snarl. "Human?" I take a small step back. "What are you doing here?" she growls, advancing. "Your kind isn't welcome." Suddenly she stiffens. The girl's eyes widen at something over my shoulder, and she bows her head in deference. Her cheeks flame. Callum stands in the doorway behind me. He picks up a potato that has rolled into his boot, then walks over and places it in her basket.
Everything okay, Kaylee?
He asks. "Aye," she mumbles. "Thank you." She rushes off, presumably toward the kitchens, leaving me feeling rattled. She hated me, I say. I'm used to indifference within the walls of the palace, but not hatred.
Can you blame her?
I swivel round to face him. I have done nothing to her, and she looked like she wanted to kill me. He sighs.
You're a human, Prince...
He stops himself from saying my title.
Rory.
He walks past, and I fall into step beside him.
Kaylee's father was killed by Sebastian's army in an attack on their village, just north of the borderlands.
He tells me as we navigate the gloomy corridors.
Her mother was taken. She's presumed dead too. The humans burned the whole village. That girl, she barely escaped with her life. So she doesn't like humans very much.
That's awful, I say. I wish we weren't at war. I wish so many people did not have to die. But if the wolves stopped invading our lands, then perhaps we could find peace. 3 villages just south of the borderlands were raided in the last month alone. Many of my people have been killed too. He looks like he's going to reply, but he runs his hand over his mouth instead. His calloused palms make a scraping noise as they brush over his stubble. There's a weary look in his eye, as if the facts I stated are tiring to him.
Anyway, that's why I didn't tell Fiona who you really were. As wolves, our hearing is a lot stronger than yours. If I'd have told her, the whole courtyard would have known you were the daughter of our enemy king, and betrothed to a man who has single-handedly tortured and killed many of our people.
Oh, I say softly. They would have turned on me instantly.
Aye.
says Callum darkly.
When the others are back, they'll find out who you are soon enough. I'd prefer to present you to the king first. It'll be easier to protect you if he makes it clear you're not to be touched.
A feeling, darker than the surrounding shadows, fills my chest. What makes you so sure he won't execute me to send a message to Sebastian and my father?
Because he wants the heart of the moon as much as I do.
Says Callum.
And because I know him. And because, well...
He lowers his voice.
He owes me.
My gaze darts to his face, curious, but he's looking ahead. When we reach the foot of a stairway, my shoulders droop again. Exhaustion is taking its toll on me, and the thought of mustering up the strength to climb who knows how many stairs is not a pleasant one. But there will be some fresh clothes waiting for me at the top at least. Before I can step forward, Callum has scooped me up into his arms and is walking up the stairs. "Put me down," I protest, but my heart isn't in it, and my hands automatically clasp around his thick neck. His warmth seeps through the fur cloak I'm wearing, and my body seems to soften into his. One of his hands is curled around the bottom of my thigh, and I can feel his rough palms through my thin nightdress. A burst of heat surges through me. Callum's jaw tightens, and he clears his throat.
You're tired,
He says.
and I gave you the dignity of walking past the others into the castle, but there's no one around now.
I'm surprised he considered how I would have felt to be picked up in front of all those wolves. Then I remember what Sebastian said at the dogfight, about wolves preying on the weak. He must have known I needed to seem strong. "I'm fine," I say.
You're not fine. There's no need to put airs on around me. We know each other too well now.
He carries me to a first-floor landing, leading me past a number of closed doors. His green eyes glint.
I mean, we've already slept together.
Heat floods my cheeks. "Don't you dare go around saying things like that!"
But it's true.
I punch his chest. It's like hitting a rock, and he doesn't even flinch. He merely chuckles as he carries me to a door near the end of the corridor. A narrow window lets in a slit of cold sunlight and offers a glimpse of the mountains and the dark waters of the loch outside. He puts me down and his nose twitches.
Isla,
He says, looking over his shoulder. Seconds later, a pretty girl around my age with long mousy brown hair rushes out of one of the nearby doors. She's wearing a dress made of the same red tartan that Callum's kilt is made of. She squeals when she sees him. "Callum!" She throws her hair over her shoulder, then flutters her eyelashes. "I've run you a bath, just how you like it, and there's some fresh clothes laid out on your bed." She doesn't seem to notice the weary look on his face, as she loops a strand of hair around her finger and continues to chatter. "I was hoping you'd be back in time for the full moon and the equinox feast. I'm glad you didn't miss it. How was the siege? Some of the others were worried you'd not be returning, but I knew. 'Don't you worry about Callum,' I told them. He's—" She cuts off. She straightens, her eyes darkening. "Who's this?"
this is Rory.
says Callum with a tired smile.
I need you to grab her some fresh clothes, a dress and some shoes.
He pauses, thoughtful for a moment.
Put her in the clan colours.
Her smile disappears. "She can't wear the clan colours,"
I wasn't asking for your opinion on the matter, Isla.
says Callum. Her cheeks turn red and she lowers her head. "Of course." She stomps over to the door she just emerged from. "Come on, then." She shoots me a cold look over her shoulder. Callum gives me a reassuring nod.
I'll be right out here.
Taking a deep breath, I head after Isla. She leads me into a room and shuts the door before hurrying to a wardrobe at the far wall. I linger awkwardly by the single bed against one wall. "These are your chambers?" I ask. She huffs as she sifts through the fabric. "Aye." The room is small but comfortable. As well as the bed, there's an armoire and a dressing table with a mirror on it. A narrow window looks out onto the mountain. The scent of rose petals permeates the air. A moment later, She thrusts a red tartan dress into my hands and some leather boots. "Thank you," I say. "I want them back later." She scowls, flicks her hair over her shoulder, then exits the room. I breathe out slowly. Even though we're indoors, my breath mists in front of me. I suppose I'll need to get used to people hating me. It will only get worse when they find out who I really am. I inspect the dress. It's simple, much less complicated than some of the dresses I wear at home. As I have no servants to help dress me, that is a good thing. The fabric is thick red tartan, the same as Callum's kilt. I hope that this is a good choice. Callum said he looks after his own, and it makes it seem like I am part of his clan. I only worry about what his actual clan will think of me wearing their colours. If Isla is anything to go by, they won't be happy. I take a couple of deep breaths to steady my nerves. Then I peel off the fur cloak and wet nightdress and change. The boots are worn and a little too big for my feet, but I welcome the warmth. I assess myself in the mirror. I wince at the face starting back at me. My skin is pale and my eyelids are puffy. There are errant twigs caught in my tangled hair, and I wish I had a brush and a hair tie. I don't look like a Southlands princess at all. I look wild. How can I possibly face a king looking like this? How can I possibly face Callum looking like this? Panic rises, and my eyes burn as I frantically run my hands through my hair. If I'm not perfect, how can I get through this?
Everything all right in there?
Callum's steady voice permeates the door. I close my eyes, then take a deep breath. I am strong. I am stone. I am a statue. "Yes," I say.
Good. Let's get this over with, shall we?
I pinch my cheeks, bringing a little colour into them, raise my chin, then nod to myself. I will survive this. I head out into the corridor. Okay, I'm ready to meet your king. Chapter 15. Callum falls into step beside me. I should be taking note of the way through this labyrinth. I should be mapping out the exits and memorizing the rooms in this castle where the wolves await. Instead, my attention is ensnared by the man beside me. His eyes travel over my messy hair, then linger on tartan dress. He swallows before focusing on the corridor ahead. My throat tightens. "Is there a problem?" I ask, pulling my fingers through the tangled knots of my hair. I do not want to be nervous about meeting with Callum's king, but my stomach is turning over and over. If I just had a little more time to get ready, to compose myself and present myself in a way that is more fitting for the occasion, then perhaps this strange ball of energy inside me would have subsided.
No.
He shrugs.
You look...
Don't say I look nice. I don't. I have not slept properly. I've been on a horse for 2 days, and I haven't even had time to bathe.
I was going to say you look like a wolf.
That's not a compliment. He grins.
But you do look nice.
So you're a liar as well as a killer?
I'm only one of those things, Princess.
We head down a stairway.
And I seem to remember you hitting a soldier on the head when we were at Sebastian's castle, so perhaps I'm not the only violent one here.
I didn't kill him, I protest.
No, you didn't. It was a pretty weak hit.
He raises his eyebrows.
We'll have to do something about that if you're to stay here with us for much longer.
I saved you. The corner of his mouth tilts.
You caused the mine a distraction, I suppose.
I cannot believe he is referring to the single most outlandish thing I have ever done in my life as a minor distraction. I have only known Callum for a couple of days, yet he is already the most irritating male I have ever encountered. We head down another flight of steps, then through a narrow corridor. The different stages of the lunar cycle are carved along the stone walls. There's a set of double doors at the end of the corridor, with a colourful coat of arms hanging over it, depicting a wolf and a moon. That must be where we are heading. I wonder if the man behind those doors will be cruel like the king I know.
It's going to be okay, you know,
says Callum softly.
The king is.
He halts. All the muscles along his jaw tighten. For a moment, he is not the teasing Callum with mischief in his eyes. He's the Callum who was in that dogfighting ring, still and solid. A warrior. His biceps bulge against his sleeves. He pushes me against the wall and presses his palm over my mouth. I inhale sharply. He doesn't move for a moment, and his heat burns me. He puts a finger to his lips, and I nod. He steps back, takes my hand, and pulls me back the way that we came. Whatever he has heard, or smelt, has obviously rattled him. Danger lies ahead. We're almost at the end of the corridor when the doors open behind us.
Callum,
says a man behind us.
Where are you going?
Shit.
Callum curses under his breath. He takes a breath, composing himself, then turns around.
Duncan, I need to speak with James.
The man in the doorway is shorter than Callum and has blonde hair scraped into a bun. He's wearing a blue tartan kilt, so he's not one of Callum's clan. He grins, then gestures behind him.
Come inside,
he says. Callum pauses for a beat before he sighs. He heads back toward the door, his hand still clasped around mine. I push down my panic. When I first met Callum, I told him I had faced worse monsters than him. I survived my father, who treats me like cattle to be traded to the highest bidder. My brother, who gained pleasure from demeaning me and humiliating me. Even the high priest, who would beat me for my alleged sins. I can face the Wolf King, even if he is so fearsome that males like Callum have submitted to him. Callum and I walk into a room that reminds me of a darker version of the council chambers back at the palace. There are fiery sconces on the stone walls, interspersed with carvings of lovers and wolves and wars and moons. They might depict the story Callum told me about the elder wolf and the moon goddess. A large green-patterned rug is lying across the flagstones, faded where feet have walked across it. The air smells like wood smoke, even though there is no fire lit in the grate. A thread of cold daylight comes in through the narrow window. My attention is taken by the long table at the back of the room, and the 4 men sitting behind it. The man, the wolf, in the centre is obviously the king. He is huge, with a shaved head, broad shoulders, and a thick neck. On one side of him, there's a male with an unruly beard, and on the other sits a short male with long brown hair. My gaze snags on another male sitting further away from them at the end of the table, the only one who is not looking at me. He's sitting with one arm over the back of his chair as he peels an apple with a small knife. He is strikingly handsome, with a sharp jawline and dark hair. Unlike the others, he is wearing breeches, not a kilt. A strange feeling jolts through me. Recognition, perhaps, though I am sure we've never met. Callum stiffens. Duncan sits down at the empty seat at the left-hand side of the table, and my attention flicks back to where it should be right now. The Wolf King. There's something predatory in his gaze as he looks me up and down. His kilt is the same colour green as Magnus's. Callum implied that Magnus's whole clan was horrible, yet when Callum spoke of the king, his voice softened. It doesn't make sense. I want to run away from this man, but I must play along. I bow my head and curtsy. Your Majesty? There's a beat of silence. Then all the men behind the table roar with laughter, all except the male with the apple who sits at the end.
He's not the king,
says Callum darkly.
Where's James?
He had business to attend to,
says the male I mistook for the Wolf King.
Did he not tell ye? He left me in charge in his stead.
Callum's eyes narrow.
Aye, course he did.
You're welcome to challenge me for the title, if you wish.
The big man leans forward, resting his sizable arms upon the table.
As it's my castle you're in, I don't imagine it'll go well for you. Nor do I imagine James will be happy if I throw the whole lot of you out.
A muscle twitches in Callum's jaw.
When will James be back?
The man shrugs.
How should I know? A couple of weeks, maybe.
His attention moves back to me.
I'm Robert. You can call me Your Majesty if you like.
His grin twists into a leer, and a couple of the others snicker.
The real question is, who are you? And what are we going to do with you?
Chapter 16. There is a ball of nervous energy inside me. I walked into a den of wolves, and they're looking at me like they're going to devour me. And this is before they've even discovered my true identity, the daughter of their enemy king. It is only the dark-haired man draped over the chair at the end who seems disinterested in my fate.
You're not going to do anything with her,
says Callum. There's a deathly calm to his tone.
She was Sebastian's prisoner, and now she's with me. I wanted to speak with James, but as he's not here, we'll be taking our leave.
He grabs my hand.
No,
says Robert softly. Callum stills, and a thick tension spreads across the room, mingling with the heady scent of wood smoke. He releases me.
No,
he says, his voice equally quiet. Robert nods at me.
Who is she?
I raise my chin. My eyes flit momentarily to the narrow window and the mountains beyond, the freedom that I desire.
Her name is Aurora,
says Callum.
a kitchen maid. Not that it's any of your concern.
A flicker of irritation cuts through the fear. Must it always be this way for me? Men discussing my future as though I have no say in it myself. A crunch momentarily distracts me, as the man at the end of the table bites into his apple. His eyes are on me now, glinting. Callum shifts so that his body shields me from him, even though the man posing as the king is clearly the bigger threat.
Why did you bring her here?
Asks Robert.
That's none of your concern,
replies Callum. Robert laughs darkly.
I won't have a human walking freely in my castle. Though perhaps she can stay with me and keep my bed warm.
A low growl vibrates in Callum's chest, and the humour disappears from Robert's face. Beside him, Duncan rises, and his hand moves to a sword in his belt. It was foolish to come here, to think it would end differently than this. These men will fight for me, and if Callum loses, will I be killed? Or will my fate be even worse? I let a childish dream of freedom and a wolf with kind eyes ensnare me. Now I am in more danger than ever before. Callum's hand curls into a fist at his side.
Oh, let him keep his pet.
The man at the end of the table finally speaks. His voice is as smooth as silk, and to my surprise, he speaks with a Southlands accent.
Did I ever tell you about the time my mother let me keep a rabbit?
He looks at Robert, before going back to his apple.
When she took it from me, I cried.
No one speaks for a moment. Silence hangs over us like a shroud. Robert sinks back into his seat and scrapes his hand over his stubble. He chuckles.
Very well. Keep your pet, Callum. But she earns her keep. I can find a use for her,
says the man with the Southlands accent.
No,
says Callum. The dark-haired male leans forward, resting his chin on his hand.
You know, little rabbit, I was in your king's army once. Perhaps we've already met.
There's something pointed in his words, and my whole body stills. Does he know who I am? Callum clasps my hand, but his heat is not enough to thaw the ice that spreads through my veins.
she's under my protection,
he says roughly. Tension radiates from him as he pulls me out of the room and into the corridor. I almost stumble. He is silent as he leads me back through the labyrinth. I shouldn't have come here. I should have stayed with my people and done my duty. I was foolish to think I was clever enough to survive this. Callum squeezes my hand, as if he senses the direction of my thoughts, and my pulse steadies a little. Then I pull out of his grasp. He gives me a puzzled look. It's inappropriate, I say quietly, as we climb the stairway. He laughs, surprised.
That's what you're concerned about right now?
Well, no, Callum. I'm more concerned that I'm in a castle full of wolves, my life is in danger, and your plan has failed. Callum stops outside a room.
I'll keep you safe, Princess. You have my word.
And what? You're just going to fight every single wolf in this castle, are you?
If I have to.
He leans over my shoulder to push the door open, revealing bedchambers. His, presumably. A large four-poster bed dominates the space, and my blood heats. I have never been in a man's bedchambers before.
Go on,
he says. He walks forward, nudging me through, then closes the door behind us. He drops into a leather armchair by a window that looks out onto the loch. There is a large armoire on one wall, and a chest at the foot of the bed. The dark wooden floor is covered with a tartan rug, the same colour as his kilt. Above his headboard hangs an oil painting of a rugged landscape. There's a copper bathtub, filled with steaming water, in front of the fire in the hearth. I look at it longingly.
I'm sorry I put you in that situation, Princess,
says Callum. I shift on my feet. What do we do now? He blows out air.
Honestly, I'm not sure. I don't think anyone would be foolish enough to try anything with you under my protection, but I don't like it. And if they find out who you are...
He shakes his head.
Either way, it looks like you'll be staying with us for a while longer yet.
That man, the one with dark hair who was sitting at the end of the table, he knows who I am. Callum runs a hand over his full lips, then leans back in his chair.
Aye, I think so too.
Who is he? His expression darkens.
His name is Blake. He's the most dangerous male in the Kingdom of Wolves, and he has the power to either help us or destroy us. There's a feast tonight. I'll speak with him then, and I need you to come with me.
Chapter 17. It takes everything in me not to crumple into a pile on Callum's floor. A feast? Back home, I'd relish the idea of going to a feast. The balls, the gatherings, the summer festivals. I lived for those events. As stifling as they could be, they were the only times when my father saw me as useful, even if I was just a prop to him, or a trophy to dangle in front of visiting kingdoms. But I have been riding for 2 days, and I haven't bathed properly, and I don't have my clothes, or my servants, or my makeup. I shake my head. No, I'm not in the mood for a feast. I will retire early tonight, and you can speak to Blake alone. Callum sighs.
Why don't you sit down?
He nods at the big four-poster bed to my side, and my cheeks heat. I'm an unmarried woman. He can't possibly expect me to sit on his bed. I would rather stand.
I'm not leaving you alone. You're coming with me.
No. He arches an eyebrow.
No.
This man is a mountain, and he's used to getting his own way. There is only one card I can play to get the upper hand here. If you drag me into your great hall, I will tell everyone who I am. I fold my arms. It will cause carnage. And what will you do then?
That would end worse for you than it would for me, Princess,
says Callum.
Believe me.
So you're not going to protect me?
Oh, I would protect you from the wolves outside these doors. But if you're going to do something reckless, it's me you'll have to contend with.
I feel as if he's just doused me with cold water. You're threatening me?
Aye,
he says. Though I've seen him threaten people before, with his muscles hard and his posture dominant. And he doesn't look like that now. He looks relaxed, his expression soft, a playful glint in his green eyes. Is that how you became the big, strong alpha? I demand. Threatening women you kidnapped?
not quite.
I fight the urge to ask him how he became an alpha, pushing down the intrigue that blooms inside my chest at how this infernal kingdom of wolves actually works. Now is not the time. Well, what are you going to do to me? I ask. The armchair creaks as he leans forward, and his heat and scent wash over me.
I'd start by telling everybody about our secret.
What secret?
About our sleeping arrangement last night.
He clucks his tongue.
What will people think? A princess and a wolf? The scandal!
My cheeks heat, and a feral sound escapes my lips. A slow smile spreads across his face. What kind of gentleman are you? I demand.
I'm not a gentleman, remember. I'm a wolf.
The amusement doesn't leave his expression as he nods at the bed.
Sit down.
No. He rises from his seat, and his body swamps mine. I have to tilt my head back to meet his gaze.
You must be tired.
He says. He steps forward, and his chest bumps into mine. I stumble onto the bed, quickly pushing myself upright. My hands sink into the soft, downy quilt. His chest is right in front of my face. One of his buttons must have torn off in the siege, and I catch a glimpse of the skin and toned muscle beneath his shirt. I swallow. Is this how you get your way? By pushing people around? I ask.
That's one of my methods of persuasion, aye.
He crouches in front of me, placing one of his knees on the tartan rug.
I don't usually have to work so hard to get someone to do something. You're very stubborn, aren't you?
He puts a hand on my thigh, and all the muscles in my body clench. He quickly removes it.
Come with me.
He sighs.
Please, this is my fault. I put you into this situation. Let me fix this.
There is something so earnest in his eyes, so lonely, that I fight the urge to touch his cheek. Despite his infuriating arrogance, I can tell this is a man who feels the weight of his responsibilities and decisions. This is a man who bears that weight so others don't have to. Something softens inside me, and vulnerability flickers in his eyes as if he senses it. I sigh. I'd rather speak with Blake in different circumstances. If I was feeling rested and sharp, I'd be more confident I could gain the upper hand. But I cannot deny that I am curious about the dark-haired wolf with the Southlands accent. I'm sure my father would be interested to know about a wolf who claims to have served in his guard, too. Fine, I roll my eyes. I'll come to your feast, but I need to wash first. Callum smiles. When he steps away, the air feels lighter and I can breathe again. He nods at the copper bathtub behind him.
Take it. It'll make you feel better.
Where are you going?
I'll be outside.
He leans against the doorframe.
Unless you'd like me to help you with your bath.
I make a strangled sound at the thought of being naked in front of Callum with his hands on me. How can you say such things?
What? It was a genuine offer.
No, it wasn't. You're trying to annoy me. He grins.
Maybe a wee bit. You're cute when you blush.
My cheeks flame, and I hate myself for it. Brute! He chuckles as he steps into the corridor.
We have a few hours until we'll need to head to the Great Hall.
He says over his shoulder.
Wash and get some rest. You'll need your strength. Feast's here.
He drags his teeth over his bottom lip, his eyes glinting.
Well, let's just say they can get lively.
And with those ominous words, he shuts the door behind him. Chapter 18. A floorboard creaks, and my eyes jolt open. It takes me a moment to realize I'm lying on Callum's bed. My body heats. Before today, I'd never even been in a man's bedchambers before, let alone fallen asleep on their soft quilt, with my hair soaking their pillows. At least I had the grace to clothe myself in the tartan dress after my bath. Even if my feet are bare, and my skirts have risen to my thighs. I can smell him on the sheets, soft and masculine, and my cheeks flush. The room is dark, though a fire is crackling in the hearth, emitting a soft glow. When I glance at the narrow window, I notice the crescent moon outside. It is night-time already. Beside the window, Callum sifts through his wardrobe. He's wearing his kilt, but his shirt now hangs over the arm of his chair. I bite my bottom lip. I saw him topless when he was in the fighting ring, and his hard muscle had seemed fearsome. Now, I find myself admiring his broad shoulders and the way that the muscles in his back shift as he pulls out a shirt. His skin glistens, and his hair is darker, as if wet. He must have washed too.
Good sleep?
He asks without turning. I shut my eyes, my breath hitching.
I know you're awake, Princess. Your heart is hammering.
The floorboards creak as he turns.
You're not afraid of me, are you?
He sounds concerned, ashamed even. The air shifts as he approaches. My pulse quickens, and I'm not sure why. I do not fear him, even though I probably should. He breathes in sharply, then places something on the bedside table beside me.
If it makes you feel safer.
He says. I open my eyes. The letter opener he took from me during the siege now sits beside a half-burned candle. I push myself up onto the pillows and take it, turning it in my hand. The silver gleams in the dim light. I frown. You would give me this?
I don't want you to fear me.
I stare at the tiny knife, then at the size of Callum, and fight the urge to roll my eyes. I don't think I could do much damage with this. An answering grin spreads across his face, and he shrugs.
Small things can be deadly too.
He places his shirt onto the bed and crouches in front of me. His face is close to mine, and I fight the urge to drop my gaze and look at his bare chest. He closes his fingers around my hand and brings it close to his neck so that the blade is almost touching his skin. My breathing quickens. What are you doing?
Go for the throat.
His voice is rougher than usual. I swallow, then nod. The air heats, becomes unbreathable. He pulls away and I exhale. He releases a long breath too, and I wonder if I wasn't the only one affected. Turning around, he shrugs on his shirt and buttons it up. I don't fear you, I say quietly. His shoulders soften.
Good. You have no reason to.
He nods at the blade, clutched in my hand.
The other wolves here, and the particular wolf we'll be meeting with tonight.
His expression darkens.
Be on your guard, Princess, and stay close to me.
I place the blade in the pocket of my dress. Callum holds out his hand.
Ready?
My stomach is roiling, but I allow him to pull me to my feet. He offers me a half smile.
You know, these feasts can actually be quite fun.
Apart from all the wolves who want to kill me.
Aye, apart from that.
He leads me out of his room. Callum said Blake was the most dangerous man here. I suppose I'll soon find out whether or not that is true. As we head down the stairwell, Callum reels off a list of all the foods we can expect to eat this evening. I'm barely listening. I keep having to disentangle my hand from his, only for him to reach for me and enclose my fingers within his once more. I'm not even sure he realizes he's doing it. This kind of over-familiar behavior would not be tolerated in the Southlands, and I wonder whether all wolves are this physical, or whether it's just Callum. I don't hate it, though, and that in itself is rather disconcerting. I'm a betrothed woman, even if I'm supposed to marry a cruel and horrible man. My father would kill me if he saw me holding hands with the Alpha of Highfell. I don't even want to think about what he would do to Callum. Callum's familiarity, however, is not enough to distract me from the high-pitched screeching that hits my ears when we walk into the next corridor. Callum must notice my wince, because he chuckles.
You don't have bagpipes in the south.
He points ahead. There's a young boy, around 10 years old, standing at the entrance of the great hall. He has a blue tartan bag nestled beneath his arm, and his cheeks are as red as his hair as he blows into a pipe. He looks like he's about to pass out.
Just be thankful you don't have wolf hearing.
He whispers darkly.
I had to listen to the wee lad practicing.
He gives the boy a thumbs up as we pass by.
Great job, Brody.
An extra shrill note rings my ears as Brody puffs out his chest with pride. A soft laugh escapes my lips. Callum's gaze snaps toward me as we enter the great hall, a warm smile spreading across his face. What? I ask. He shrugs.
You have a nice laugh.
When we walk into the entrance hall, my smile fades. In the Southlands, we thought the wolves were too unruly to unite against us. For the centuries that we have been at war, they have fought among themselves, as well as with us. It has been our greatest advantage. Yet, here, within the walls of this castle, there must be over 100 wolves. They shout and laugh and insult one another as they sit along 4 long tables that are laden with food. The air smells like ale and wood smoke and roast venison. At the end of the hall, beneath a coat of arms that depicts a wolf and a moon, there's a raised dais. At the table atop it sits Robert, the acting Wolf King. Callum takes my hand and leads me toward him and the 4 equally menacing men that sit with him. There's a lull in the crowd as we pass by. I'm not sure why he's taking me toward Robert's table. The wolves sitting there look like the scariest in the hall, each donning a different tartan. Callum drops into one of the vacant seats at the end of the table and gestures that I do the same. Trying not to show my fear, I sit down beside him, the small letter opener pressing into my thigh. Not that it will do me much good if everyone turns on me. It seems like that may be a possibility. Everyone is looking in my direction. Can they smell that I'm a human? Or are they wondering why I'm wearing Callum's clan colours? Callum, however, seems perfectly at ease. His legs are spread, and his elbow rests casually on the table. When Robert looks at him, Callum meets his eye. There's a moment of tension. Then Robert leans back in his seat and forks up a piece of meat before going back to his conversation. The raucous laughter and merriness resumes, even if some of the wolves look at me with a mixture of curiosity and hostility. I spot Fiona, the girl I thought was Callum's wife, at one of the tables. She's wearing a dress like mine, made of red tartan, and her brown hair hangs in waves down her shoulders, though there are a couple of strands of hay in it. She grins and turns back to the person next to her. Isla is sitting at the same table, and she scowls when I catch her eye. Beside me, Callum grabs a plate and starts piling it with food: potatoes, roasted turnips, venison, thick meat gravy, and blackberry sauce. He places it before me, then helps himself to a plate. I ignore my grumbling stomach. Weren't we supposed to be keeping my presence discreet? I whisper.
The alphas sit at this table.
His voice is the same volume as mine as he scans the great hall.
And I'm an alpha. It would have looked stranger if I'd not sat here.
He stabs a chunk of meat with his fork and puts it into his mouth. Where's Blake? I ask.
No idea. Whenever he crawls out from wherever he's lurking right now, he'll come sit at this table too.
My eyebrows raise. He's an alpha. Blake looks strong, but he isn't big and muscular like Callum or the other males sitting at this table. His accent also indicates he doesn't originate from the Northlands.
There's been some debate over the matter,
says Callum, his voice low.
The last person who questioned it hasn't been seen for a while.
He nods at the entrance to the hall.
Ah, there he is.
Blake stands in the doorway. Like earlier, he's dressed in dark breeches rather than a kilt, and wears a black shirt that is perfectly fitted to his hard chest and torso. His hair is dark, and a couple of errant strands curl against his forehead. He scans the great hall, a bored look on his face. When his eyes lock onto mine, A wicked smile spreads across his face. He heads toward us. Chapter 19. Many of the men in this great hall remind me of beasts, but there's something different about the dark-haired male who prowls toward us. It's not just that he wears breeches instead of a kilt. It's the calculated disinterest on his face and the fluid way he moves. He reminds me more of a cat than a wolf. People much bigger than him watch him warily as he passes by. When he stops in front of our table, Callum leans back in his seat, a look of dislike etched onto his face.
"Brought your pet to the feast, I see,"
says Blake. He's almost as tall as Callum, though not as muscular. He looks like he's in his early 20s, like Callum too. I catch his scent of shadows and pine, like a forest at night.
"We need to talk,"
says Callum. A slow smile spreads across Blake's face, and dimples puncture his cheeks.
"So we do."
While Callum's voice is low and rough, Blake's is smooth like silk.
"After we eat."
He looks at the door on the left-hand side of the hall, and Callum inclines his head. Blake drops into a seat by Robert and starts a conversation. "I'm not a pet," I say quietly. Blake meets my eyes and smirks. Again, I feel that small tug of recognition. I wonder if I saw him at my father's palace. If I did, what on earth is he doing here?
"No, course not."
Callum says absently, stabbing a potato. What if he says something about me to Robert?
He won't. He's a self-interested prick. He'll want to find out what you're doing here in case there's a way for him to exploit it.
Continues Callum, lowering his voice.
There are too many ears in this hall. We'll speak with him later.
He nods at my plate.
Enjoy your food. It's good, I promise.
The great hall gets louder with bagpipes, shouting, and slurred song as the night progresses. I'm starting to enjoy the music, although that could be because a small troupe of musicians have taken over from 10-year-old Brody. While it's difficult to imagine anyone could turn into a wolf, the people at the feast move and shout and dance as though no sense of propriety binds them. A fight has broken out by the entrance, and a man and a woman are kissing against the far wall. I watch, fascinated as I eat. I count 6 different clan colours running through the hall, 2 different blues, a yellow, 2 greens, and the red that Callum wears. That means the Wolf King, whoever he is, must have united 6 clans, perhaps 7. Blake, dressed all in black, is certainly set apart from the rest, and I wonder if his people are elsewhere. People approach Callum throughout the evening, speaking to him deferentially and dipping their heads when addressing him. Some ask about the siege and the whereabouts of the other wolves who still haven't returned. Callum tells them he sent someone out to look for them, his jaw tensing as he relays this information. He must be worried about Ryan. I am too. I've no doubt Sebastian will have sent men after me. What if they caught up with the group Callum and I left behind? A couple of hours into the feast, Blake finally gets up. He weaves through the crowd and exits the great hall through the door he nodded at earlier. Callum waits a couple of minutes before rising.
Ready?
My limbs are stiff, either from the horse riding or from sitting down for so long, but I let Callum steer me through the boisterous crowd. His huge body creates a protective bubble around me. When we reach the door Blake went through, Callum puts a hand flat on my stomach and eyes still. His warm breath tickles my ear.
Just to warn you, wolves tend to use this room on nights such as this when they want a bit of privacy.
That's good, isn't it? That's what we want.
Aye.
He says carefully.
But others may want privacy for a different reason, if you catch my drift.
I don't, but I nod anyway.
When we get in there, I'll need to tell Blake I've taken you prisoner.
He says.
That's not the way that I see you, okay?
He opens the door and hustles me inside. The room is warm and dark, full of nooks and alcoves and small round tables where candles flicker. It smells like wood smoke and spice, and it takes my eyes a moment to adjust. There's a woman straddling a man on the leather armchair to our right. The top of her dress is pulled down, exposing her breasts, and the male has his mouth around one of her nipples. She rocks against him, moaning softly. I gasp, jerking my head in the opposite direction. Callum nudges me forward.
It's okay. Keep walking.
We head toward the hearth at the end of the room. There are 2 armchairs facing it, and Blake sits back in one of them, his long legs stretched out in front of him toward the crackling flames. When we reach him, I look for a third space to sit down, but Callum hooks his arm around my waist and drops down into the vacant armchair, pulling me down onto his lap. When I try to get back up, his arm tightens around me. Blake watches our almost imperceptible struggle, his dark eyes glinting. He leans forward.
Caught yourself a little rabbit, have you, Callum?
He says. Chapter 20. My mouth dries. Blake's gaze pins me to the spot, while Callum's thick arm holds me against his chest. I'm not used to being so close to a male. Back at the palace, I had to dance and smile and sweet-talk nobles at social gatherings. If any of them had held me like this, they would have been executed. This is not appropriate, and it's certainly not the way I wanted to meet the male that Callum said is the most dangerous wolf in the Northlands. But it is the strange heat pulsing beneath my skin that finally makes me try to shuffle out of Callum's grasp.
Behave,
Growls Callum, and I stiffen. He has not used this tone on me before, and panic surges through me. Have I misjudged this male? But then I remember he was going to tell Blake I was his prisoner. I do not see how that can work to our advantage, though. If Blake knows who I am, then it only makes me look weak. Before I can decide how to react, Blake takes my hand in his and presses his lips to my knuckles. I freeze.
It's a pleasure to meet you, little rabbit,
he says. A low growl rumbles in Callum's chest, and the corner of Blake's lip quirks before he releases me.
You remind me of someone I saw back at the Southlands Palace,
says Blake.
Did you know that the daughter of the king has red hair, just like yours?
Give it a rest, Blake.
Growls Callum.
I know you know who she is.
Blake sighs, before leaning back in his chair and reaching for a glass of wine on the round table beside him.
Very well. Let's be direct with one another, if you don't want to play.
Where's James?
Asks Callum.
There was a disturbance near the border. He went to sort it.
Blake sips his wine.
You intend to trade her for the heart of the moon, I suppose.
Aye.
If the wolves find out who she really is, they'll tear her apart.
I frown, as they speak about me as if I'm not even here. But then Blake's eyes move to mine. Curiosity ripples off him.
Why did you choose to come here, little rabbit?
She didn't choose. I took her.
Says Callum.
And I've just told you why.
Very well. I'm interested in how this is all going to play out. I'll keep your secret.
If Magnus gets back before James, he could cause some trouble.
Says Callum.
Are you asking for my help, Callum?
Aye.
Callum grits out.
Say please.
Callum's thighs tense beneath me, and I can feel the restraint in his chest. If he launches himself at Blake like I sense he wants to, we're going to be in trouble. Please, I say, giving him a hard look. Blake's grin widens, and again I notice the dimples in his cheeks.
Looks like your pet has better manners than you, Callum. Very well. I'll deal with Magnus.
He turns his attention back to Callum.
And you can put your rabbit in a hutch for safekeeping. The chambers in the Western Tower are empty.
She stays with me,
says Callum. Blake puts his glass down on the table. In a sudden movement, he reaches for me. Callum grabs his wrist, stopping him. I'm jolted forward.
Look at you,
Says Blake.
You're like a dog guarding his favorite chew toy. What happens when you decide you want to play with it?
She's my prisoner.
Says Callum. Blake chuckles.
Please, you're not a kidnapper, Callum. You're a savior. Perhaps you told yourself that you brought her here for the heart of the moon, but we both know the truth. You saw a woman who needed saving, and you wanted to be the one to do so. She'll stay in the room in the tower, where we can both keep an eye on her.
No.
Says Callum.
You truly wish for me to believe you're holding her captive?
Blake arches an eyebrow.
Fine. Prove it. Make her do something.
His lips curve into a smile.
Tell her to come and sit with me.
That is not... I splutter.
The day I feel the need to prove myself to you is the day I relinquish my title as Alpha of Highfell.
Says Callum. Blake somehow manages to look bored, even with Callum tightly gripping his wrist.
If you want my help, you'll put her in the tower.
No.
Fine. Keep her in your room. Have her sleep in your bed.
Panic, mingled with something else, surges through my body.
Out of interest, have you had many dealings with noblemen in the south?
Blake continues conversationally.
I have. They're a primitive lot. Did you know they require their brides to be untouched? Did you know, on occasion, they check?
The blood drains from my face, and Callum's biceps clench.
What's that got to do with anything?
Well, I'm curious, Callum. How do you expect to get her betrothed to agree to a trade, when it's only a matter of time before you have your cock buried inside her?
My cheeks flame. That's not...
That's enough, Blake.
Growls Callum.
She'll be staying where I can keep an eye on her.
The room in the tower is close to my chambers, and to yours. Do you think anyone would be foolish enough to try anything with either of us so close? She'll be perfectly safe.
She's too valuable to risk.
And what of the heart of the moon? Asks Blake. How valuable is that? How will you trade her?
I jerk forward, freeing myself from both of them and stumbling across the flagstones. Both turn their heads toward me. Callum's body is hard with tension, whereas Blake seems merely intrigued. I've had enough of this charade. Blake knows who I am, and he seems to have the measure of Callum as well. Does my opinion factor into the equation? I ask. Or are you going to keep on speaking about me as if I'm not here? Blake's eyes gleam, while Callum looks a little sheepish. He releases Blake, and the dark-haired wolf leans back, resting his elbow casually on the arm of his chair.
What is it that you want, Princess?
Callum asks, seemingly realizing the pretense is over. Freedom. That is what I want. I want to be free from Sebastian, and to not have my fate determined by powerful men. For that to happen, I need to be alone so I can figure out my next move. I can't plot against the wolves and find out more information about the heart of the moon and the Wolf King if I am kept in Callum's room, in his bed. I'll need my own chambers, I say. If Sebastian found out that I'd shared a room with another man, I'd lose my value. You heard what he said back at the castle. The muscles along Callum's jaw tighten. He sighs and inclines his head.
Very well,
he says.
But I have a condition, and I don't think you're going to like it.
Chapter 21. It could be my imagination, but Callum looks a little uncomfortable. Blake, however, is grinning. He has one ankle on his knee. Again, he reminds me of a cat. This time, a cat who has found a couple of mice to play with. Whatever this condition is, it cannot be good for me.
You know, I didn't take you for someone who would engage in such an archaic tradition, Callum,
says Blake.
Aye. Well, it'll keep her safe until we can get the heart of the moon.
The heart of the moon. Yes, that's the reason.
Blake's eyes glint in the firelight. What condition? I ask.
I'll tell you when we get upstairs.
Callum gets up.
Come on, it's been a long night. You must be tired.
You really should challenge him for the title, you know,
says Blake. Callum turns back around.
Who?
His tone is weighted.
Rob, of course.
Blake picks up his wineglass.
Who else?
That would cause trouble, and you know it.
You're the rightful second in command. They're going to think you're weak.
Only weak men feel the need to assert their dominance.
For once, you and I agree on something,
says Blake.
Others do not. You need to play the game sometimes, Callum.
And you should take a break from the game every once in a while, Blake. There are more important things than power.
Blake's gaze falls onto me for a moment, before a slow smile spreads across his face.
Not for me,
he says. My eyelids are heavy when Callum and I stop on a small torchlit landing in the castle's turret. My breath mists in front of my face, but the laboured climb has me hot and bothered. I'm not used to so much exercise. Callum hasn't even broken a sweat. You said there was a condition, I say, suppressing a yawn.
Aye.
Callum pushes open a small wooden door.
It can wait until morning.
He nudges me inside. The room is small and filled with books. There are piles of them on a writing desk, and they fill the rickety shelf beside it. There are even some stacked on the floorboards in one corner. Against the wall, there's a single bed. There's a scent in the air that seems familiar, but I can't place it. Can Blake truly deal with Magnus? I ask. My insides twist with hate when I think of the wolf who burst into my bedchambers back in the Borderlands. He threatened me, twice. I'd have thought Callum would be better equipped to deal with a male like that. While Callum has been gentle with me, I saw him in the fighting ring. I know he would be a terrifying opponent. Blake committed a dark undercurrent of violence too, but it seemed more calculated and sharp, like a blade rather than a hammer.
Blake has leverage on a lot of the wolves here.
Callum's eyes harden on the candle that flickers on the bedside table, as though it displeases him before he continues.
He's got something on Magnus. I don't know what, but if anyone can keep him in check without me murdering him and losing his clan's support, it's Blake.
When Callum opens the wardrobe, a low growl rumbles in his chest. It's full of clothes.
The prick knew I'd agree to you staying here,
he says.
He's had someone prepare the room.
He pulls out a white nightdress and hands it to me. It looks like it's exactly my size.
It's clean,
he says. Oh, thank you. I shift from one foot to another, and Callum chews the inside of his cheek. For the first time since I met him, he seems at a loss for what to do next. There's a strange energy in the air. You can go now, I say. His eyes widen. A slow grin spreads across his face, lightening his features. What? I ask, folding my arms.
I've not been dismissed since I was a wee lad pestering my parents,
he says. He inclines his head. He walks to the door, but lingers in the doorway.
I'll come for you in the morning, and we'll talk about my condition for having your own room. If you agree, I'll show you around the grounds.
And if I don't? He raises an eyebrow.
You'll be sharing a room with me for the rest of your time here.
Something in his expression changes, and I wonder if he can hear the quickening of my pulse.
Good night, Princess,
he says, his voice a little rough. He walks out of the room and closes the door behind him. The thought of being pulled onto his lap, his hard thighs beneath mine, flashes through my mind. I push it away. Good night, I reply quietly. Though he doesn't respond, I am sure that with his wolf hearing, he heard me. Chapter 22. I have been alone since my mother died. The loneliness has always spread through my body like rot. Even though I am continuously surrounded by people, it has lurked beneath my skin and threatened to consume me. This morning, when I wake up alone, it feels different. It's an alone where I can hear my own thoughts. They mingle with the gentle patter of rain against the thin window. For once, I don't have to perform to anyone, because there are no ladies-in-waiting ushering me out of bed. Instead, I can lie bundled up in the soft quilt in a room filled with intriguing piles of books and sweet-scented herbs. This morning, I am not the king's daughter, or Sebastian's wife, or a princess with duties. I am just me. A thrill surges through my body. There are so many things I should be worrying about. The wolves, the inevitability of Sebastian's army finding me, Blake telling the acting wolf king who I am, and Callum. Callum, in whatever condition he wants me to agree to in order for me to keep my own room. Callum is so unlike anyone I have met before. He is lacking in decorum, and he continually behaves in a manner I am not used to. He teases me and asks me questions and touches me. And the worst thing is, I'm not sure I dislike it. Right now, I feel at peace, content, free. I lie here for around 20 minutes, savouring the feeling. My eyes catch on the wardrobe. I was too tired to investigate last night, but I'm curious about what clothes are in there. Today, I intend to learn as much about the wolves as I can, and I'm hoping I'll have a little more control over how I present myself than I did yesterday. I stretch, my limbs aching from being on horseback for 2 days. I limp across the room and throw open the wardrobe. I'm pleasantly surprised by what I see. There is an array of dresses waiting for me. They're all made from dark materials, black, greys, and navy blues. I skim my fingers along them, noting most are simple enough for me to put on without assistance, and all are well made. There's an elegant black dress in particular that catches my eye, made with silk and intricate lace. It emits power. I run my fingers over it. It is not appropriate for today, though. I want to fit in, not draw attention. I notice a couple of pairs of breeches in here, too. In the Southlands, women do not dress in such garments. My father would probably disown me if he saw me wearing clothes like these. Perhaps I'll try them another day. Instead, I select a simple brown dress that should make me look non-threatening and put it on. I'm pulling my fingers through my hair when someone taps against the door. My breath hitches, because I know who it will be.
"Can I come in, Princess?"
asks Callum. When I open the door, he's wearing the same clothes as last night. A couple of the top buttons of his cream linen shirt are undone, and the sleeves are rolled up to his elbows. His jaw is shadowed with stubble, and I wonder if he slept. His eyes are still bright, though.
"You look nice,"
he says. Compliments seem to come so easily to him, and they seem sincere. It is unnerving. I walk toward the window so that he can't see my smile. Thank you. The sky is full of grey clouds, and rain ricochets off the loch. The scenery, and the weather, is so different to the sun-drenched city beyond the Southland's palace walls. Callum comes to stand behind me, and his scorching body heat burns into my back.
"Miserable day, isn't it?"
He says.
"It rains a lot up here. I don't suppose you're used to such weather down in the south."
Have you ever been? To the south? Beyond the borderlands, I mean.
"Everything's south when you're from Highfell."
I hear the smile in his voice.
I visited King City once. About, must have been 5 years ago.
To cause trouble, I presume? He laughs.
No. I was looking for someone. I thought she might be there.
A strange feeling surges through my body. You were looking for a lover?
A lover? No.
He sighs.
I was looking for my mother.
I glance up at him. He's staring out of the window, a pensive look on his face. Something softens inside me. Why would she be in the Southlands? He chews his bottom lip.
She went missing one night. My father thought she was taken by humans. She was presumed dead, but
He shakes his head.
I never bought it. I think she ran away.
My eyebrows knit together. Why would she do that? Callum swallows.
My father was... He was a difficult man.
Oh, I say softly. Did you find her? He offers me a sad smile.
No.
A long silence stretches between us as we both stare out of the window. The trees beyond the loch whisper in the breeze, and there are no people in sight. Again, peace washes over me, until Callum sighs.
So, about this condition I have for you staying in here.
He says. I turn to face him, and I have to tilt my head back to meet his gaze. What is it? He pulls a small black box from the pocket of his kilt. He stares at it for a moment. Then he exhales, before passing it to me. I frown as I open it. Inside, there's a red tartan ribbon with a crimson jewel attached to the front. What is this? I ask.
It's, a necklace.
Callum rubs the back of his neck. I take it out of the box. The length is short. This is not a necklace. It's a collar. He has the good grace to look a little sheepish.
It's an old tradition.
Callum clears his throat.
When an alpha is in an intimate relationship, they can ask their partner to wear one of these. It signals to the rest of the pack that they're spoken for.
He swallows, and his jawline hardens. His eyes smoulder with intensity.
If you wear this, it signals that you're mine.
Chapter 23. The red strip of material hangs from my fingertips, and my jaw sets. Indignation rises within me. He cannot possibly expect me to put this on. It is degrading. It's a collar, I say.
Don't think of it that way.
I drop it back into the box and thrust it back at Callum. I won't wear it.
It's not much different than a wedding band.
And you'll see I am not wearing one of those either.
You would have worn one if I'd left you at the borderlands.
So that is my choice, to belong to Sebastian or to belong to you. Callum's jaw tightens.
Surely I'm the better choice, eh?
My gaze dips down to his crumpled shirt, straining over tensed muscles, then back up to his eyes. They burn into mine, and my heart beats a little faster. The first time I saw Callum, I thought him a monster. He looked like one in that fighting ring, his broad chest bare, his torso as hard as rock. Yet the true monster that night was sitting beside me. He threatened to take me like a common mutt on our wedding night. He said he'd throw me into the kennels after for Callum to use in the same way. The thought filled me with fear, but I know now Callum would never have hurt me in that way. Even though he is a powerful enemy of my people, I cannot deny the truth. He is the better choice. I swallow. That is not the point.
No.
Says Callum, raising his eyebrows.
The point is, it'll keep you safe. No one will touch you if they know that you're mine.
People will already know you brought me here. Wearing this is needless.
No, Princess, it's not.
He shakes his head.
Telling people, it's not the same. We may not have noblemen and ladies like you have in the south, but we have rules and laws and traditions. Like if I were to challenge Rob and win, I would take his clan and title.
He nods at the item in my hand.
Wear this, and you won't be harmed. It's wolf law. Unbreakable, inevitable. Just as we are bound to the moon and must shift when she touches us.
I note how the red jewel refracts the morning light. Would you wear one of these? I ask.
Course I wouldn't. It's different.
Why?
Because I'm an alpha.
And I'm a princess. He groans and rubs his face.
Oh, you're impossible. That's what you are.
And you aren't. He folds his big arms across his chest, and I fold mine, taking a step toward him. I agreed to come here in exchange for my freedom, I say. Belonging to you while I'm here, then being shipped off back to Sebastian when you're done with me is hardly freedom, is it? That was our deal. That was my condition. A strangled noise escapes his lips.
Don't you see? This gives you your freedom. You can stay in this room, you can wander around the castle by yourself if you wish.
He points at the window.
You can even go for walks outside. No one will touch you. You'll be free.
He steps forward, so that we're only inches apart, and his scent envelops me.
The full moon is getting closer, Princess. We've got a wolf inside of us, all of us.
He puts a hand on his chest.
It affects us as it gets closer. It brings out certain instincts. You're not safe. Not unless you wear this. Not unless people think you're mine.
I shake my head. No, it's demeaning. I'm not doing it. Callum closes his eyes.
Yalach, give me strength.
He walks past me, drops the small box on the bed, then walks to the door. Where are we going? I ask.
I'm going to get some breakfast. You can stay here and think about your choices. Wear that, or have me at your side 24/7.
He leans in the doorway, and the corner of his lip quirks.
Unless that's what you want, Princess.
No. I march toward him. I'm hungry. I'm coming too. He laughs darkly.
Oh, I don't think so.
I put my hand on his stomach in an attempt to push him away. Then I still. His torso is solid, and I can feel the ridges of his muscles through his linen shirt. His body heat sears my fingertips. I have never touched a man like this before. My gaze flits up to his. The humour has gone from his eyes, and just for a second, before he blinks a couple of times, I think I see his irises change shape. I pull away as if I have been burned, and take a big step back. I'm sorry, I mumble, then hate myself for apologising. Hasn't he manhandled me enough times since we met? He looks at me curiously, his expression softening.
You don't have to apologise for touching me, Princess.
He raises an eyebrow.
Now, if you want to apologise for being as stubborn as an ox, well, that's a different matter.
He looks at the small box on the bed.
Think about it. I'll be back shortly when you've considered your options.
And with that, he turns and leaves me alone. I sigh and go and sit on the bed. I pick up the small box and look at the offending item inside once more. In my lifetime, I have done many things I have not wanted to do to ensure my survival. I didn't want to marry Sebastian to help my father secure the north, but I was planning to do it regardless, because I feared what would happen to me if I didn't. Putting this on would be the wise thing to do. If Callum is telling the truth, it would allow me to freely walk around the castle and learn about the wolves. Who else in the Southlands would ever have such an opportunity? On the other hand, it is degrading. Even if I cast aside what my father would think, I have to consider my future. My people would never respect me if I put this on. What's more, Callum got frustrated with me when I refused. I don't know why, but that satisfied me. He is so big and strong and in control. It makes me wonder what will happen if he loses it. What will happen if I provoke the wolf behind the man? I drop the box back down onto the mattress beside me. If anything, I'd like to see what Callum does if I offer a little resistance. He deserves it for not bringing me any breakfast. My stomach grumbles as I continue my exploration of my new chambers. There are books everywhere. I pick out a healer's encyclopedia, a collection of diseases and ailments, and a compendium of poisons from among the titles. One dusty tome in particular catches my eye. Experiments, Book 1, is handwritten in an almost illegible scrawl across the thick spine. I open it on a random page. Wolves' Healing Times is written in blotchy letters across the top of the parchment. Tool, iron knife. Insertion made along subject 13's lower torso, 1 inch deep. Healing time approximately 3 minutes, significantly faster than when cut with silver. If the blade was poisoned, would the substance linger beneath the skin? Test theory tomorrow. Goddess, did the former resident of these chambers write this book? I shudder, yet cannot help but flick to another page. If I remove a wolf's organs, will they grow back? Is written along the top of the parchment. Someone knocks on the door, and I look up, startled, dropping the macabre book on my mattress. It lands with a thud and releases a cloud of dust. Has Callum realised he was harsh to leave me alone without breakfast? Or is it someone else? I tiptoe to the door. Who is it? Can I come in? The voice is female and familiar. Before I respond, Fiona walks into the room, bringing the earthy scent of horses with her. She's carrying a tray that has a teapot and chipped cup, a bowl of steaming porridge, and a small pot of honey atop it. On Callum's orders. She brushes aside a stack of papers and sets the tray down on the writing desk. I'm also under strict orders that I'm not, under any circumstances, to tell you Callum was the one who told me to bring it up to you. She grins over her shoulder, her brown eyes glinting. So why did you tell me? I ask. Because he's a good man, and I don't see the point in hiding that. She turns and leans back against the desk, her gaze narrowing on the small box on my bed. From her expression, I wonder if she disapproves of it as much as I do. He told me who you are and why he brought you here, she says. He also said you were being difficult. I fold my arms. Well, what does he expect? He expects you to treat him as your alpha and to do everything he says, and he doesn't know what to do with you now he's found out you won't. He doesn't like people saying no to him, does he? Oh, I think he does, actually. He's not used to it. She nods at the collar. You don't want to wear it? Why? I assess her, wondering whether to tell her the truth. Back home, the ladies who would keep me company at balls or on walks in the grounds would go along with anything I said, wanting desperately to gain my favour and the favour of the king. I get the impression that, for once, I can have a candid conversation. Perhaps she'll even understand. My whole life, I have been treated like a prize or a possession. I sigh. I don't know. I thought it might be different here, like maybe I could be something or someone else. If I wear that thing, I just belong to another man. It's the same as back home. She nods. Aye, I get that. You know, it's freer up here for females than it is in the Southlands. We can fight and work in the stables, and we have a say in the clan politics. But you'll have noticed that there were no females sitting at that alpha table in the Great Hall last night. And there are certain old wolf traditions that, in my opinion, should be wiped out. She nods at the small box. If it makes you feel any better, Callum doesn't like it as a tradition either. And wearing it will give you the freedom to go about the castle without fear. She bites her bottom lip and looks like she's deciding whether or not to tell me something. Honestly, I'm surprised he decided to give it to you. The cost is as high for him as it is for you. My eyebrows knit together. What do you mean? Perhaps he'll explain it to you sometime. She pushes off from the desk and walks back to the door. You should wear it, though. The full moon is coming, and you're a human. Her eyes darken in the morning light. You'll need all the protection you can get when she rises. Perhaps she is right, but I cannot bring myself to put on the collar. The next few days pass by in a similar manner. I wake up aching and sore, my muscles stiff from the journey here. Callum visits in the morning. Fiona brings me porridge and berries and fresh tea at breakfast time. And a lady-in-waiting visits in the evening to bring me potted pies, and cuts of meat and bread. When I am alone, I explore my small bedchambers while the rain patters against the window. I read more of that horrible book of experiments, flicking through pages titled The Effects of Wolfsbane on a Wolf's Ability to Heal, The Order in which a Wolf's Bones Break When They Shift, and Provoking the Inner Wolf, a half-wolf's response to emotional trauma. I am certain I do not want to meet the person who stayed in this room before me. I find myself looking forward to Callum's visits, where he inappropriately sits on my bed or stands by the window and shares snippets of his life with me. He tells me about his clan's castle, which is so far north that it barely sees sunlight, about hunting in the forests as he was growing up, and about breaking his leg when he was a boy, climbing down into Glen Yarloch to find an old temple dedicated to the Elder Wolf. Despite his frustration with me that first morning, he doesn't push too hard about the collar.
You know, some would think it an honour to wear.
He tells me one morning. Like who? Isla? I cross my arms. She practically swooned over him when we first arrived at the castle. I bet she would love to belong to him. A slow grin spreads across Callum's face at that.
Aye, like Isla.
I scowl and tell him to leave.
But I'd prefer it if you wore it, Princess.
A traitorous smile crosses my lips that I quickly hide from him. I know I should just end this stupid morning ritual, yet I cannot quite bring myself to do it. The days are peaceful, and a part of my soul I didn't even know was broken feels as if it is slowly starting to heal. Strangely, Callum seems to be enjoying our newfound routine as much as I am, though he appears increasingly dishevelled each morning. A small seed of guilt begins to sprout in my chest. Is he not sleeping because of me? Has he been standing guard at night? It is a conversation with Fiona on the third night, when she brings up my dinner, that finally seals my fate. Have you had word of the others? I ask her, cutting into a piece of venison pie as I sit at the desk. The ones who escaped Sebastian's castle with us. She's lying on my bed, her hands clasped behind her head, her dirty boots on my bedspread. I have never had a friend before. My days were full of false smiles and fake laughs. Everyone was too afraid of my father to say anything that wasn't superficial. A small part of me wonders if it could be different with Fiona, but I push the thought away. Why would she want to be friends with the daughter of an enemy king? No, she says. We think something's happened to them. Callum sent a party out to find them. He wants to go too. He's worried about the lad. Ryan. Aye. But, well... I put down my fork, frowning. Why won't he go? She turns her head and arches her eyebrow pointedly. Oh, I say quietly, my appetite waning. Because of me. The next morning, I wake up early and watch the sun rise over the loch. When I'm finally traded back to my people, I'm determined to be of more value to my father than a prize to be given to Sebastian. If I can prove that, I will be free on my own terms, and if wearing the collar will allow me to do that, I should do so. It will allow me to explore this castle and find out its secrets. I'm doing this for me, not for Callum. Before I can think too much about it, I open the box, pick up the collar, and fasten it around my neck. It's restrictive, a reminder that I'm allowing myself to belong to yet another man, or at least for it to look that way. The jewel is cool against my skin, and I feel its weight, heavy and prominent, just as I'm sure I will feel the weight of this choice in the days to come. Feeling a little lightheaded, I sit down on the edge of the mattress and clasp my hands together. It's not long before there's a heavy knock at the door. My heart jumps into my throat as I stand up. "Come in," I say. When Callum enters, his gaze instantly dips to my neck. His jaw tightens. If I wear this, I can keep my own room and wander, unsupervised, through the castle, I say. He runs a hand over his mouth.
Aye.
His voice is a little rough. Okay, I say. He sucks in a deep breath.
Okay. But if you wear that in public, there are things that will be expected of you, things that will reflect badly on me if you take no heed of them.
His eyes are serious, verging on stern, as they bore into mine.
So, we need to go over some ground rules.
Chapter 24. Ground rules. I narrow my eyes. Callum sighs, then nods at the bed.
Why don't you take a seat?
I'd prefer to stand. He huffs out a laugh.
This is the first rule. If I ask you to do something, I need you to do it.
Why?
Because I'm an alpha, and it's expected.
So alphas are so fragile they cannot bear to be challenged on anything? I cock my head to the side. I think you are a lot more similar to Southland's lords than you realise. A soft grunt of displeasure scrapes against his throat as he folds his big arms. I have to stop myself from staring at the way his biceps strain against his sleeves. I have to suppress my smile, too. Why is it so satisfying to get a rise out of him?
No,
He mumbles.
it's not like that.
The corner of my lip twitches. What is it like? He sighs.
Yeah, okay, I suppose it is a wee bit like that. I'll look weak if you challenge me, and if I look weak, that puts you in danger. Aye?
I roll my eyes. Fine, but if you ask me to do anything degrading, I swear on the sun goddess I will make you look so weak.
I won't, Rory. I promise I will not ask you to do anything that will cause you harm, nor compromise your morals or integrity. And in return, while you will be mine, I will be yours, too. I will be your alpha, and I promise to take care of you, for as long as you're here with me.
I am held captive by his gaze. Something stirs inside me, warm, and it spreads through my body and seems to thaw my soul. Oh, I say softly. I should find everything he is saying abhorrent. But for the first time since my mother died, someone is offering to take care of me. I've been alone for so long that a part of me has forgotten how that feels. I turn away from him and go and sit on the bed so he can't see the effect he's having on me.
There's another thing.
He says. He follows me, then crouches down. The floorboards creak beneath his weight. He runs his thumb along the ribbon around my neck, and I forget how to breathe.
People know I do not like this as a tradition.
He says.
When they see you wearing it, they're going to think one of two things. One is the truth. They're going to think I'm hiding something from them and protecting you because you're important. We cannot let them think that.
Because someone might challenge you, I ask.
Aye, and I'd win. Make no mistake about that.
I fight my smile. It would seem like arrogance if anyone else said it, but with him, I actually believe it.
But it would cause a messy political situation, and James, the king, wouldn't be too pleased with me.
What is the other option?
If you're wearing that, people are going to think we have been intimate with one another. Do you understand what I'm saying?
The memory of what Magnus did to that woman in the kennels floods my mind. He had her on her knees, moaning, as he thrust into her from behind. Sebastian said that that is how all wolves take their women. People will think I have done that with Callum. My gaze drops to his broad chest and his shirt collar, unbuttoned to expose his thick neck. His hands are on the bed by my thighs, and I think of them grabbing my hips. I imagine him flipping me over and taking his pleasure from me. A spark of heat flickers inside me.
If you wear that, people are going to think you're my mate.
He says.
It is the only other explanation for why I would have given you this, and we must encourage this explanation.
Your mate?
It's a wolf thing. Rare but powerful. Stronger even than love. Two souls chosen by the moon goddess to be together. Their fates entwined. So...
He gives me a sheepish grin.
I may have to touch you from time to time.
You do that anyway.
And you may have to act as if you actually like me, Princess.
I do like you. His smile widens.
Well, that's good then, isn't it? Because I like you too. Now, can you agree to all this?
I must act as if he is my lover. The thought makes my heart race a little faster. Slowly, I nod. I suppose, if I must.
Good. Now, come. There's something I want to show you.
The dark waters of the loch ripple. On the far side, there's nothing but green, craggy mountains. To our left, there's a large forest. The wind is gentle today. It whispers through my hair and carries the scent of peat and heather. Swords clang in the castle courtyard behind us, but we're beyond the outer walls, and our spot is deserted. A few people looked in our direction when we passed by, but the dark cloak I found in the wardrobe hides the collar well enough. I said that I'd wear it. I didn't say I'd display it. Callum and I sit on the damp grass. He pulls out a hunk of bread he stole from the kitchens and breaks it in two, passing me half. I take a bite, then stretch out my legs, wincing at the ache that pervades.
You're still in pain from riding?
He asks, arching an eyebrow.
Yallah, it's been, 4 days?
We can't all be big muscly wolves like you. He laughs.
Aye, that may be true. 4 days. Do all humans take this long to heal? Because if so, perhaps we won't need the Heart of the Moon to beat you after all.
There's a teasing glint in his eye, and I raise my chin. You know, I may not be a big bloodthirsty warrior, but I'm sure there are things I can do better than you.
Oh, aye? Like what?
I shrug. I have some skills in healing and apothecary. I'd had to. I tended to my mother a lot as a child, then developed an interest in it after she died. I always wondered if I could have saved her, if I'd just known the right combination of herbs. And I do a lot of needlework too, back home. He tears off a chunk of bread with his teeth and chews.
You like to sew?
I wasn't allowed to do much else. I was ill for a lot of my childhood, and my father would never let me go out and do the fun things the other children were allowed to do. I shrug. It wasn't appropriate for my station, so I found my own ways to pass the time.
What kinds of things do you like to sew?
Dresses, mostly. I love fashion. I swallow. And my mother taught me how to embroider. I liked to create the scenes she would tell me in her stories as a child. I would pretend I was living in them. I shake my head. It's silly, really.
No.
He says.
It doesn't sound silly at all. What else do you like to do?
Well, I like to read, I suppose.
Another thing you're probably better at than me.
Callum rests his arms on his raised knees as he looks out onto the water. You can't read?
I can. Not well. My mother taught me when I was a wee lad, but my father never thought it was important.
Callum stiffens, and the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. We both look over our shoulders. Blake leans against the outer wall of the castle, around 300 feet behind us. He's speaking to a girl who is carrying a dead pheasant, but his eyes are on me. His gaze drops to my neck, and the corner of his lip quirks.
Blake,
growls Callum.
what does he want?
When the girl leaves, Blake walks toward us with his hands in the pockets of his breeches. Halfway across the grassy expanse, he halts. Callum sniffs the air, then jumps to his feet. The two of them turn their heads toward the hill on the other side of the castle. What is it? I ask alarmed as I get up.
Horses, Fergus, Magnus, and Ryan.
Callum's body is rigid, his breathing hard.
They're coming. I can smell them. And blood. I smell blood. Lots of blood.
He swallows. and his face whitens.
Ryan's blood.
Chapter 25. Something seems to pass between the two males. Blake inclines his head. He walks back toward the castle, the breeze ruffling his dark hair. In the distance, I hear shouting and the thunder of hooves.
If Magnus tells anyone who she is, I'll kill you.
Callum is breathing hard, his teeth gritted and his jawline tense. Even 100 feet away, Blake hears him, looks over his shoulder, and arches an eyebrow. He says something I can't hear, and a low growl vibrates in Callum's chest.
Don't you think I know that?
He says.
Just get on with it and be quick.
Blake's lips curve, but he walks a little faster and disappears around the castle walls. Callum is breathing fast.
Stay close to me.
We hurry across the grass, Callum taking care to keep stride with me. When a cry of pain rattles through the air, he breaks into a run. I chase after him. I stumble into chaos when I reach the courtyard, and I lose sight of him. The air is loud with raised voices, and wolves are gathering. It feels like the hours before a storm, when the air is thick and static, and something is about to break. A voice to my left shouts something derogatory about my father. Another promises to take something from Sebastian and kill it slowly. Another yells that all southerners will die. The skin on my arms turns to goose flesh. The crowd has swallowed me. My shoulders are knocked by big muscular arms, and I catch flashes of weapons and clan colours, and eyes filled with hate. I need to find Callum. If these wolves realise I'm the king's daughter, I'll be torn apart. I don't think a collar will save me now. I'm not sure even Callum can. A part of me wonders if he will even notice if they descend upon me. Someone from his clan has been injured. He is distracted. He has more important things to be worrying about than me. I push toward the centre of the crowd, and the metallic scent of blood hits me in a wave. My stomach turns. Crimson paints the cobbled stones ahead. Callum stands deathly still in the eye of the storm. He says something to Fergus and Becky, the young kitchen maid rescued from Sebastian's castle. He grabs the pale body slung over one of 2 horses and holds it over his shoulder. Becky lets out a cry that's audible, even over all the noise. Her face is streaked with tears and blood. My heart stills. Ryan. He is barely breathing. His eyes are closed, and there's a purple mark across his cheek where he's been struck. His shirt is drenched with blood, and his copper hair is slick with sweat. I hurry closer, causing a male in a blue kilt closest to the horses to curse at me.
Watch where you're going, lassie!
His nostrils flare, and then his features harden.
Human! Hey!
He looks around him.
There's a southern bitch!
Callum turns around, and time seems to stop. A low growl reverberates from his chest, vibrating at such a frequency it rumbles around the courtyard. He has growled a few times in my presence, but this time it is pure animal. It reminds me of what he is. A wolf, a killer, an alpha. A hush falls over the courtyard. Eyes flick toward the source of Callum's displeasure, and the wolf in the blue kilt steps back. The mob looks at me. The hairs on the back of my neck raise as a whisper passes from mouth to mouth. Human. I want to run, to hide, but I can't. I'm surrounded. A gust of wind sweeps my hair out of my face, exposing my neck and the collar. Another current of emotion passes through the crowd. Someone growls. A female spits on the floor.
She's mine,
says Callum. My mouth dries at the power he commands. His gaze seeks mine, and I raise my chin. He nods, and I nod in return. Then time speeds up again. With Ryan over his shoulder, Callum strides toward the castle doors.
Fergus, go get the healer.
Callum says the word healer as though it tastes bad.
Isla, look after the lass.
I'm going with you, growls Becky. Isla darts forward, but Callum meets Becky's determined gaze, sighs, then inclines his head.
Rory,
Says Callum.
this way.
Isla's eyes turn to ice when they drop to the collar around my neck. Her lips pinch together. Callum doesn't need to tell me twice. Even if I wasn't surrounded by wolves who wanted to kill me, I would follow. Not because of Callum's stupid collar, because of the body in his arms, dripping with blood. I am connected to that boy. I spared his life in the dogfighting ring. I tended to his wounded arm in the kennels. He put me on this path that led to the kingdom of wolves, and it was surely my people, looking for me, that did this to him. He cannot meet his end this way. Slut, Isla mutters as I pass. I bite back a retort, not wanting to add fuel to an already inflammatory situation. I feel the eyes of the surrounding wolves burning into my back as I hurry through the castle entrance. The big oak doors swing shut behind me. I follow the group through the castle. We pass the kitchens, then head down a stairway to a dark room beneath the castle. We must be in the infirmary. There are shelves filled with small jars and pots along the walls, and a workstation littered with books and herbs, and glinting metal tools against one wall. There are a couple of cots, and Callum gently places Ryan onto one of them. He kneels down beside him and presses against the wound in his side. Blood spills between his fingers. Ryan's breathing is raspy, each shuddering breath sounding like it could be his last. Callum looks like he's in pain. There's a strange scent in the air, and the walls close in on me as I recognize it. It smells like death. The pain and the grief and the inevitability of what will come hangs like a shroud over us and reminds me too much of those hours I spent with my mother before the end. My heart pounds against my ribs. I don't know what to do. Becky, grasping onto Ryan's hand on the other side of the bed, starts to cry. It's as if she has realized what is going to happen too.
Yallah!
Curses Callum.
Why isn't he healing? He shouldn't be bleeding this much. Where the fuck is...
The door opens, and Blake enters. Despite the obvious animosity Callum holds for the male, some of the tension seems to leave his shoulders. It's strange. The power seems to shift in the room, too. Even though Callum is the more muscular of the two males, he seems smaller somehow, as Blake stalks forward.
What took you so long?
Says Callum.
Magnus took a little persuading.
Blake kneels beside Callum, and Becky growls as he lifts up one of Ryan's closed eyelids.
Make that noise at me again, and I'll rip out your tongue.
Becky looks as if she's about to launch herself over the cot at him, but Callum raises a blood-slicked hand.
It's all right, Becky,
He says.
Blake's our healer here at Castle Madach Ali.
I distinctly recall Callum referring to the castle's healer in a derogatory manner on the way here. Now I know why. Blake is not what I expected of a healer. He is nothing like the fusty old men who worked for the High Priest, and did little to ease my mother's suffering. I watch as he unbuttons the cuffs of his sleeves, then rolls them up, revealing corded forearms, and a nasty scar just beneath his elbow. What's wrong with him? I ask, thinking back to that horrible book of experiments I found in my chambers. I thought wolves healed quickly. Candles flicker in the infirmary, and the light dances across Blake's chiseled features.
Come on. You know the answer to that, little rabbit.
Why should I? Blake clucks his tongue.
So, you've wandered into a den of wolves with no idea what weakens us. That's not very smart, is it?
Now's not the time, Blake,
Growls Callum.
I expect stupidity from him,
Blake continues.
You? No. Small and fragile things cannot afford to be stupid. They're too easy to break.
If Callum didn't have both his hands pressing into Ryan's side, I think he would have broken Blake. He certainly looks like he wants to. His jawline is hard. Yet, oddly, beneath the thinly veiled threat, it feels almost as if Blake is trying to give me a piece of advice. His eyes are glinting, as if he's challenging me to find the answer. I think back to that book again. There was an experiment that declared a substance that affected a wolf's ability to heal, and in large doses, was deadly. Dread fills me. Wolfsbane, I say.
Good girl,
says Blake. Chapter 26. Wolfsbane. The air is sucked out of the infirmary. Callum tenses, and a cry tears from Becky's lips. In the book I read, it didn't seem like there was a cure.
Can you fix him?
The plea in Callum's voice breaks something inside me.
perhaps.
Blake walks over to his workstation and selects a pipette. He takes a sample of Ryan's blood and holds it up to the torch flickering on the wall. What are you doing? I ask.
Identifying the strain.
Callum's gaze seeks mine. I can see he is lost, floating away, and looking for something to hold on to. Even though we barely know each other, he wants it to be me. I know that feeling. I felt like I was drowning when my mother was dying. I wanted to grab onto someone, anyone. My father, my brother, the ladies in waiting, so that my head would remain above the water. Only, they always remained out of reach. I will not remain out of Callum's reach. My gaze flits back to Blake. Can he be cured?
There's only one person in the Northlands who knows the antidote,
says Blake. You? His lips curve into a smile. He goes back to the workstation and starts mixing something in a beaker.
Keep pressure on the wound,
he tells Callum. When Blake returns, he tips back Ryan's head and pours the liquid into his mouth. Ryan chokes. I step closer, peering over Becky's head. That's the antidote?
Yes.
What is it made of?
If I told you, I'd have to kill you.
His tone is light, but I have the distinct feeling that this is not an empty threat.
Keep hold of him.
I am holding him.
Growls Callum.
Fix him.
How does it work? I ask. Ryan's eyes jolt open. His back arches off the cot, and his shoulders bend in an unnatural way. He screams. Blake clamps his hand over Ryan's mouth, forcing him to swallow the liquid that he's trying to spit out.
Is that necessary?
Snaps Callum. Get off him! Shrieks Becky. You're hurting him! Stop it! I watch the gash in Ryan's side, fascinated. The blood loss is slowing. Blake is hurting him, yes, but he's fixing him too. Becky doesn't see it, though. She throws herself at Blake. With his free hand, he grabs her arm.
Take her outside,
he says. Callum looks at me, and I see the question in him, the plea. Come on, Becky. I gently touch her shoulder. Let's...
No, the rabbit stays.
Blake glances at Callum.
You take her.
Callum's posture straightens.
If you think for a moment that I'm leaving her alone with you...
Do you want me to fix him?
Callum swallows.
Aye, but...
He winces when Ryan lets out a blood-curdling scream.
Then take the girl outside and leave your pet,
says Blake.
She is of more use to me than you.
I bristle at being called a pet, but he's right. I can help. Callum is too emotional. Whatever fight Ryan has ahead of him, it is clearly going to be painful, and Callum looks as if he wants to take the pain away. The easiest way for him to do that would be to get rid of Blake. Yet Blake seems to actually know what he is doing. He is fixing him, in a way that no one was ever able to do for my mother. It's okay, Callum, I say gently. You should take Becky outside. I know Callum will not be happy to leave me, or Ryan, so I search for a way to make him feel like he is in control of the situation. Someone needs to find out what happened, I say. Others could be in danger. You should go with Becky and speak to Fergus. Callum takes a deep, shuddering breath.
You sure?
Yes. Blake puts his hand on Ryan's wound when Callum gets up. Callum's eyes narrow on him.
If you touch her...
Yes, yes, you'll kill me in an undoubtedly unimaginative way. Don't worry. I don't harm things that are useful to me.
Callum's warmth floods me as he touches my shoulder and squeezes lightly. I'll be fine, I say. He takes Becky's arm and leads her, sobbing, away.
If you need me, I'll hear you.
I know. They head out of the room, and he closes the door behind them.
Others could be in danger.
Blake rolls his eyes.
You're a manipulative little thing, aren't you?
I glare at Blake. I do not like being called that. I wasn't being manipulative. I was trying to help. I got him to leave, didn't I? Blake smirks.
Get a needle and thread from my case on the workstation, and the pot of white ointment.
I hurry over. The pot sits amid an array of glass jars, pestles, and dried herbs. I grab it, then flip open his case. There's a cold metal scalpels in there, alongside the items he's asking for. When I have them, I kneel by his side.
Put the ointment on the wound.
What is it? I twist off the lid. It smells sharp, like alcohol. When I smear it onto the gash in Ryan's side, he shrieks. Blake grabs his shoulders and pins him down.
It's to kill the bacteria. Wolves heal fast, but wounds can still get infected. Now, sew it up.
Sew it up?
Yes. Imagine you're sewing a dress.
I look at him. Was he listening in on mine and Callum's conversation? He nods at the wound.
Go on.
I grab the needle and thread. And, shaking slightly, I hover above the wound. I am by no means queasy when it comes to blood and wounds, but this is something I haven't done before. Blake leans over me, and I catch the scent of dark forests as he pinches the flesh on both sides of the wound together. He takes the needle from me.
Like this.
He punctures the skin with the needle, and Ryan shrieks again as he pulls the thread through.
Then create a knot, like this.
He hands the needle back to me. I mimic Blake's movements as I pull the needle through his flesh.
Wolfsbane is an intriguing poison,
says Blake.
It attacks the wolf inside us, stops us from healing, lowers our temperature, drains our strength.
With each pull of the needle, the wound gets smaller, and I feel more satisfied. My hand is no longer shaking by the time that I'm done. How does the antidote work?
It forces the wolf to fight back.
He points at the thread.
Now pull here. Tighten it. There. Good. Now cut the thread.
He passes me some scissors, and I do so. How did you discover the antidote? I ask. He walks over to his workstation and wipes his hands on a rag.
You don't want to know.
I focus on Ryan. He's already less pale, and his breathing is steadier. Will he be okay?
That depends.
On?
The strength of the wolf.
When Ryan faced Callum in the fighting ring, he was courageous. He faced his fate with strength and dignity. He's strong.
Not particularly.
Blake drops the now bloody rag and smirks when I glare at him.
It was a weak strain of wolfsbane. He'll recover.
I breathe out slowly. It's like a weight is lifted from my chest. I don't fight the smile that spreads across my face. Blake looks at me curiously, and his gaze flits lazily to the door.
You seem to be in some pain yourself, little rabbit, he says. Muscular pain from your journey here, I presume. If you come to my chambers tonight, I have just the thing to help.
Callum strides back into the room.
He's in recovery,
says Blake, before Callum can speak.
You can take him to his chambers if you...
Blake's gaze narrows on Ryan, and he snatches something from the boy's pocket.
What's that?
Callum holds out his hand. Blake turns over a bloody envelope. Instead of giving it to Callum, he passes it to me. I frown. Aurora is written in elegant calligraphy across the front. Heart beating fast, I turn it over The wax seal has a star in its centre, the sigil of the borderlands. My skin turns cold as I rip it open and read. A present for you, my love. Think of the boy as a betrothal gift. I know you are fond of him from our time at the dogfight. I'll be seeing you soon. Yours, Sebastian. Chapter 27. Ryan's chambers are warm and quiet. A fire crackles in the hearth, casting light onto Callum's face as he sits in the wooden chair beside it. He's changed out of his blood-soaked clothes, as have I, and he's bathed. His hair is damp and brushed back from his face. He looks younger and more boyish when he's clean. Becky snoozes in a chair next to the bed, and Ryan breathes softly as he sleeps. Alongside my relief at his recovery, a swell of satisfaction blooms in my chest. He is going to be okay, and I helped. Still, a dark shadow hangs over me. What are we going to do about Sebastian? I ask.
Don't worry about that.
Not all of your people have returned. He hurt Ryan because of me, and if he has more of your men... Callum runs a hand over his mouth.
It's not your fault. We'll get him back for this, I promise you.
Something twists in my gut. Now, more than ever, I do not want to go back to Sebastian. And, after spending time with Callum, my initial plan of giving my father information about the Wolf King is getting less appealing. Yet if I stay, people will be tortured and die because of me. I'm not sure if I can stomach it. I should go back, I say.
No.
Callum's eyes blaze into mine. You're going to trade me for the Heart of the Moon anyway. Why not do it now?
No.
This time, his tone is final.
We'll find another way.
I'm not sure how much longer we sit there, but it feels late by the time that Callum walks me back to my chambers.
Thank you for earlier.
He says.
What you did for Ryan. I appreciate it.
It was nothing, I say, embarrassed by the emotion blazing in his eyes.
No, it wasn't.
Callum follows me into my room. Someone has been here in my absence and lit the candles on the desk and the bedside table. They emit a soft glow and flick shadows over the books and the small bed. They do nothing to fight the cold, though. My breath plumes in front of my face. It has been a long day, and the adrenaline that was pumping through my body earlier has desisted, leaving me with aching limbs and heavy eyelids.
Let me help,
says Callum. What? He stands awkwardly beside the bookshelf. His height and broad shoulders seem too big for the small room. His head almost touches the ceiling. When he drags his teeth over his bottom lip, an uncharacteristic vulnerability flashes behind his eyes.
Blake said you were still aching, and the way you were walking up the stairs.
It's unsettling that you know these things, you know. He offers me a lopsided grin.
Aye, not much is private around here. Imagine being a young pup up to no good, and your mother being able to hear your racing pulse as you lied to her about your whereabouts.
Were you often up to no good?
Oh, always.
I let loose a soft laugh, and his eyes brighten. I shift from one foot to the other, suddenly very aware that we are alone in my chambers after nightfall. I swallow. It's not bad, the aching. Blake said if I went to his chambers, he would give me something for the pain. Callum's expression darkens.
Blake was trying to provoke me. I doubt he has anything that could help. The wolf inside us fights off most pain relief, and if he did have something, it'd be in the infirmary, not his bedchambers.
A sheepish look crosses his face.
But I can help you, if you'd like.
How? He nods at the bed.
Lie down, on your front.
I will do no such thing. He laughs softly.
I mean no harm, Princess. Nothing improper, I swear it. I promised you no one would touch you, and that extends to me.
I eye him suspiciously. Well, what are you going to do?
Just massage some of the tension out of your muscles.
That seems like you'd be touching me.
Aye, I know, but it's not, it's not like I'd be...
He shakes his head.
Yalach, you've got me tongue-tied.
He looks down at his feet. When he runs his hand over the back of his neck, there's a ghost of a smile on his lips.
What I mean to say, Princess, is that I'm offering a massage purely for its medicinal properties, just as a healer might offer a soldier treatment after battle. If you want it, that is.
He shifts his weight from one foot to another. If I didn't know better, I'd think this arrogant, powerful alpha was nervous. I suppress my smile. Why does that give me so much satisfaction? I glance at his hands by his sides, and my amusement disappears as I imagine them on me. They're so big and strong. I can't help but wonder what they would feel like. It would be wrong for me to let him touch me like that. I'm not supposed to let anyone touch me. But it's not as if anyone would ever know. And if it's for medicinal purposes... Heart racing, I lie down on my front on the bed. Okay, I whisper. He sucks in a deep breath before approaching. The mattress dips as he sits down beside me, and a wave of his heat washes over me. He smells like the outdoors and the mountains. Tentatively, he brushes my hair off my neck, and I tense. He unfastens the collar and places it on the bedside table.
You don't need to wear that when it's just us,
he says. Fiona said you don't like it, as a tradition.
No, I don't.
He puts his hands on my shoulders, and all my nerves come alive. His skin is hot, and his fingers are strong as he kneads my muscles. I breathe out slowly, my body softening under his touch. Why? I whisper. His hands move down, and his palms stretch across my back and make me feel tiny in comparison to him.
My father was a difficult male.
His fingers are on either side of my waist as he runs his thumbs in gentle circles down my spine. I have to suppress a moan.
He was the alpha of Highfell before me, and he believed that leadership was all about dominance and bending others to your will. If you're not a wolf, you're a sheep, he would say. He did not treat his people well, nor did he treat my mother well.
His hands move back up to my shoulders.
He was possessive, jealous, angry. When he'd lose his temper, he'd say it was the wolf that made him do it. It wasn't. It was him.
He swallows.
I don't want to be like him. I wanted to be alpha to look after my people, to protect them, not to dominate them. But I feel it sometimes, that flicker of anger, or that twinge of jealousy. I wanted to hurt Blake earlier, when he invited you to his chambers.
He laughs darkly.
When does protectiveness become possessiveness? Can you even be an alpha if a part of you doesn't like to be in charge?
He runs his thumb over the back of my neck, leaving a trail of heat in his wake. I fight back a whimper.
The collar, it's a symbol of dominance, and I don't like it. When I'm with a female, I want it to be because we are equal. I do not want to become my father. I do not want my people to think that is who I am. And I don't want you to think that's who I am, Princess.
He trails his hands over my upper arms and sighs.
So no, I do not like you wearing that thing. It is a reminder of everything I do not want to be.
What do you want to be? He pauses, and for a moment, all I can hear is his breathing and the soft flicker of the candle by the bed.
A good man.
I swallow. I think you're a good man. I probably shouldn't think that about a wolf who stole me from my bed, but I do. I have met monsters, and Callum is not one of them.
That means a lot, Princess.
Callum's voice is rough, and I know he's being sincere.
It really does.
Candlelight casts shadows across the wall beside me, and despite the heaviness of the conversation, my body is weightless beneath Callum's hands. He moves them over my shoulders, kneading and pressing his fingers into my aching muscles.
Is this okay?
He asks. Yes. My blood is heating in my veins. Even though the chambers are cold, I'm hot. He may be relieving tension from my muscles, but it seems to be building up in a different way. I want more. I want him harder, firmer, lower. My breathing quickens. There's another ache building between my legs. As his fingers lightly brush my waist, all the heat in my body seems to pool at my core. Callum stills. Cold disappointment floods me. What's the matter? I glance over my shoulder. Panic surges through my body when my gaze lands on Callum's face. I scramble forward, reaching for the silver letter opener on my bedside table as I push my back against the headboard. Every muscle in Callum's body is tense. He shuts his eyes, but not before I see what is behind his eyelids. His pupils are dilated. His irises are a different shape and brighter somehow. They are not Callum's eyes. They are not the eyes of a man. They have changed. They are the eyes of a wolf. Chapter 28. My grip on the silver letter opener is so tight that my knuckles are white. The door is maybe a 10-foot dash from where I am, but I don't think I can make it. Every story I've ever heard about wolves crashes through my mind. Stories about torn flesh, massacred villages, blood and gore and murder. At some point since I was taken, I let myself forget the cold, hard truth. This male can turn into a wolf. Callum is breathing heavily, and his hands grip the bedsheets on either side of him.
It's okay.
His voice is as rough as gravel.
You're safe.
Your eyes.
I know.
My breathing is fast, and my hand trembles as I brandish the ridiculously small weapon in front of me. Are you going to turn into a wolf? His jaw clenches.
No, I can't. Only on a full moon.
I glance at the window. The candlelight is reflected in the glass. Beyond it, the mountains hide the shape of the moon.
It's not a full moon.
He says, a hint of amusement in his tone, as if he knows I'm checking. But I saw your eyes. He lets out a shaky breath.
That happens sometimes. When I get a bit emotional. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you.
I exhale. You're not going to change?
No, you're perfectly safe.
I frown. Are you sure? He laughs, though it sounds a little forced.
I'm sure.
My toes uncurl from the bedsheets. I move a little closer to him, and he tenses. The floorboards creak as I slip off the bed. Warily, I approach. He shifts his body in tandem with my movements, so that he's facing me, his thighs slightly parting as I step between them. My legs brush against his kilt. His broad chest moves up and down deeply. He smells like the outdoors, like the Northland's winds have clung to his skin and his clothing. But there's heat beneath it, like spice and wood smoke, and he's warm, so warm. How can a male radiate such heat? His face tilts up, and candlelight flickers across his closed eyelids. The movement exposes his throat to me, and I hold the silver blade between us. I take a shaky breath. I want to see. Slowly, he opens his eyes. My breath catches in my throat. His irises have expanded and changed shape. They're still green, but brighter, and within them there are flecks of yellow and gold. His pupils are dilated, and they're as black as the depths of the forest at night. They are wolf's eyes. They are fascinating. I have heard many stories about wolves, but they all depict their brutality and lack of mercy when they raid our villages. I didn't know their eyes could change when they look like men, or look so beautiful. I touch his cheek. The muscles in his forearms flex as his grip on the mattress tightens. It happens when you're emotional, I ask. What emotion are you feeling?
The same emotion as you, Princess.
I'm not feeling anything. He smiles softly.
You might be able to hide your emotions from Southerners, Princess. You forget that I'm a wolf. I can sense things. Your heartbeat, your scent.
He swallows hard.
It changes.
My fingers inch down the side of his face, touching his rough stubble. Don't smell me. He laughs, and it sounds like a growl.
I can't help it.
I'm not feeling anything.
Okay.
His eyes don't move from mine. They are wary and alert, but there's something almost vulnerable dancing around those flecks of gold. The air feels thick and heady and strange, static almost, and tension coils in my lower stomach. Despite the chill in the room, I am hot. I have a male in my chambers after nightfall, even though I am betrothed to another. He's an alpha of an enemy kingdom. He's plotting against my father. I know everything about this is wrong, but when his hands shift on the bedsheets, I want him to place them on my hips. His gaze dips to my mouth, and I forget how to breathe. I want to brush my lips against his. I want to know what it's like to kiss a man. Would Callum be soft and gentle, or hard and claiming? The latter would have scared me a week ago. Now, it heats my blood. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. When he opens them again, he averts his gaze to the floorboards between our feet. My hand drops to my side.
It's getting late.
Callum clears his throat. He stands, and I have to step back.
I should go.
Disappointment carves a hole in my chest. I thought you were going to stop my arms and legs from aching. He gives me a soft smile.
I think you'll want me to ease a different ache, Princess. And while under different circumstances, I'd be happy to oblige. Under these circumstances, it wouldn't be right.
My cheeks flame. That's not... How dare you suggest... I'm the Princess of the Southlands! It is strange that even though his eyes look like wolf eyes, I can see the glimmer of amusement in them.
Nonetheless, I don't trust myself right now.
He bows his head.
Good night, Princess.
Yes, good. You should go, I say, raising my chin, pretending it was I who dismissed him. It is late. Good night, Callum. He releases a shuddery breath as he exits my chambers. Part of me wants to chase after Callum, and another wants to keep the door closed and never let him back inside again. After dropping the letter opener on my bedside table, I sit on my bed and put my head in my hands. I don't know what is wrong with me. I feel like I am playing with fire, and there's a small dark part of me that wants to get burned. Later, when I'm in my nightgown and settling down to sleep, I tell myself it was all just a lapse in judgment. I've had a long day, and the adrenaline made me want things I have never wanted before. That's all. I didn't really want to kiss him. I didn't really want him to touch me. That would be wrong. I am an unmarried woman, and that would go against everything I have been taught to believe. It would take me even further away from my duty to my kingdom. But it occurs to me, in the dark of night, that if Callum did touch me, Sebastian would not want me anymore. I close my eyes, pushing down the dark thoughts this revelation has created. When I finally fall asleep, I dream of Callum's mouth on my skin, his rough hands on my body, his strong arms holding me close to him. And then I dream of unfamiliar wolf eyes watching me from deep within the forest. Chapter 29.
You look frustrated this morning, Callum,
says Blake at breakfast the next day. He saunters over to the alpha table and seats himself beside the acting Wolf King.
Aye, that he does,
says Robert, not bothering to lower his voice.
Something to do with the southern last, you reckon? I wouldn't be going around looking like I had to stick up my arse if she was wearing my collar.
He goes on to describe the horrible things he would do to me to relieve his frustration, much to my disgust, while two other wolves roar with laughter. Beside me, Callum's jaw sets.
What do you reckon, Blake?
Asks Robert, realizing that Blake doesn't seem to be listening. The dark-haired wolf is sitting with one arm slung over his chair, seemingly staring at the tapestries that depict different stages of the moon hanging from the walls. Lazily, he turns his head.
About what? The lass?
I feel Blake's eyes on me, just for a moment, even though I'm staring down at my porridge. My fist tightens around my spoon.
She's adequate, I suppose,
he replies. I look up just as he grabs an apple and saunters out of the great hall. Robert laughs as he continues his disgusting monologue about me. Rage builds inside my chest. I wonder if he'd be so amused if I slipped some wolfsbane in his tea. Callum puts a hand on my leg, and I start.
I'll kill him for you, if you like,
he says. His voice is quiet, but the air feels charged for a moment. A furrow appears in Robert's brow, so I know he heard him, and Callum smiles at him, threateningly. Robert turns away and rejoins the conversation the other men are now having about Blake.
Does Blake even like the lasses? I think so. I've heard some screams coming from his room late at night. Aye, but they're not the good kind. I've heard he has some dark tastes. Never wanted to ask.
I turn back to Callum. Would you really kill him for me? I ask.
Aye. I hope you don't ask, because it could cause me some serious problems when the king returns.
I smile as I go back to my porridge. I'm less amused when Robert looms over our table 20 minutes later.
I said you could keep her if she earned her keep,
he says. He walks off before Callum can respond. I could get a job in the infirmary, I say. I don't want to do anything to appease that horrible wolf, but I must admit, I'm curious. I wonder what I could learn about healing and wolves if I had the opportunity to do so. I don't mind. I have nothing else to do while we wait for your king to return, so I may as well make myself useful. Callum's eyebrows raise. Then he shakes his head.
No. I appreciate what you did for Ryan, but I don't want you alone with Blake.
He gives me an assessing look.
If you truly want a way to pass the time, I may have an idea.
What is it?
Our cook, Mrs. MacDonald, is always complaining that she needs help peeling potatoes in the kitchens.
The past week, a restless energy has been growing within the castle. The wolves are angry about the attack against Ryan, but there's more to it than that. It feels like the days before a big storm, where the air is close and humid. It feels like something big is about to happen. I see less of Callum during the week than I did in my first few days here. It is partially because I'm spending my time in the kitchens. When I first arrived here, someone made a comment about the cook, Mrs. MacDonald, being like a dragon, and they were not wrong. She is truly a formidable woman, with greying hair and a sharp tongue. She is constantly shouting at me. Her hatred doesn't come from the fact that I am human, rather that I am incompetent in the kitchen. I have no idea how to make a stew, I burn the bread, and I'm constantly knocking things over. I have never had to do these things before. People always served me my meals, so it's no wonder I'm useless. I have a feeling that even if Mrs. MacDonald knew I was a princess, she would not sympathize. I don't like being constantly scolded. For the first few days it was difficult to bite my tongue. but there's actually something refreshing about someone being unguarded around me, not fearing that I'll have them executed if they speak to me in a way I do not like. It makes me feel normal. The other plus side of being so useless is that after a few days, the kitchen maid Kaylee, who snarled at me for making her drop her potatoes on that first day here, starts to take pity on me, even if she is still cold. She begrudgingly shows me how to dice an onion, and grumpily walks me around the kitchen gardens one day to show me the different herbs. On the 5th day, when she cuts herself, I offer to take her to the infirmary, and she blanches, clearly terrified of the dark-haired wolf who occupies it. I help her clean it so it doesn't become infected. After that, she's a lot more pleasant, and even starts to gossip with me. "What's Callum like in the sack, then?" she asks one day. "In the sack?" "You know, in bed." I flush, remembering people are supposed to think I have been intimate with him. "Kaylee, can we change the subject, please?" She giggles. "You Southerners are so shy. I bet he's good. I'd be shouting about it from the rooftops if I had a male like that in my bed." Callum hasn't been anywhere near my bed again since he massaged me, though. He tells me he is busy. He's trying to stop the wolves from attacking Sebastian in retaliation for what he did to Ryan. Their best move, he says, is to wait until the return of the Wolf King, when he can put his plan into play and get hold of the heart of the moon. But there is more to it than that. Even though he has spent time with me every day, eating dinner with me in the Great Hall and teasing me about Mrs. MacDonald, he is more guarded around me. He's suddenly been less physical and seems to avoid touching me. I should be glad about that. Yet I'm worried I have offended him in some way, or perhaps he has just lost interest in me. I ask Fiona about him one day, when she shows me the stables on my lunch break. "Don't take it personally," she says. "As the full moon gets closer, the wolf gets stronger. It brings certain animalistic traits to the surface." "Like what?" "Like the need to hunt, to kill, to fuck." My eyes widen and I splutter, "Goodness!" She laughs and gives me a half shrug. "All I'm saying is, he's trying to suppress the wolf around you. That's all." There is an irony, I suppose, that for so many years I tried to suppress my emotions, and now Callum is doing the same. I think of that recurring dream I had, where I was a statue in the palace grounds. I haven't had that dream since I came here. In fact, I no longer feel like stone at all. I feel as if I'm finally waking up. As the days pass, a restlessness grows inside me. It's wild and dark and aching. It is as if my soul is responding to the crackle of energy that pulses through the castle as the full moon approaches, and I feel alive. The day of the full moon, I am dismissed from the kitchens early. Apparently, the wolves fast during the day and hunt during the night, so there is no work to be done. It is raining, so I spend my day reading. I find myself thinking about my mother's symptoms and searching for answers within the countless medical tomes within these chambers. I wasn't allowed access to such books at the palace. They were reserved only for the healers and the educated men, and I wonder if I may finally find my answers here. I'm distracted, though. My skin itches, and every time I see the word wolf on the page, I think of Callum's eyes. Every time I shift position on the bed, I think about how he massaged me. Every time I catch the smell of wood smoke drifting from one of the rooms below, I'm reminded of his scent. Twilight arrives, and my room is painted in grey shadow. I'm reading about how a wolf bite can activate the wolf gene in a half-wolf when someone knocks on the door. I drop the book. I expect Callum to walk into my room, but instead, Fiona enters balancing a tray laden with bread and cheese and a fresh jug of water. Disappointment swells within me. Is Callum not going to visit me tonight? I thought he would. Fiona arches an eyebrow as she sets down the tray, as if she knows what I'm thinking. "He sent me to tell you to stay in your room," she says. "He says you're not to come out for any reason." She's even scruffier than usual. Her shirt is untucked, and her dark hair is loose down her shoulders. I catch the scent of alcohol on her breath, and her cheeks are rosy. Where is he? There is a ritual on the night of a full moon, out in the forest. We're all expected to be there to welcome the moon goddess, the alphas especially. She leans back against the writing desk. Callum's there already. I try not to feel hurt. I try not to feel anything. It shouldn't bother me that he is having a good time without me. Why should he give me a second thought? I'm just the bargaining chip that he will use to get to his heart of the moon. It's just, I'd started to think. I'm not sure what I thought. It was a silly fantasy, I suppose, that the powerful alpha of the Highfell clan could fall for the spoiled Southlands princess. I'm betrothed to another anyway. Callum has always intended to give me back to him, and I have always intended to give my father information about the wolves, so I might escape my fate with Sebastian. How could anything ever happen between us? I try not to think about the crude things Fiona said, about what the full moon makes wolves want to do. If Callum wants to enjoy himself, then that is his right, and there are certainly plenty of females who would happily enjoy him. Something dark and ugly twists in my chest. What do you do at the ritual? We drink and dance and cut loose. Her eyes are bright. Then the moon rises and we shift. She pushes off from the desk and heads to the door. No one will bother you tonight. We'll all be hunting in the forest. Stay in the castle. She nods at the letter opener on my bedside table. Keep that close, too. She leaves me to join Callum and the others. As the room darkens, so do my thoughts. The old me, the one who existed before I was taken, would have accepted that someone as important as Callum would not visit me before an important event. When I was left at home while my brother went hunting, or when I was sent to bed by my father at feasts so the men could talk, I accepted this without question. But something is changing within me, shifting and transforming. I deserved a visit from him, didn't I? The shadows grow, and in the distance, I can hear men shouting. I wonder if Callum's is among them. I try not to think about what he might be doing, and who he might be doing it with. I'm sure Isla will be all over him tonight. Before long, a ghostly glow fills my chambers, and curiosity pulls me to the window. The full moon is high in the sky. I have never seen it so bright before. It paints the evergreens in ashy silver. As I'm staring, time seems to stand still. Silence sweeps over the land. The wind drops, and the loch is deathly quiet. A howl breaks the night, followed by hundreds more. My arms turn into gooseflesh, and the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. The wolves have shifted. I'm peering through the glass, wondering if I'll see any of them, when I hear a roar of pain. It's distinctly human, and sounds like it's coming from within the castle. I breathe in sharply. Has Ryan woken up? Wolfsbane attacks the wolf. I've been reading about it all week. I wonder if he is unable to shift. I move my weight from one foot to the other. I want to go to him, but I was told to stay in my room. He screams again, and I cannot bear it. He is hurt because of me, because Sebastian wants me back and sent him with a message. My mother's voice comes to me, just as it did on the night when I went to the kennels to tend to his injuries. Have courage, little one. I have to do something. I pull on my cloak and boots, pocket the silver letter opener, and hurry out of the door. The castle is eerily quiet, and I can barely see where I'm going as I feel my way down the spiral staircase. I reach one of the landings. The male cries out again, and I follow the sound down a sconce-lined corridor. There's a loud clatter ahead, followed by a low grunt. It's coming from one of the rooms. Heart in my throat, I push open the door. The room is dark, but I can see I'm in someone's bedchambers. A regal four-poster bed with black silk bedding dominates the space. An oil lamp is shattered on the floor, and shards of glass glint on the sheepskin rug. Right! The young wolf's name dies in my mouth. There's a male in the room, but it isn't Ryan. He's facing away from me, so all I can see is a muscular back, a silver web of angry scars crisscrossing his skin. He's leaning against a desk, and he's breathing hard. He's wearing nothing but a pair of breeches. Blake? I whisper. I don't understand. He should be a wolf.
What are you doing here, little rabbit?
His voice sounds strange, as dark and smooth as the night sky outside the window. Slowly, he turns around. He's covered in a thin sheen of sweat, and a couple of dark strands of hair stick to his forehead. There are scars on his torso, too, but my gaze is held by the strange look on his face.
I'd like to interrupt with a 1-minute advertisement. You can fast forward through it if you wish.
Bienvenidos, bienvenidas a un programa especial. Hoy se van a conocer los 13 jugadores y el seleccionador, que ya lo sabéis que es Narcís, de la selección española de la Kings Cup Nations de la selección española. Así que por favor, un fuerte aplauso porque estamos en la tienda en Barcelona de JD. Bueno, no voy a estar solo, voy a estar acompañado y además con el presidente de la selección española. Fuerte aplauso para DJ Mario.
A ver. ¿Cuánta gente?
¿Qué tal, Mario? ¿Me has traído regalos para mí?
Ah, no es para ti, no me jodas. ¿Dónde los dejamos?
Pues debajo del árbol.
Es para luego, sí.
Venga, debajo del árbol, debajo del árbol.
Vamos a darlo ahí.
Pensaba que eran para mí, macho.
No, luego los vemos.
¿Estás tú como presidente de...
I step back, my hand reaching for the knife in my pocket. Blake, I thought you were... Why aren't you... What are you doing? His nostrils flare. He breathes in, then sighs, his head tilting back. The tension in his muscles dissipates. Fuck it. When he meets my gaze again, the wolf is in his eyes. A cold smile spreads across his face. Run, he says. Chapter 30. Run. Although my heartbeat skitters in my chest, I turn to stone. My feet grow roots, and I cannot move. I can only stare in horror, unblinking at Blake. The ghostly glow from the full moon reflects off his damp skin. He stalks toward me. Run. His voice is different, low and raspy. The air is charged. It feels like lightning is about to strike. And then he changes. It only takes a few seconds, but every bone in his body breaks and shifts. And what is left in his place? Time stops. He is as large as a wild bear. His fur is black, making him at one with the shadows. His eyes, amber, glow in the darkness. He bares his teeth and growls. Adrenaline surges through my body, cracking the stone and uprooting my feet. Run! My brain screams. Just as the beast leaps, I turn. I bolt out of the room. I knock my shoulder against the doorframe as I escape, veering into the opposite stone wall, then stumbling into the center of the corridor. There's a crash behind me, a gnashing of teeth. My feet pound against the stone floor, propelling me forward. I do not know where I'm going. The night is dark, the corridors and stairways unfamiliar. Again, I am alone in a labyrinth of stone and shadow, and the beast is getting closer. One word repeats in my mind over and over again, as the sound of my heartbeat rages in my ears. Run, run, run! His claws scrape and clack against the flagstones. There's a smash as he barges into a wall, knocking an unlit sconce from its holder. His growl vibrates through my chest. Faster, faster, faster! I reach a stairway. The wolf crashes in front of me, skidding over the stone. I change course, and he blocks me again with his teeth bared. His heat swamps me as I veer in the opposite direction. He is leading me further into the maze, herding me like the dogs on the farms do with the sheep before they are slaughtered. Goddess, help me! The walls close in as I sprint past them. My hair sticks to my face, and my body is drenched in sweat. My cloak constricts me. The air is hot, claustrophobic. I need to get out of here. I need to feel the wind and taste the mountains. I need the freshness of the rain to touch my face, and I need to see the infinite sky, even if it is not my goddess that lights it tonight. I don't want to be herded into my own tomb. I will not die tonight. Something inside me screams, "Fight, fight, fight!" I hurl the silver letter opener over my shoulder. I don't wait to see if I hit my target. Though he is so big, surely I cannot miss. A crash, then an aggressive growl fills my ears. I don't pause. I wrench a large oil painting off the wall as I pass, partially blocking the path. Ahead, there is the stairway that Callum carried me up when I arrived at the castle. I almost fall in my haste to get down it, regaining my balance only when I reach the bottom. Then I'm in the entrance hall, and the wolf is behind me. But the doors are open, and the night is ahead. The wind rattles the walls, and it speaks to me. Come, come, come. My muscles screaming, I hurtle out into the deserted courtyard, then beyond the castle walls into the open wilderness. The air has never tasted so fresh, and yet I am not safe. Not yet. Heavy paws stir the wet earth behind me, and a growl is carried on the wind. On one side of me is the loch, silver in the light of the moon. On the other, there is nothing but open space and the steep incline of the hill that Callum and I rode down when we arrived here. I run in the other direction, past the castle and toward the thousands of evergreen trees whispering to me, "Hide, hide, hide." The wind blows my hair from my face. The air shifts as I enter the forest. It gets damper and darker. The smell of bark and heather floods my senses. Pine needles and twigs crunch beneath my boots. A crash resounds behind me as the wolf, as Blake, leaps into one of the trees, using it to propel him into my path. I change course, weaving through the tall trunks, barely feeling the branches that scratch my face. And I'm aware he is hurting me again. He keeps jumping in front of me, teeth gnashing, as he dismembers trees and scatters the undergrowth. I keep having to change course, desperate to escape his fierce jaws. He knows this forest. He knows something I do not. I find out what it is when I burst into a clearing. A fast-moving river cuts the path ahead, crashing against the rocks and weaving to the right. I veer left, but there is a thicket of thorns so thick there is no way through. No! A low, threatening sound fills the clearing. I turn. Neon amber eyes flash in the gloom between the trees. The wolf stalks forward. "Blake!" I say, breathless, edging back even as the river crashes behind me. "You don't want to do this." I do not want to beg. I do not want to die. "Blake, please." He pauses, tilting his head to the side. "You know who I am." I gulp down the thick air. "This is a mistake." His eyes glint. Intelligence radiates from him, even in his wolf form. I don't know if he understands me. I don't know if I could persuade him even if he did. "What about the heart of the moon?" I try to reason with him. "If you kill me, you won't get it." He looks up at the sky between the branches and howls. It is long and mournful, and it raises the hairs on the back of my neck. "If you hurt me, Callum will kill you." The way his mouth moves, it almost looks like he is grinning. Dread fills me. Perhaps provoking Callum is the whole point. He snarls, and the noise is primal. There is no way to reason with him. I veer to the side, but it is too late. He crashes into my chest, and my back hits the undergrowth. The air is knocked from my lungs. I push and struggle against him, my hands sinking into fur, my head tilting away from gnashing teeth. He is crushing me, immeasurably heavy and strong. I kick one of his legs and he growls. "Get off me!" I screech. My fingers fumble in the dirt, my heart leaping when they close around a rock. I smack him in the head with it, turning and crawling from beneath him. He bites the collar of my cloak and drags me back, turning me over with his paws so I'm forced to look up at him. His eyes glint, a predator pleased he has caught his prey. He licks my face, as if taunting me, his tongue hot and rough and disgusting. My skin crawls, but I do not have enough air in my lungs to scream. When he bares his teeth, I know I'm dead. The river crashes behind me. The wind stirs the branches above. Fight, it seems to say. Fight, fight, fight. I bare my teeth back, feeling something feral and wild knock loose inside me. His lip curls above his teeth, and then a lower, more threatening growl rumbles through the forest. It stirs the trees and shakes the earth. Blake's ears prick up. I cannot see beyond him, but something is approaching. From Blake's reaction, it must be something even worse than he is. Blake turns. I gulp in the sweet taste of the night as I scramble from beneath him, dragging myself closer to the river. Another wolf prowls into the clearing. He is huge, with tawny fur and bared teeth. The ground seems to shudder as he approaches. Fear grips my heart and squeezes. Fiona's warning to stay inside the castle tonight resounds in my mind. The wolf's gaze locks onto mine. His eyes are green, with flecks of gold and yellow. Callum, I breathe. He growls, his gaze moving back to Blake. Chapter 31. The two wolves stare at one another across the clearing. The air is charged. It's as if the forest itself is holding its breath, watching, waiting. All I can hear is my pounding heart and the whispering leaves as they rustle in the breeze. Fight, they seem to be saying. Fight, fight, fight. A growl builds behind the bared teeth of the bigger wolf, Callum. It is so low that I feel it vibrating through my bones. The shadows seem to cower from him. Callum would be a terrifying opponent as a man, tall and broad with muscles that look like they're carved from rock. Now, he looks as feral as he is strong. His teeth are sharp enough to tear through flesh, and his paws send shivers through the ground. His eyes, they glow with the soul of the forest, and they are enraged. Blake answers with a snarl of his own. The dark wolf is standing close enough to me that I can feel his body heat. He's guarding me, I realize, keeping his prey close. If he moved suddenly, he could rip through my flesh. I attempt to edge backward, sharp stones digging into my palms. A twig snaps beneath my boot. Blake's head turns. I recognize the intent too late to do anything about it. Blake leaps on top of me as Callum races across the clearing. The wind is knocked out of my lungs. My pulse thunders as I push Blake's head back, my fingers sinking into black fur. His teeth catch on my cloak, narrowly missing my shoulder, but then the force of the larger wolf knocks him flying. There's a ripping sound as Blake takes part of my cloak with him. I roll onto my front as Blake rolls back onto his feet. Callum is close enough that I could touch him, and every muscle in his body is taut. He snarls. I eye him warily as he glares at Blake with glowing eyes. Blake takes off, part of my cloak between his teeth as he crashes through narrow tree trunks. Callum tears after him, stirring the carpet of wet leaves and skidding through the mud, slowing to a halt as he reaches the edge of the clearing. He growls once more into the darkness, daring Blake to answer back. Then he turns. My heart stills. "Get up!" my pulse screams. "Get up!" I force my nerves to calm in the way I would when facing my father or the high priest back at the palace. Whatever hunting instinct Callum has within him, I do not want to provoke it. "Callum," I say softly, warily. "It's okay. It's me." I don't know whether the male I have come to know is in there. All I know are the stories I have been told of wolves. Stories of monsters who hunt and kill without reason or mercy. They destroy villages and feast on flesh. There are even ghost towns in the Northlands, discovered by our armies, filled with nothing but bones. The wolf standing before me is capable of all of those things, I'm sure. The murals on the walls of the palace show the wolves as scrawny and ghoul-like, with dull fur and frothing mouths and unintelligent feral black eyes. Callum looks nothing like that. He is majestic. The way he carries himself is tall and proud, and his eyes shine with intelligence. He prowls toward me. The moonlight sifts through the branches overhead and reflects off his glossy coat. I edge back, though the river crashes against the rocks close behind. "Callum," I whisper, "you won't hurt me." And then he is standing over me, close enough that I can feel waves of his body heat. He stares at me, perfectly still. It's like he's trying to tell me something. He lowers his head, sinking into a bow. And I realize what he is telling me. I am safe. He won't hurt me. Relief crashes over me and mingles with a strange, burning curiosity. Tentatively, I raise a hand. When he doesn't move, I touch the side of his face, my trembling fingers sinking into thick fur. He tenses, and I stiffen. The forest seems to hold its breath again. The leaves whisper, "Full, full, full." He nudges my hand with his head, and I exhale, my breath pluming in front of my face. I'm not sure what happens next. Will he let me go back to the castle? I try to push myself to my feet. He nudges me back down. Before I can protest, he lies across my lap. His weight is even greater than Blake's, and his heat sears me through my dress. "Goddess!" I gasp. "Callum, get off me, you big oaf!" When I push him, he snaps at the air close to my hand. "Callum!" He rests his chin on the carpet of leaves. "What are you doing? You'd better not be—" He closes his eyes. "Don't you dare go to sleep!" He opens one lazy eye, and even in his wolf form, I catch the glint of amusement. And the stupid bloody brute closes his eyes again. I try to wriggle out from beneath him, but I cannot move. It's as if there's a boulder trapping me. A big, warm, breathing, snoring, stupid, wolf-shaped boulder. I push him a couple more times, but he doesn't even stir. I cry out, exasperated, as I realize it's no use. "Ugh, you are just as infuriating as a wolf as you are as a man." I lie back and stare up at the slithers of moonlight through the branches of the trees. A breathy sound comes out of him that sounds almost like a laugh. Around us, the leaves whisper, and thick hedges rustle, and the darkness creeps. Somewhere in the distance, a wolf howls. And yet, somehow, despite everything that has just happened, I know I am safe. I open my eyes to grey sunlight seeping through the branches overhead. I groan. My back aches, and my eyelids are heavy. There's a dull throb in my temple, and one of my arms is ice cold. My mouth is bone dry. The sound of water is tantalizingly close behind me, and small droplets of it splash my forehead as it rushes over the rocks. I try to move to it, but I can't. I'm trapped. I cannot move my legs. I glance down and breathe in sharply. Callum is curled over my lap, and he is no longer in wolf form. His head is resting on my stomach, one big arm slung protectively over my body. He's facing away from me, his muscular shoulders rising and falling in time with his steady breathing. And he's completely naked. Goddess! I stare up at the branches and steady my breathing, fighting the flush in my cheeks. Quietly, I push myself onto my elbows and look again. My eyes trace the bulge of his biceps, then the broadness of his shoulders. An urge to touch him flares inside me. Tentatively, I raise one hand and hover it above his back. His body heat sears my fingertips as I move closer. He stirs, making a soft, gruff sound at the back of his throat. Hurriedly, I lie back down again, pinning my hands to my sides. He pushes himself up onto his forearms.
Morning, Princess,
He says. He shifts so that his face hovers above mine. He keeps one arm over my body, cocooning me within his large frame. I keep my gaze on his, aware that if I look down, I will see a lot more than his back and shoulders.
Had yourself a wee adventure last night, did you?
Tension I didn't even realize was building loosens. I thought he might be angry with me for not staying in my chambers, especially as he's been so standoffish with me over the past week. Yet he seems relaxed, amused even. Why aren't you annoyed? I narrow my eyes. He looks at me curiously.
Why would I be?
I didn't do what you told me to do.
If you always did as you were told, we would never have met. Plus, I'm presuming you had your reasons for leaving your room, and you weren't just out for a nighttime stroll.
Someone sounded like they were in pain. I thought it was Ryan. He smiles, brimming with warmth.
There you go, then. I would have done the same.
It was Blake. He exhales.
Aye, I thought as much.
He sits up. The muscles in his back ripple as he stretches. He cracks his neck, then stands and rolls his shoulders. I'm not sure he even notices he's not wearing anything. When he turns back around, my gaze drops. I cannot help it. My eyes widen, and I jerk my head back again to stare at the trees. The only naked men I have ever seen are the statues in the palace gardens. Callum chuckles.
What are you doing? Come on, we need to get back.
Face flaming, I roll onto my side so I'm not looking at him, and push myself to my feet. I wince. Every muscle in my body is stiff and aching. When I turn to face Callum, my gaze accidentally drops once more, before I resolutely look away.
Come on.
He says, amused. His warmth washes over me as he steps closer and scoops me into his arms. I hook my wrists around his neck as if it's a reflex, but irritation sparks inside me. It's annoying enough that he thinks he can manhandle me whenever he pleases. It's even worse he thinks it's appropriate, even when he's completely naked. I'm perfectly capable of walking by myself.
Aye, I know.
The corner of his lip twitches as he heads back through the trees.
I reckoned if I carried you, you'd have to stop staring at my cock.
I make a strangled sound, then punch him in the arm. I may as well be hitting a rock. You're horrible. He laughs.
You're the one who can't stop looking.
I glare at him, and his expression softens.
You've had a rough night, Princess. Are you okay?
Yes, I swallow. Can you remember what happens when you're in wolf form?
Aye, I remember.
Blake tried to kill me. All the humour drains from Callum's eyes.
No, he didn't.
Fire blazes in my chest. I thought Callum might be different from the Southlands lords who never listened to, nor believed, the ladies in the palace. I was clearly wrong about him. I grit my teeth. Yes, he did. You obviously don't remember if you think that, but the least you could do is believe me when I tell you. Callum sighs heavily.
No, Princess, you've got me wrong. I'm not trying to dispute that he came after you. What I'm saying is he didn't try to kill you.
He chews his cheek, his expression troubled.
He chased you to that clearing, far away from the other wolves that were out last night. He got his scent on you so they wouldn't smell you. He took part of your cloak with him, so if they caught your scent, they'd chase after him instead.
He stares at the forest ahead, his jaw tightening.
He wasn't trying to kill you. He was protecting you.
He swallows hard.
And Blake doesn't do anything unless it's within his own interests. So I want to know why.
Chapter 32. Callum is quiet as he carries me through the forest. While he was relaxed and easygoing when he awoke, his expression becomes increasingly strained as we get closer to the castle. With every step, his jaw tightens, and his arms harden around me. His hold on my thighs gets firmer, his fingers digging into my skin through the material of my dress. A couple of times, I catch his nose wrinkling as if he smells something bad. I sniff the air, and all I can smell is the wet leaves from the forest. I flush, wondering if the problem is me. I got hot last night as I ran from Blake, and I can't imagine I smell particularly pleasant. "What's the matter?" I ask. His eyebrows raise, and I wonder if he's surprised I noticed.
It's just...
He shakes his head and gives me a small smile.
It's just a wolf thing. Don't worry about it.
When we reach the grassy expanse that leads back to the castle gate, the morning is quiet. A thin layer of mist coats the loch, and the heather and fern are dull in the grey light. Ahead, there are a few wolves making their way back through the castle walls, laughing and joking with one another. They're all as naked as Callum. "Goddess!" I turn my head, only to be confronted with Callum's hard chest. My pulse beats a little faster, warmth blooming in my lower stomach. His grip on me almost imperceptibly tightens. "You wolves really have no modesty, do you?" Callum chuckles.
It's only natural.
Natural, perhaps, but it's far more acceptable to wear clothes when in other people's company.
Only because that's what your society has taught you.
So if I started prancing around without my clothes on, you'd be perfectly okay with that? A slow grin spreads across his face.
If you started prancing around with no clothes on, I think I'd like that very much, Princess.
Brute, I mutter. I expect Callum to take me back to my room, but instead, he carries me into his chambers. There's a fire crackling in the hearth, and in front of it stands the copper tub, filled with steaming water. I glance at it longingly as Callum places me down on his bed, then turns and walks over to his wardrobe. I stare at the ceiling, determined not to look at him. Then I glance at Callum, even though I know I shouldn't. I'm not sure if I'm relieved or disappointed that he's pulled on a pair of loose-fitting cotton breeches. He's still topless, though, his muscular back on display as he closes the wardrobe doors. "I didn't know you wore breeches," I say.
The way you were looking at me earlier.
He leans against the wall by the window, his eyes glinting playfully as he shakes his head.
I thought I'd better cover myself up as much as possible. I was feeling very vulnerable.
I sit up, pulling my knees to my chest as I lean against the headboard. "And yet, you seem to be absent a shirt." He laughs, then shrugs.
I left my kilt in the forest. Don't tell anyone, but these breeches are actually rather comfortable. Do I look like a gentleman?
I laugh too, and shake my head. No.
No.
You look like a rake. He puts a hand on his chest, his eyes widening in mock indignation.
A rake? Me? Why?
Firstly, there is the case of the missing shirt. My gaze drops to his chest and the ridges of his abdomen. I look at the hard V of his hips and the line of hair trailing downward, and swallow. Also, a gentleman wouldn't wear those breeches.
Why not?
Look how loose-fitting they are, and the material. My gaze drops even further, before I hurriedly meet his eyes again, heat creeping into my cheeks. "I don't think you're as covered up as you think you are. Wherever did you get them from?"
I got these from the King's City when I was looking for my mother. A market by the docks, if I recall correctly.
That explains a lot.
Why's that?
The docks are an incredibly disreputable place to go. I raise an eyebrow. I should have known you would find yourself there. A half smile plays on his lips.
It was easier to blend in there as a wolf, that's for sure.
Something in the air seems to shift. "Why did you bring me to your chambers?" I ask. He opens his mouth as if to speak. The humour disappears from his expression, and he sighs.
The wolf hasn't quite settled down yet.
He says.
I suppose I'm feeling a wee bit protective of you right now. I would rather that you were here.
Oh, I say. Okay. Some of the tension leaves his upper body, and he raises his eyebrows.
Really? That was easier than I expected.
I can be agreeable when I want to be. I shrug off my torn cloak, then I take off my boots and shuffle back on the bed. Plus, your bed is more comfortable than mine. His gaze moves to my bare feet as they sink into the downy quilt, then back to my face. His jaw tightens. What's wrong? I ask.
Nothing.
He takes a step toward the bed. Then he halts, his hand curling into a fist. Gritting his teeth, he swivels on his heel and starts pacing up and down the room. The floorboards creak beneath his weight. My brow furrows. Whatever is the matter with you?
Nothing. It's a...
Do not say it's a wolf thing. You've barely spoken to me all week. I was chased through the forest last night, and now you're acting strange. Tell me what's going on. He stands still and blows out hot air.
I don't want to make you uncomfortable.
Irritation prickles beneath my skin. You don't make me uncomfortable. Goddess knows that you should. You're inappropriate, and you're the enemy of my kingdom, and last night you turned into a wolf and slept on top of me. But you don't. So stop acting as if I'm made of glass and you're afraid I might shatter, and tell me what's wrong. He runs a hand over the back of his neck. Then he sighs.
Look, Princess, like I said, the wolf hasn't quite settled down.
He says.
And you're in my bed, with the scent of another male all over you. And I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. I want you to smell like me. When another wolf is close, I want it to be my scent they smell on your skin. I want to mark you as mine. And I can think of countless ways I would do it. Countless ill-advised, highly pleasurable ways I would do it. It's all I can think about. And I know I should leave and calm myself down. But I don't want to leave. I want to stay here with you.
He shakes his head.
You smell so much like him. Like Blake. It's driving me out of my mind.
I should leave before things get out of control. I shouldn't allow a male to say things like that to me. I definitely shouldn't like it. I am held captive by his helpless gaze. Something hot is pooling inside me, heating my blood and making my skin hum. I swallow. Oh. He rubs his face with both hands.
Fuck. I've frightened you.
The heat turns into angry flames. Stop doing that!
I know. I'm sorry.
He stares up at the ceiling.
That was inappropriate.
No, not that. This. Stop treating me like I'm some precious doll that needs shielding from the world. Stop treating me as if I can't handle things, as if I can't handle you. You are inappropriate. You shouldn't say half the things you say to me. But has it occurred to you that perhaps I like it that you do? That perhaps I like it that you talk to me as if I'm an actual human being? That perhaps my entire life no one else ever really has? My skin is burning now, and I'm breathless. It feels good to say it, to unleash it, to let something out that I think has been building up inside me for quite some time. Callum's eyes widen. It's as if he's not quite sure what to do. He releases a half laugh.
No, I suppose it hadn't occurred to me.
So, what do you want me to do?
About what?
You said I smelt like Blake. I don't want to smell like him either. Do you want me to wash? He exhales, then goes back to his pacing.
No, I want to wash you.
He sounds so sullen that it almost makes me laugh. Callum!
What?
His lips are twitching, even though his body is tense.
I thought you liked how inappropriate I am.
I roll my eyes. Then I glance at the copper bathtub. Something has been knocked loose inside me. Telling him off has made me feel daring. I want to feel that way again. I'm fed up of looking up my emotions. I'm fed up of making myself smaller than I am, so that others can feel bigger, stronger. I'm fed up of being shielded from the world and all it has to offer. Curiosity flares inside me. He protects me because he thinks he holds all the power, but the way he is acting, I wonder if I am powerful too. Okay, I say. Wash me. Chapter 33. Callum stills. He's facing away from me, and the muscles in his back harden. I don't think he's breathing. I don't think I am either. We are both frozen in time. Only, my heartbeat is wild in my ears. Did I really just say that? He turns around. He opens his mouth, then shuts it again.
What?
His voice is low and gruff as gravel. I raise my chin. I thought wolves had superhuman hearing. He lets loose a half laugh.
Aye, but you can't possibly have said what I think you just said.
Why not? The rise and fall of his chest is deeper than usual, as though he's making a strained effort to control his breathing. His fingers twitch at his side.
You want me to wash you?
That's what I said.
You realise you'd have to take off your clothes for me to do that?
I am well aware of how a bath works, Callum. I have bathed many times before, more so, I'd imagine, than you. He laughs, shaking his head. There's an exasperated look on his face.
I'd imagine you've not been bathed by a male before, no?
When I was at the palace, people would always fuss around me while I was bathing. I do not see why this is any different. His jaw tightens.
It's different.
You wolves all seem perfectly fine to wander around without wearing anything. I don't see why I should be held to a higher set of rules. I slide off the bed, and Callum tenses as I walk to the bathtub. I'm hyper-aware of him tracking my every movement, and it feels good to have so completely captured his attention. It feels powerful. I run my hand through the water. It's warm and soothing, and the steam carries the scent of lavender as it mingles with the wood smoke. I wonder if Isla ran this bath for him. The thought of ruining her obvious plans to seduce him provokes a burst of satisfaction that startles me. I glance over my shoulder at Callum. He looks wary. What's the matter? I ask.
You're going to get me into trouble.
I am enjoying this far too much. I thought you wanted to wash me.
Aye,
His eyes darken to the colour of the forest at night.
I do.
I stare at the steaming water. As much as I'm enjoying feeling in control of this situation, if I do this, it will be the boldest thing I've ever done. I said this was no different than being bathed back at the palace, but it is, and we both know it. No man has ever seen me without my clothes on before. That is something that is supposed to be reserved only for my husband. For Sebastian. For a man who makes males from the Northlands fight for sport. Who threatened me. Who skins wolves alive and hurt Ryan and said he'd throw me into the kennels for Callum after he was done with me. Sebastian sees me as nothing more than a prize, a trophy for him to keep on show, an item for him to do with as he wishes. But what about what I want? The bedchambers are silent, except for the gentle crackling coming from the hearth. I can feel Callum watching me, waiting to see what I'll do. The tension in the room is like a tangible thing, the air unbreathable.
Princess.
His voice is strained, almost pleading, though I'm not sure what he's pleading for. I don't think he knows either. My fingers tremble as I undo the fastenings on the back of my dress. I pull the sleeves down and let it fall and pool at my feet, leaving me in nothing but a black shift. Callum's eyes are wide, and his hand is curled into a fist at his side, The distance between us feels palpable. He doesn't move. He is that alpha from the fighting ring again, tense and ready for battle. I don't want him to see the faint scars on my back, the ones that the high priest gave me. So I face him when I take hold of the hem of my shift. His jaw tightens.
Princess,
He says again, and I'm not sure if it's a warning or a plea. I imagine I am back at the palace and merely undressing for any other bath, and lift it over my head, revealing myself fully to him. Callum inhales, his mouth slightly parting. He lets loose a shuddery breath. He keeps his eyes on mine, his jawline hard with determination. There's defiance in his expression too. It's as if he's fighting something. But then his gaze drops. And goddess, I feel the weight of it on my body. Though I'm standing close to the fire, my nipples harden. My breasts feel heavier, swollen, and there's an ache between my legs. I cannot believe I am doing this. I should grab my shift and cover myself up. Yet I allow his gaze to brand my skin. And I feel powerful. I like the way his expression changes, his biceps tensing. The wolf flashes behind Callum's eyes. He squeezes them shut and curses under his breath. I step into the copper bathtub. The water is warm and fragrant as I sink down into it, letting it soothe my muscles and wrap around my body until only my head and shoulders are exposed. Callum looks like he's in pain. I've never seen someone look so tense. Well, I say. The ghost of a smile plays on his lips. He blinks a few times, and he arches an eyebrow.
have I told you that people don't speak to me that way?
Several times. He huffs a laugh. Shaking his head, he crosses the room. With each step he takes toward me, my heart beats a little faster. When he reaches the tub, he sinks to his knees, bringing his face close to mine. His warmth and heady scent mingle with the steam.
Are you sure about this?
He asks. It's not a big deal, I say, though I feel more daring than I have ever felt in my life. People bathe me all the time. It's just a bath. His eyes glint, as though he can see through my lie. He drags his teeth over his bottom lip, and for a horrible moment, I think he is going to walk away. He laughs again, and shakes his head. He reaches for the bar of soap and the cloth that sit on the tray on the floor, then trails his hand in the water. He doesn't touch me, but I feel his heat on my torso as though he is. He lathers the soap between his big hands, releasing the scent of soap suds into his bedchambers. The humour disappears from his eyes.
I can smell him on your face.
I remember how Blake licked me last night. I sink beneath the water and rub my cheeks. When I emerge, Callum's muscles seem a little less tense. Better? I ask.
Aye.
He gives me a soft smile.
Much.
He runs the soapy cloth over my shoulder, then down my arm. I can feel the heat of his palm, even though his skin is not touching mine. I revel in the strangeness of this new feeling. No one has touched me this way before. I should feel vulnerable and exposed. Goddess knows I am those things. But my body is soft beneath his touch, and it feels as if his hands were made for me. He moves the cloth over my collarbone, causing my pulse to spike, and watches the trail of soapy suds he leaves in his wake. His hand seems so big when it's on my body. My gaze moves back to his face. Despite the heat that's pooling between my legs that has nothing to do with the warm water, his expression almost makes me laugh. His jaw is set with determination, and I don't think I've ever seen someone look so focused. His hand dips beneath the waterline, slowly moving down my chest. I feel his thumb brush against the swell of my breast, and I know he must be able to feel how hard my heart is beating. Why do I so badly want to tease him? I thought you said you weren't ever going to touch me, I say.
I'm not touching you.
His serious eyes follow his hand, as it trails back between my breasts.
I'm touching the cloth, and the cloth is touching you.
A laugh I didn't know was building erupts from my lips.
What?
Nothing. Just you. I look pointedly at his hand, splayed across my chest. The cloth is barely visible beneath it. I would definitely consider this as you touching me. He grins.
You'd know if I was really touching you, Princess.
I do know I want to tell him. I know he is touching me, because my whole body is on fire, and there's something inside me that aches to be released, and no one's hands have ever brought me to life like that before. His expression darkens, as if he sensed the direction of my thoughts. He shuts his eyes abruptly, hiding the wolf. Why do you do that? I ask.
Do what?
I touch his cheek, dampening his skin with my wet hand. You shut your eyes every time it happens. Are you embarrassed by the wolf?
Embarrassed? No, never.
He opens his eyes, revealing those strange yet beautiful irises.
I'm proud to be a wolf, but I don't want to scare you.
I've already told you that you don't.
You're very strange.
So are you. I trace his jaw with my thumb. Slowly, he moves his hand up to the back of my neck. His grip is firm, yet my body softens at his touch. His face is inches from mine, and his warm breath tickles my skin. My pulse thunders in my ears.
Rory.
His voice is strained, barely louder than a whisper. He presses his forehead against mine, bringing his lips closer.
You need to tell me to leave. I want to be a better man, but I don't think I can be.
Callum. The door opens behind us, and adrenaline and shame surge through me.
What on earth have I walked in on here?
Blake's amused drawl comes from the doorway, and a look of fury crosses Callum's face as he jerks back, his shoulders stiffening. I sink further beneath the water, cheeks flaming, as I glare over my shoulder at the male leaning against the doorframe.
I had fun last night, little rabbit.
Blake's lips curve into a smile.
We should do it again sometime.
Callum gets up, water running down his arms, and crosses the room in a couple of strides. He grabs Blake by the collar of his shirt and slams him into the wall.
Before you do something you regret, Callum,
says Blake, his voice choked.
I have a message from the king.
Chapter 34. I am exposed. Even though my cheeks flame, the bathwater seems suddenly cold. The grey light coming through the window is revealing. I'm not supposed to let any male see me undressed, and there are now 2 of them in the room. What's more, Blake is clearly amused by the situation. For a dark moment, I hope Callum chokes him. After a couple of seconds, he steps back. Blake doesn't quite manage to conceal the large gulp of air he takes before brushing down his now crumpled shirt, the collar askew. His hair is ruffled, and his cheeks are slightly pink. He still manages to look smug, though.
Which king?
Growls Callum. Blake leans against the doorframe and lets his expression settle into one of boredom.
Ours.
There's something almost sarcastic in his tone.
What message?
You know, you really ought to watch that temper of yours, Callum.
And you ought to watch your back.
Oh, you're far too honourable a wolf for me to worry about that.
Goddess Blake, are you going to tell me the message?
Growls Callum.
Or am I going to beat it out of you?
Blake's eyes glint. He clearly enjoys provoking Callum.
He's in trouble. He needs your help.
What trouble?
Despite the anger rippling out of Callum, I catch a hint of concern in his voice.
Perhaps we should go somewhere private to speak. When you've finished washing your pet, of course.
My blood heats, and I straighten as I try to compose myself. I catch the flash of interest in Blake's eyes when he catches sight of my upper back. He might have seen the scars that brand my skin. I sink down quickly, and the water sloshes over the side.
You don't look at her. You look at me.
Callum moves sideways, so his body blocks me from view.
Get the fuck out of my chambers. I'll meet you downstairs.
Blake pushes off from the wall.
Look at you, dressing like a southerner to impress the princess. Breeches. Whatever would your father say? Goddess, rest his soul.
Callum's entire body tenses. I remember what he said about his father. Whatever their relationship was, it obviously wasn't an easy one. Blake has crossed a line. Something hardens inside me. I forget I'm naked and vulnerable. I want to get under Blake's skin. Do the other wolves know? I ask him.
Know what?
That you're ashamed of being a wolf.
What makes you say that?
You weren't at the ritual last night. I recall the groans of pain that drew me out of my chambers, and the struggle on Blake's face when I walked in on him. You were trying not to shift. His head tilts, reminding me of a cat deciding whether it wants to play with a mouse.
Do you know?
Know what?
Why your mother died.
All the blood drains from my body. Time slows. I am no longer a living, breathing thing. I am rage.
That's enough.
Callum's voice pulls me back into my body. She died of a disease, I snarl.
Did she?
Says Blake.
Out!
Callum growls.
No!
Blake steps back into the corridor. Wait! I cringe at the desperation in my voice. Both males turn to me, but only Callum seems surprised at my outburst. Do you know what she died of? I ask Blake.
No,
he says.
But I'd like to. Wouldn't you?
He turns on his heel and disappears from sight. Callum shuts the door. The wolf is in his eyes, provoked by anger this time. His expression softens as he looks at me.
Are you okay, Princess?